Welcome to the In Season podcast, rated R for language.
None of us are doctors or neurologists. Things you're about to hear are opinions of people living with epilepsy or seizures. These are firsthand experiences. Epilepsy can cause speech problems, and medications are hard to pronounce, so please bear with me. Epilepsy can cause bad memory, so some stories will be repeated. I'm Pookie. Get ready.
Somebody's asking a question here. Anybody have elevated mood after seizures? I have right side TLE and recently had to stay in EMU, 3 seizures. Afterwards, incredibly depressed, had a lot of anxiety to the point of I was sure my partner was a terrible person and I was planning to leave. A few days ago, had a seizure cluster. Afterwards, it was like all depression had lifted. I even felt almost euphoric, felt like my brain had reset. Partner said noticeable mood change. Has this happened to anyone else? I mean, not to that extent.
Yes. I mean, probably not to that
Really?
extent, but it's been to where I've had a seizure, and afterwards they were telling me like, "You need to sit down. You just had a seizure," and I'm like, "I'm good now." I was like, some of those I'd be like, "I don't know why I have this injury, but I'm good now." And they're like, "No, you just had a seizure maybe like 5 minutes ago. You're not good." So I've had those that rejuvenate me for some reason. And I never understood it, but I was just like, hey, I'm good to have this energy. I got this headache, which means I had the headache. I mean, I still had the seizure, but yeah, felt good enough. For some reason, I didn't want to sit down. And I get those time to time. Just don't want to sit down afterwards. Yeah. Comes in different ways, depending on where you're at. Sometimes I didn't want to sit down and I just felt like dancing. But then again, we were at the county fair. Yeah.
Somebody put something on here and labeled it an ecstatic seizure. So
Ecstatic
it
seizure.
sounds like it's yeah,
those are the drop
definitely.
seizures, right?
No, she's saying ecstatic is in the word of ecstatic is like excited and happy and elated. So
Yeah.
that's another word that I didn't.
I recently learned about drop seizures. I forgot the name they had for it.
Oh, atonic seizures.
Atonic. There you go.
Yeah,
You got it before I got to it.
Got the tabs open.
Yeah, so I had something to say, but I forgot what it was. But yeah, I got something here. It says aura seizure. I am a one time so far good morning seizure event. May 25th. I'm a person. Pronouns include person now. It says May 25th, person, male 66. I see talk of auras. Yes, I can read the dictionary, but I like the deja vu or however until a person having that experience explained in my mind. I did not, end quote, know. Yes, I heard, read, and definition is clear, but it is the experience that is described that clarifies things for my mind. So can anyone help me understand and know an aura? It was so much help. Thank you in advance. Is an aura
Okay, so
where
they
you
said
get,
they do feel deja vu. Did they say that?
is an aura like that pending doom feeling?
As far as
Okay.
I know, I would think so.
Okay, being that this male is also 66, that can be treacherous. So I went through that a few weeks ago. That impending doom, for some reason, it was just like something is going to happen and it's coming. And I don't know what it is. And I'm hoping it's not a seizure. It's that feeling to where I'm like, I feel like a seizure is coming. There's nothing I can do about it. I have to be here in this chair because it was a Thursday, or I mean, it was maybe a Tuesday. But yeah, it was it was a Friday, I think. It was one of the days of the week. Put it like that. One of the days of the week. And yeah, I was sitting right here and I had to get up and walk away several times. I had to go get some weed because I was getting nauseous and I didn't understand what was going on. That's the first time I ever. It's the first time I ever went through that. I should say. Never really dealt with anything like that. And when I felt it, I was like, I text everybody, Kate, Brandon, the other mods, and I'm like, okay, you guys, I need some help. And everybody came at the same time. Yeah, because I couldn't do that. Sitting there, if I would have sat there and not did anything about it, I probably would have had a seizure and then went to sleep with you guys. I wonder if people get those seizures like me, where they just have a seizure and then out of nowhere you just start snoring.
So
Yeah.
snoring without being asleep?
No, I go right to sleep afterwards sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Like right to
Oh,
sleep,
well,
like in a deep snore.
that's what I'm saying. That's when a snore hits, is when you're passed out.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think I have nocturnal seizures as well because the one on video I have, I was wondering if I was asleep or awake, but I haven't talked to my mom about it yet, the one on that video. But yeah, need to get that checked out.
At least this time you got something to bring to the doctor to show him.
Right. Let me read a comment here. First one says, I'm not sure how much this will help. I have seizures as well. I do get auras before my seizures. This can actually be really beneficial since I learned to recognize what an aura is or was. I was hearing a wishing in my ears when it starts, and my vision will start to tunnel and my heart starts to race. I get a little sweaty and start shaking. I tried breathing through this and it seemed to slow it down, the onset of seizure, but eventually I just seized. Unfortunately, with my last one, which was on a Thursday, I remained alert, but I lost all control of any of my motor function and speech capabilities. I felt like I was gonna die in my previous seizures. I was lucky enough to be unconscious. So to summarize and answer the question, I feel like I'm riding a train through a tunnel. I think it's like a consistent bad feeling. So I would take it as that's what he meant by riding in a tunnel. Because it is, it's like something is going to change. Like this cannot be this bad for this long. That's how I felt. And I was just like, maybe I shouldn't
And
be
you feel that
sick.
rhythm. It's that same rhythm of as like when you're on a train and right after. Or for me, that's a lot of how my head feels too.
Yeah, it's like I was gonna say like a tunnel, like when you're in a tunnel and when you finally get out of the tunnel, that's the feeling I thought was gonna happen. Like eventually out of the tunnel, and I'm not just feeling that weight on my shoulders. There was a lot going on during that seizure. I couldn't sit down. I was just like, maybe I don't need to do something. Maybe I need to sit down. And I was dizzy and I was nauseous. And I was like, I still need to figure it out. And yeah, so I went and got a pen. Yeah, that was pretty good.
That's why I'm not too crazy about having these aware ones now. I think I only wrote down that one a couple weeks ago, but that was not welcome. I always thought it would be better to be aware and be there the whole time. I could take more accurate notes, but that shit did not feel right. I couldn't talk. I couldn't barely move just one arm, and nothing hurt. Nothing was numb, but I was there the whole time, and that was not a welcome feeling. But
I
you
don't
never
know.
know
I've
what
been on
how
B12.
things are gonna weigh on you. What'd you say?
Yeah.
So I've been on B12 and I haven't had a seizure in weeks.
What?
I
Yay!
haven't had a focal in weeks.
Love it.
Thanks
Either.
to you.
Welcome.
There
I
you
haven't
go.
had one in weeks either, about since like May. Yeah, that's a good goal right there. So okay, so it wasn't just me. It was
No,
the it was the B12 we need. It wasn't
yeah,
just me just throwing that out there.
no, I was getting two to three a week, every week consistently. And
Wow.
I haven't had one since a couple of days, like the first or second day I was on B12, I had one. And then not one since.
Yeah, so by the time it kicked in,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
shout
great.
out to Nature's Made. Shout out. Big shout out to Nature's Made. It's working. Maybe it's just not me. We figured it out. Okay. Feels good.
Exactly.
I got another comment from this post. It says, I used to get auras every time before I had a seizure. That was before they primarily became nocturnal. And now sometimes I have aura before one happens. And maybe I won't have one like last week. They just came on. Thank God I don't have grand malls anymore. Maybe 3 in the last 25 years, but had different kinds of auras. And each one was different because they let me know what kind of seizure I was going to have, a strong one or a mild one or a small one. I could never really explain mine, but in a weird way, in a weird like way, there was a little man with a pitchfork piling hay in my head and would just keep doing it until I was feeling disorientated and disconnected until I'd pass out. And the other one was just like my brain was being squeezed in a vice, and outside was filling up with water. And I had a feeling which I could never describe. And then I had a feeling of like a traffic jam at four-way stop where 4 cars didn't stop and crash into each other, and each snowball, and could hear the crashing sound until I couldn't take it. All of them leading to me passing out. That sucks.
That's a nightmare leading up to an escalating seizure.
Right. That's a lot to go through. Um,
Yeah. That sounds terrifying. I'm glad I don't even remember at this point. I can wake up and know I had a nightmare, but I don't remember. As soon as I open my eyes, whatever the dream or nightmare was is gone. But that sounds like a living nightmare. Because it's escalating. That sounds like an aura. Because I have to keep reminding myself that people who have auras, that is a seizure. That's like the beginning of the focal, and it could even advance to like a generalized tonic-clonic. But that's kind of what that one sounds like. Started off as something that definitely escalated.
I am so glad to hear that Jeff isn't having focals. I'm hearing somebody say it isn't just me. It isn't
It's
just
not
me.
just you, babe.
All right.
Not just you.
Yeah, it isn't just me. All
Well, if we
right.
finish out the rest of this month, then this could possibly be the first month that Katie hasn't had more than 4. So we'll see. Kate might be having
No,
less focals too.
You taking
Welcome,
the B12?
Twisted. This is the
that's
first
okay.
month that I've taken it consistently, yes.
Okay.
Started at the last week of July, and yeah, can't do anything for less than a month before analyze the results. But thanks
Hi,
in
Raven.
advance already. Hey, everybody.
Hey Raven. Hey Twisted.
So today we've been asking is the opening question. Okay. If money was not a factor, cost was not a factor at all, would you choose to stay with your healthcare team, or would you change anything about your healthcare providers?
You go first.
Personally, my answer was yes. I would definitely look for another team to see who, what an epileptologist would do. But again, if cost wasn't an issue.
Since let me turn on my camera. Since I haven't met her yet, my epileptologist and my neuro team, because sadly my last doctor kind of retired, ceased seized stop taking patients, stop seeing patients because of taxes. Hmm, but I will then meet her on November 6th. We'll see. The bar is too high.
So are you going in with any specific questions, answers? Like what are you actually looking for that might kind of seal the deal on whether or not you think this is going to be a good one?
Trying to control my seizures. Try to see what options, because I really want to get the VNS.
Really?
Yes.
Any reason in particular?
I just wanna get this shit over with.
That's amazing. Oh, the doctor's going to love that. So have you done any research as to whether this doctor's kind of well known for? Are they associated with a surgery center or like a teaching hospital or?
I'm uh uh kind of.
Okay, looks like you're on the right track then.
Mm-hmm.
That's exciting. Talk about a Christmas present. That would be brilliant.
Um,
Go ahead.
listen, do you have auras?
Yes.
Can you explain to me what that's like? Because somebody is also going through that. I just went through it for the first time that I finally, I guess, got an experience of it. Um,
You start to um feel like a tingling feeling in either your fingers or a deja vu, like your mind kind of, let's say I just put the thing down, and as soon as I put the thing down, it triggers the sound.
okay. Mine's, I still don't understand it, but yeah.
Have your
Yeah.
auras changed over time? Do you feel like they start to encompass more senses?
Say again.
Like I was wondering if maybe auras change over time, like they encompass more senses. If it starts out as just touch, but then later on in life might start the sounds or a scent or taste or something.
Oh yes. Oh, because last time I was feeling the taste in my mouth. I don't remember uh telling you about it. Were you there?
Oh, that's kind of a sore subject ever asking me anything about the past. So
Oh,
just go ahead and tell us again,
yeah,
please.
about it. I don't remember. Because I remember popping in and you weren't there. And I just had a seizure the day of. Um, uh, I just broke my how do you say 2 years.
Oh, you broke a seizure-free streak.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's rough. Well, either way, I mean, we're right here. We're all along for the fight, but now I can see why maybe that VNS is coming back as a better long-term solution if there's a chance of just another safeguard. Raven, did we get an answer from you yet on that icebreaker?
I didn't hear the question actually.
Okay, sure. So we were asking if cost was not an option or not a factor, would you choose to stick with your current healthcare team, or would you choose to seek out a different one?
Oh, that's a great question. I would keep the people I have, but also get more, more specialists. I like the people I have right now. Nobody gaslights me, and everybody's pretty knowledgeable and validating. But having more people on the team who are specialists in different areas would be nice.
Okay, perfect. And I just sent that question in the chat to everybody, but that's just so I remember. I could scroll back and just read it that way.
Good idea.
Okay, Brandon, next up.
With Raven on the adding to sort of the team, I would like to see an actual epileptologist instead of just a neurologist. So that's where my brain is going. Yeah,
And thank you for joining today. Wonderful.
glad to be here.
My my neuro is an also an epileptologist.
Lucky you. 2 in 1.
2 in 1.
I guess
And that's
now
that
I'm
new one that
changing.
you haven't seen yet?
The past 2 were.
So did that ever turn out to
I guess I'm
influence
changing
your
my
opinion on
answer.
What?
did that ever influence your opinion on these specialists if an epileptologist was more knowledgeable than a neurologist?
Yes.
So they literally could answer all your questions. That's reassuring.
Mm-hmm.
I want that. That's what I want.
Yes, please share. Okay. So this one is somebody saying, I'm so tired of people telling me to try natural remedies. Grew up in an already pretty healthy household, had barely any money. With what EBT we had, it would go towards healthier foods rather than what was cheapest. So, of course, when I started having seizures, Dad kept going on and on about keto. I know keto works, especially for younger people. I was 14, but it just didn't work on me. Didn't have seizure for a couple of years, been getting crazy auras, and I forgot how annoying this natural remedy bullshit is. First off, I go insane when I'm on weed. It used to be fun for me, never did anything to help seizures, but now I just freak out whenever I smoke, and I'm not in the mood to do that. Stopped eating meat last year, and keto never worked in the first place, so I'm not going to start eating meat again just to keep getting these auras. Someone also told me it's the way I sit and that I should stop taking my meds, so then cut out every food and thing that I do and start my whole life and routine from scratch. And they're saying, sorry, what? I 100% believe in medicine. I know a bit pharma is an actual enemy and making me pay insane amounts of money for these pills is villain behavior, but I'm not going to risk having seizures and literally wanting to off myself again just to test a bunch of shit that doesn't work for me. It's so annoying. I hear it from everyone all the time. Can't keep a straight face. I told one of these freaks about my aura and how it makes things that I know aren't there. And they said, well, maybe it is there. and some bullshit about how it's probably called an aura because it's related to the universe, but they don't know. And it's not a false sense of deja vu, but rather me seeing into other realities. I don't know, guys. I don't really think I'm a magical being with Doctor Strange type of abilities, but I do think I will continue trying out medications until I feel safe again. I'll make sure to let all of you know if I make it to a reality where epilepsy doesn't exist and bring you all back with me. Okay, so has anybody ever gotten on your case about how you should be taking care of yourself and you're just like, no?
Yes, 100%. I've been told try keto. I've been told try vitamins. Yeah, it isn't the cause. I mean, the cure. I've been told to try all kinds of stuff from people who don't have epilepsy, who haven't read about epilepsy as much as they've seen as me have a seizure. Now they're geniuses and went to college for it. Yeah, don't listen to people. Know your body and follow your bottom line. Set your rules and what you're gonna do, and don't listen to anybody else. Don't change for them because you know your body, whoever you are. Yes, know your body is a big thing because people try to tell you what's going on and they don't know what's going on because they're not feeling it.
I think that's kind of the chronic illness experience. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
No, I can shut up.
I was just saying, I think that's like part of the illness experience. People always have something to say about other people's health, no matter what your diagnosis is. I mean, I've been like chronically ill since I was 16 or so, and it's been like, you should give up gluten, you should give up dairy, you should do yoga, you should do XYZ. And I'm like, okay, you should show me your medical degree. But no one has really started that with me with epilepsy yet since my diagnosis. So I'm sure it's coming.
I was gonna say that crystals.
Some people totally, one of the comments is talking about that, saying the cornerstone of that philosophy is that the body is designed to heal itself. So if you must not be doing something bad to your body, which isn't allowing it to heal. And aside from being untrue, people died from sickness and ailments since the beginning of the time before toxins and processed food. It's toxic because it puts the blame on you for having epilepsy to begin with. A lot of times that's what a lot of those natural remedies do kind of make you feel. Like if this doesn't make you better, then you're doing something wrong. That's the impression I get. What did the crystals really kind of harness on?
I got a bunch of crystals, but it's because I like collecting.
Do you
Okay,
hoard
so it
or you
wasn't with
collect?
the.
What?
You hoarding or collecting?
Kind of both. No,
Hey, you got something there?
yeah.
Yeah, some of these other comments are funny too. What you say, Twisted?
Just got a bunch of crystals.
And it was never with the intention of healing.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll see. Keep us posted on that one.
Oh,
And
never for healing.
How
okay.
what is it called? Oh, how have you been doing since your seizure? Because I haven't talked to you since then.
I I'm feeling ZZ. Yeah, but kind of managing on painkillers and clonazepam.
Glad you are feeling better. Yes. Didn't like to see you down that other day because you looked real down. and I understand how you were feeling. I got one here. Says, "Oh, go ahead, Twisted."
Oh, I'm just saying, me too.
Oh, I got something that says, "Are any of you guys on antidepressants?" Before asking my doctor, I was just curious to see if anyone else is safely on antidepressants. I don't know anything about anybody else, but lamotrigine I'm taking as an antidepressant. Still depressed, so I don't know if it's working.
Same, but Lexapro, still not 100% sure it's working, but I think I'm worse without it.
Yeah, I say it's working a little bit for the seizures, but the actual antidepressant to keep away depression, it's not there. They missed that ingredient in the pills they gave me. Maybe I got a bad batch or something, you know. But yeah, it's not helping with that. Having breakthrough seizures every now and then, so it's kind of helping with that, but a little bit. Little piece of the puzzle. One of the comments here says mirtazapine. Another one says vortextine, 20 milligrams. Wellbutrin and Keppra. Keppra is a antidepressant. Seems like he would make you depressed.
Wellbutrin is the antidepressant. I was on it when I was going to therapy a few years ago. The side effects from Wellbutrin are not fun. They really mess you up. You feel like a zombie.
I don't know why they suggested that Keppra is an antidepressant because it's definitely not. That's AED, anti-seizure all the way.
Oh, okay. It says Keppra plus Wellbutrin. No problem with that. I tolerate both wonderfully.
I feel like that's because one is going up, one is going down, you know?
Yeah, he said 500 milligrams twice a day of Keppra, Wellbutrin 300 milligrams once a day.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yes, Brandon. Oh, because my mom takes Wellbutrin and her mood swings are bad.
I would have loved to see your face when you said bad. How
Oh,
you dragged that out. Yeah. Zoloft, Lamictal, and Keppra. I have the generic brands, and I'm doing well.
bad.
I know Zoloft and Lamictal are both antidepressants. Why take both? Oh, I guess for the seizures. Citalopram, citalopram. Does it help me?
That's
Say that again.
Lexapro.
What did you say?
That's
Citalopram.
Lexapro. Yeah, escitalopram is Lexapro.
Okay.
The brand name is Lexapro.
Okay, it says decided to stop taking it, wasn't helping, and got rid of the person who was draining my happiness. Someone says, no, I'm not on antidepressants, but I feel like I should be. Can you help me?
Now, that's usually where the doctor comes in handy.
Right. Got a new one. It says afraid to go to sleep. Past 2 weeks, my loved ones have been really busy and troubled. I can't approach them right now, and I've been feeling really lonely. Last night, I might have had a seizure, and I'm not sure. I didn't bite my tongue, and nothing is out of place, but I had a painful brain fog and stupor I get after one. I woke up early morning and was not able to fall back asleep. I was wondering if I could ask for some reassurance here tonight. Some comfort before trying to sleep again. Give me better odds, I think. Sounds like she's having night seizures. Well, that sounds like what's it called? Nocturnal. When they said last night I might have had a seizure, not sure. I didn't bite my tongue or nothing's out of place. Painful brain fog. Sounds like nocturnal, right?
I would think so. If you wake up feeling confused or any kind of after seizure feeling, that's definitely not how you feel when you wake up. I would assume definitely take notes on that one to see if there's any pattern or if you start feeling that more often.
Especially if you're feeling that way and your bed isn't like super messed up. Like if you just have a nocturnal seizure, like I don't know, I make my bed every day, so when I get into bed, I know that it's not gonna really look too much different when I wake up in the morning. So if it's wildly different, I know something major happened. But if I feel like I had a seizure overnight and my bed's not super messed up, then I'm gonna go with yeah, that was probably nocturnal, where I just didn't move around that much and had a seizure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeff,
So
you
this
got
other one
something?
about nocturnal. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Jeff, you there?
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say it's definitely a nocturnal. That's what it sounds like. That's what I have.
Are you not able to go back to sleep? That's what this one says. Says I was not able to fall back asleep.
Yeah, generally I can't.
Oh, okay. Well, that puts everything in perspective. Whoever this was, you're having nocturnal seizures, it sounds like.
Yeah,
And you got that
it does sound
information
like.
from someone who has nocturnal seizures.
But of course, I learned from here that all seizures are different.
One of the comments here says, I get this feeling. It's hard for me to sleep most nights. I've had most of all my grand malls in my sleep. So it's scary. But I noticed that I feel better sleeping with the TV on, some kind of show or YouTube video or background. My go to is whose line is it anyway? Sometimes I read a word search before I go to bed, something that makes me feel normal. You got this, homie. Lay back, watch something funny, or doom scroll it, then go to bed. I hope you get a wonderful night's sleep.
Whose line is it anyway? That's a vintage show.
Whose line is it anyway? I believe I heard of
They
it.
still play plenty of those. So somebody's
What's your
asking here
line?
for advice.
Say that again.
What's your line? This is a show.
I don't have
It's an
a
old
Whose
line.
line
50s
is it
show.
anyway? Is a comedy.
Yeah, whose line is it? And there's another one of
Oh,
those.
different show.
So on this one here, somebody's asking for advice on when they should go to the ER or urgent care. Parent of a newly diagnosed teen, been to the ER twice by ambulance for the first 2 TCs, but now that we know somewhat what's going on, trying to prepare for how to respond next time. I'm wondering, how do you decide when it's time to go to ER or urgent care? Both TCs occurred in the bathroom and she hit her head. It wasn't an obvious wound. The second time there was a slight laceration, but definitely a hard fall. Do you typically go in if you've hit your head or suspect you've hit your head, or monitor for concussion at home first? If you injure yourself in another way, sprain, broken bone, is this an urgent care visit or ER since it involved a seizure? Do you call your neurologist and ask what to do? Thanks in advance. So on this one, if there's another goose egg that doesn't go away for 6 to 8 hours, it's not looking any better, then I might put in a call, or at least start taking pictures and call the next morning. But I don't do ER or any urgent care unless there's definitely something that can't be treated at home. What do you guys think?
I go to ER if I hit my head too hard, or yeah, mostly if they're like you hit your head, and then I got like something other than the postictal headache, like maybe a pounding on one side or something, I might go to the emergency. Um, yeah, my family, they usually call the ambulance before anything, so yeah, I'm usually at the hospital. But personally, if I don't feel like I didn't hit my head, someone who knows how to handle my seizures, like my mother, she wouldn't call the ambulance. She'd handle it, and yeah, like, okay, stay up for a minute, don't go right back to sleep. No concussion, can brain bleed, you can die in your sleep, all that stuff. So yeah, um,
I beg to differ because I've I've had a cranioplasty. That's when they glue screw your uh
goal.
they put something in your head And I can't handle rough sports. And when I hit, if I hit, God forbid, my head in the shower or outside the shower or wherever, there's usually an ambulance call.
Definitely better safe than sorry on that one.
Yes.
You know, I didn't even think of that.
What?
Do you take into account like what part of your skull the cranioplasty reshaped? Or is it
Oh.
any kind of impact to your head is negates a call?
And wherever.
Oh, wow. You have a padded headboard? Do you have a padded headboard? You know how they have headboards that are, you know, kind of they have that oh, okay. I was wondering how serious that one might be.
I want to give me a headboard. But anyhow, let's go through some of these comments here. Someone says, "Oh no, that does sound scary. Open to maybe getting a cheap camera for your room that might be able to help. Look into it."
Oh, I need to get an Anycam.
Regular surveillance works pretty nice.
Maybe you don't remember, because I showed you guys, that I had an Anycam in my room, but it somehow stopped working.
Yeah, you got to get you a different kind.
It's a Lorex.
It's a what?
A Lorex.
Oh, mine's works pretty good. It's not a Lorex. It's a Wise camera, but yeah, it's really good, especially when you want to watch yourself, not necessarily sleep, but like make sure you don't fall, hurt yourself, and you want video of it. It's a good camera, and it's not that much a year to just do recording or whatever the case. I got when it says rescue meds. Anyone else constantly got the feeling of having a seizure that just automatically take your rescue med? I feel like I'm constantly taking my rescue meds because I keep the feeling like I'm gonna seize. I can't take this anymore either. So whenever it happens to me more than once, I'm just done for it. Is this a problem for anyone else?
Taking your rescue meds like too often is bad though, right? Like they're not meant to be taken consistently. They're rescue meds for a reason, right?
Developing a dependence is
idea.
always a risk.
Okay. Yeah. Like I have only ever had one prescription for rescue meds, and I went through that, but like it took me, I don't know, like 6 months to go through the 5 pills that they gave me, you know?
Yes and no.
What's the yes?
Because you can't have so many.
What do you mean by you can't have many? Like you can't have many pills or
Pills.
yeah, because they only prescribed me 5, you know, so
5 refills.
no, like 5 pills, like in the fill. There was only 5.
Oh.
Anybody who's refractory too, they always advise against taking the medication, the rescue meds anyway, if you don't need it, because they tend to think that people who have refractory epilepsy or like the drug resistant kind are just more inclined to develop those, whatever it's called when the meds don't work anymore. Not to mention that Nasalam really feels like burning a hole through your like septum or whatever that's called. So, ugh, just never using that more if you don't have to.
Yeah, one of the comments here says, I'm too scared to take my rescue meds. Another one says, not a problem for me, as my family is always the one to administer my rescue meds, Valtoco or lorazepam, for me. At least I've never been able to take it myself, and by the time I know a seizure is coming, it's too late. Right there with you. Someone else said mine's is nasalium. It's primarily for during seizures. I don't get auras, or if I do, I've never been able to grab something enough forewarning before my seizures, so I just wake up bloody and sore. I had liquid Valium for a while years ago. I never had Valium or liquid Valium. Liquid Valium is a rescue man. Just-
Yes. And clonazepam. Oh,
Sounds like diazepam is what's being compared to
diazepam.
Valium.
Yeah. You take where is this person from? Mexico, right?
They did not say specifically where they are from.
They get their shit from Mexico.
Oh, it sounds like the liquid ones are usually administered rectally.
Hmm.
So
How
I
interesting
don't
is
know
that?
why. Yeah, right? Why? Oh, because they call it a rectal gel. So
No.
Yeah, we looked
anybody
this up
2 and
a few
older.
weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah. This is far out.
Diazepam's been around for a long time.
I got another comment to this. It says, "My 20-year-old daughter is doing this. She's aware her rescue meds can be addicting, but I think she'd just do about anything to prevent a seizure. I'm hoping the new doctor in October will help with this issue, or rescue meds, or Xanax if she can swallow, and Valtoco if she can't swallow, and someone else does the nasal spray to her. She hates the nasal spray from the burning in her nose for the next 24 hours. And sure, it has helped when we've tried it."
And I was gonna ask right before taking the call. um um
Was there anything about the upcoming appointments or surgery or
uh
medication thing?
uh,
I'll just jump in if it comes back to mind.
nah, it's gone.
Okay. It happens. It
I
happens.
lost it. Kate, you got something, or I can move on?
I was gonna ask you the question again, honestly.
Okay.
But yeah, we have triggering a seizure during an EEG. So Twisty, you might be interested in this one because this is definitely stuff that they want to do if they're evaluating you for a potential, surgery patient. This person says, I'm having my 6th EEG, 3rd long term, and every EEG I've ever had has been normal. I don't have great insurance, 2 kids. Honestly, I hate doing them. My MRI shows a spot on my brain in the left temporal lobe, so they know the cause. I get that EEGs provide additional info and clarity, but I'm so tired of spending time, money, and stress. I'm tired of needing childcare and putting everything on my husband. I'm tired of missing out on things because I'm in the hospital for a test that shows nothing. So my question is, how do I trigger a seizure or at least abnormal brain activity? I've done sleep deprivation, fasting, flashlights, exercise, even alcohol. Nothing has worked. Any other ideas? Wow. Okay, so all of those things, at least the sleep deprivation, fasting, I don't know about like exercise and maybe alcohol might make it not
Hyperventilation.
accurate.
hyperventilation.
Oh, that works for you to trigger a seizure?
I've done hyperventilation. You know the thing when they get you a balloon, sleep.
Yeah, it's still just like messing with the way you breathe.
Oh, I've done.
Or you can do 3 of them. You can drink and then drink all night and don't get any sleep, and then go to the gym.
I've done.
And then smoke some weed.
It's
Why are you
illegal.
describing my life? Come on, Pookie. I'm just kidding. I don't go to the gym.
Well, I mean, having conclusive EEGs is definitely important, especially if you want to be a candidate for surgery. Insurance requires it. So for me, not taking the medication, I understand, weed isn't an option where you're at. So honestly, just not taking the meds, but I did it 2 days before to make sure something would happen. Because I have to go at least 2 doses without the meds for, before anything goes wrong. And I guess they needed a lot of data for, to determine not only what kind of surgery you'd be eligible for, but how much the insurance would pay. Like they need enough seizures to show them out of this many epileptic activities, most of them are from this area, and that's why we need this many electrodes to go along with the device. So yeah, insurance definitely wants it for that reason. And for me, it was always no meds. But you do have to plan ahead for sure. That's how I would answer this question. Twisted, have you ever had any EEGs that did show seizures?
I had a petit mal for 1 second. And it was right about to start eating, and then it happened. And then I pushed the button, and it took them so long.
So was that enough for them to conclude that you officially had epilepsy? Did you get a diagnosis? Did you get anything good out of that one?
Nah. Oh, because of my scar tissue that when uh when I got the stroke and everything, and they can't do the DBS, the RNS, and all that. And the only thing that can do is get the BNS.
Okay, so out of what they determined so far, ablation, like resection, none of those are options for you?
No, because what I told you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so it's the focal point.
Yes.
Gotcha. Understand. Welcome, Jason. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for
And
having me.
today we have a question here of if costs were not a factor, would you choose to keep your current healthcare providers or switch it up, change the team?
I would say switch it up because like the current situation with my health right now that's here in Tallahassee that kind of got me stuck. I would like to switch it up. And Tallahassee is just not a good place to be able to work for your health.
Yeah, I can understand that. Whatever you have doesn't let you go out of state, I'm assuming.
I got something here that says nocturnal seizures caused by deviated septum or a combination of deviated septum and sleep apnea. Anyone who has a deviated septum, you have been told or have been told there's a correlation. There's The catch is that I have mild sleep apnea, which causes less oxygen to the brain while sleeping, thus causing nocturnal seizures. Now, I wonder if the deviated septum is having an effect on this, or if the deviated septum is the sole issue. To dismiss this sleep apnea for a moment, has anyone ever been told that their deviated septum is causing less oxygen to the brain while sleeping, thus causing nocturnal seizures? If so, what was the fix, or the surgery, or the medicines? Now, sleep apnea, has anyone ever had any positive effect on lessening the seizures when fixing sleep apnea? Did your nocturnal seizures stop or slow down after treating the sleep apnea? What did you use to treat it? Okay, so I have sleep apnea. What did I use to treat it? I did not use anything to treat it. I have a CPAP machine that's over here still in the box to my right. I've had it for over 8 months and haven't used it. It's a lot of work. I was able to admit that on camera. Yeah, it's a lot of work to put that thing over your head and sleep with it. Then you put it under your nose, and I think I have a big head because of the dreads, and then sleeping under my nose, and I turn over a lot. They want you to sleep on your back just to use it. So yeah, to sleep on my back just to use it, and I'm not a back sleeper. I'm more of a stomach sleeper. Yeah, but I have that. They didn't give me any pills. The deviated septum, never heard of it. Actually, I think I heard of it, but I don't know what it is. Sleep apnea, I do have. And I never wondered if that could be the reason for the breakthroughs. But
I mean, not being able to breathe enough at night would lead to less oxygen to your brain. So it makes sense that, it could connect to, having another seizure. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Change your name. There we go. Yeah, it makes sense that not being able to get enough oxygen to your brain because of sleep apnea would eventually lead to a breakthrough. Yeah.
Jeff?
Jeff?
Okay, you don't have to sleep on your back if you're using a CPAP. I've been using one for probably 20 years, and I don't sleep on my back. I sleep on either on my front or on my side.
Okay, yeah, she did say I could sleep on my side.
Yeah.
Side sleeping is so uncomfortable for me for some reason.
And you can also just turn your head to the side.
Okay, yeah, because I'm specifically a stomach sleeper. I turn my head to the side on my stomach. Either way.
Yeah, that's fine. If you turn your head to the side, it's fine. As long as your head isn't flat against the pillow.
I'm not gonna promise I'm gonna use it, but I'll take your advice.
Yeah. It takes some getting used to, but like I said, I've been using it for 20 years and I can't sleep without it now.
Any pillows help?
Sorry?
Did you ever use any of those special pillows that are made for like side sleepers or stomach sleepers?
No.
Jeff never
No.
tried it. Oh, okay.
I have these huge pillows, and since I have three, I hold one like this, and I lay on the other two. So I'm kind of like this or like this, but yeah.
I end up recently, literally in the past 2 months, I'll sleep on my side, and I've been getting shoulder pain. Where I'm like, oh shit. Annie was talking about dislocated shoulders, and now I'm freaking out about am I gonna dislocate my shoulder? Because I'm waking up with these insane shoulder pains.
I have. I've been waking up with insane shoulder pains for a while now, and it's
from sleeping on your side.
Yeah, it's went from shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, it's been swapping back and forth. It went from right to left, and now it's back to right. And I'm like, fucking Christ.
Yeah, it's right here at the top and the back, and it's just really fatigue feeling. I don't even want to move my arms sometimes.
I'll wake up literally at like 3 in the morning and start going like this, like stretching my shoulder out. I got this. It's okay. I'm not old yet. I'm not old.
At least we try to tell ourselves that.
I'm 29. I can't say I'm old.
So
Uh,
you got to start working on getting comfortable in a different position now.
Well,
Because I
normally I sleep
promise-
on my back. It's only on night like on nights where I'm not sleeping well that I shift around a lot. But normally I sleep like a vampire. Just feet straight forward, hands like sort of here or on my side, and straight.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna just be better off trying to get comfortable in a different position because otherwise you're gonna think you like need some kind of
I need to look into
back rubber and
whatever
massage just to be comfortable for it, and girl might not always be into that. Raven, can you back me up on this?
whatever the side like pillow things are. I'm gonna have to look into that.
That's a good one. Those body pillows I heard help.
yeah,
Raven, you there?
they have an epilepsy pillow for people who have nocturnal seizures. I think
Ooh.
so you don't suffocate. Yeah, I don't have many that I know of. So I mean, the pillow's not necessary. I already have enough pillows on this bed.
Oh, you changed your sheets. It was white the other day.
Oh yeah, I got new blankets, all black. It was nice. It looks so much different on Amazon. That blanket looks so much fluffier and bigger. And yeah,
You're in California. You don't need a big fluffy blanket.
I do. I mean, I like the design, not necessarily the blanket. I liked how it looked. Like my bed does not look like those squares that's on there. They do not. On the advertisement, they look like small pillows, and that blanket was way fluffier than this one is, but it's all right. Yeah, I'm not gonna take it back or anything, but I do have something here. It says, "Okay, but how do you know it's gonna be a seizure? Does anyone else constantly think they're getting auras, dizziness, migraines throughout the day, and assume it's a seizure coming, but then it just doesn't? I've canceled so many plans because I was like, oh yikes, I'm gonna have a seizure, and then never comes by, which is great. Don't don't get me wrong, but I hate that I can't seem to tell when I'm actually gonna have a seizure or not. Is there any better way to tell if it's actually gonna be one? For context, I usually only get a brief feel sick, dizzy moment when my seizures before my seizures. I don't really remember what it feels like at all because it's so fleeting. It comes and goes immediately. Usually happens when anywhere from 15 minutes up to 4 hours before the seizure, and then I'm fine again until the seizure happens. Basically, is there a better way to tell if you're going to have a seizure? While I'm thinking about it, I'll read the first comment. Someone says, by the time I know it's going to be a seizure, it's too late to do anything. Same here. Another one says, the feeling that a seizure is coming is a seizure, called focal aware seizures. It's interesting. Someone else says, sometimes you can fend off a seizure by just laying down when you feel that auras. Resting goes a long way. Haven't heard that. Can fend off a seizure. I gotta try that.
Yeah, I guess if lack of sleep or whatever it's called when you don't sleep enough is a trigger for some people, then that might actually help.
But I think once you have an aura, you're having a seizure. So, but yeah, resting goes a long way. That one did have a good point. For me, I know I'm gonna have one. I don't know, but I tried to prevent it by I don't know. I guess the way I tried to prevent it when it happened last week was just like I don't know. I couldn't sit down. I guess the weed was the only thing that helped, and for some reason, it helped a lot. Yeah. I needed
Reagan, it
that.
sounded like you agreed with it.
Once the nausea went away, that's what the weed helped with. Everything got better slowly, one by one, in sync. I got one here. I can kind of. Oh, does anyone else know anything on this? Is what I was trying to get. Anybody else think of your aura and then you're like, oh my God, I need to figure out how to get this better. Been there too many times. And maybe it's just me. Okay, I got one here. It says had a seizure after an appointment and forgot the whole appointment. So I had an appointment to go over the results of my swallowing test today. And then unfortunately I had a seizure afterwards, and postictal amnesia took a whole chunk of my day away. I'm just glad that my brother was in the room with me because I I had plans to discuss my seizures worsening with my doctor. According to my brother, I did talk to my doctor about my seizures, which is good. My doctor said they will be reaching out to neurology, which is huge relief. It's taken way too long to even get to this point. In fact, I even hope a few times, or lost hope a few times. The nurse saw me and did not mention Keppra and Ativan, but thought Keppra would be a good start. She spoke with the resident doctor about it, as I specified that Keppra was a no-go since that was prescribed by a neurologist. But since an appointment with a neurologist will be scheduled soon, I really hope this is finally good news. I've been waiting for a long time. Yeah, there was not really a question here, but advice for that. I do see that doctor. I don't take
I guess
anything
plan on
I don't take anything that the emergency room prescribes unless it's something that I'm asking for. Because I've been given Keppra for no reason, and now I have bottles of Keppra that I didn't need, and then the pharmacy call you and tell you to pick it up because it's ready. So now I got Keppra that I don't need. So there's that. Go
and
ahead,
being
Kate.
that brother was there and on this appointment, it's good that this patient actually had somebody with them, not only to record the details of the appointment, but also to kind of vouch for the patient, since it sounds like if they've been waiting for this a long time and they haven't even gotten a referral yet, this patient's at the very beginning, probably not even diagnosed. So yeah, if this doctor is just now reaching out to neurology, you're gonna want to have a brother or somebody with you in those future appointments so you can have something consistent on this timeline, because it's definitely a journey to get diagnosed sometimes.
Um,
Anybody else ever feel like they're better off accompanied to neurology appointments or any doctor's appointments with someone who can help you keep track?
Definitely.
Yeah, that's always a good help.
so I do have another one here. This one actually has comments. It says tonic-clonic PTSD. Little rant about the tonic-clonic seizures I had a while back. I was in class and happened to ironically have a seizure in health class. I leaned into my boyfriend's arms, and he dropped me on the floor. He left me there while people attended to me. But in the corner of my eye, I saw people getting on the floor and mocking me. My mom was very close to taking it to the American Disability Center and going to sue. She didn't, but it still haunts me until the day that those boys, it still haunts me until this day that those boys did that.
The rest of my years was titled Seizure Girl. It's traumatic to think I'll have that one in public now. I've never experienced that. That is really fucked up to turn around and everybody's faking seizures around you. Then to call you
That's
Seizure Girl.
cruel. And to start off with, the guy that caught her dropped her. So that drew attention to her for the wrong reason to start with. And then people continue to gather around to make fun of that is traumatizing. That's horrible.
She did say I leaned into my boyfriend of the time's arms and he dropped me on the floor. Left me there while people attended to me. That's rough. She doesn't exactly explain where he went after that, but sounds like her mother's gonna sue, so yeah, that is traumatic to be called Seizure Girl in public and to have to wonder if people are gonna have to call you that every time they see you again. One of the commentators says, when I started having them in the 7th grade, everyone who was my friend pretty much left me. Only people I met after that, once the seizures were part of the package, were still considered friends. It was so bad, one of my former best friends called me Seizure Boy, so I get that. I don't know how old you are, but health class sounds like a K through 12 era class. College was way better for me. By then, I fully embraced my epilepsy and introduced myself to classmates, dorm mates as Twitch. And finally, when they ask what, I just chuckle and say, "You'll see."
That's somebody who definitely came to terms, learned to live with it.
Right. This one says, God, I'm sorry that happened to you. People can be so unbelievably cruel. Try to surround yourself with people who support you. Try to remember that you are not your seizure. People who would make fun of someone going through a crisis have shown you in advance that you never want to be around them if possible, and you're open to ask school to present an epilepsy awareness workshop. My daughter would kill me if I ever brought that up, to her. But the fact that every day, people do not understand a thing about epilepsy is terrifying to me. As a mom of a teen with epilepsy, navigating with epilepsy takes courage, and I read the same line. Takes courage. Try really hard not to be absolute idiots, make you feel embarrassed about what's happening. These people are losers. Anyone who would do such a thing, a vile such is such a vile POS. What does POS mean? We'll go past
Piece
it.
of shit.
People who do these things are vile POS. Don't take that bait and rise above them. Those will be things that you cringe over 15 years from now, and you'll be off in the world being a badass. Anyway, I'm babbling. Just had to respond because the mama bear in me infuriated me on your behalf. Keep your chin up. You're perfect.
Well, I am in the midst of a kidney stone attack, so I'm going to be in goblin mode, but I am here.
You want to take the icebreaker really quick? Kate got
Sure.
you?
Yes, I love the icebreakers.
All right, here we go. If costs were not a factor, would you choose to keep your current healthcare providers or change the team?
No, no. I love Duke. I love Duke. I'm actually even wearing her.
Oh, wow. Okay.
No, I would not change the Duke care system for anything.
Thank you
They've
for your
been taking
testimony about
care.
their treatment.
Yes, they've been taking care of me for years. They got me to the point of surgery and past surgery. And they're still taking care of me.
Nice.
It wasn't like, okay, we fixed you, boot. Well, not, you know what I mean.
Not just fix you
it-
and send you off.
yeah. They they take care of you. And
So
that's
you're
the
up and
type of
about with
care
this kidney stone
everyone.
now. That's
You
impressive.
well, I have to. If I don't, it gets worse. If that makes any sense. And it's like, my mom's telling me, no, you need to lay on your left side. It's like, but it's the right side that hurts. I don't
I think
know.
it's just that open, like the opening to your stomach is on the left, so that's been, advice for ever.
I don't know. But I've been drinking like a camel and okay, too much information. Being like a horse. So I'm
Well,
going
you
to
had to
take
finish
muscle
it.
breaks. Yes. But no, that's a great icebreaker question. And anyone who can find that level of care, it sounds like Annie might be, you need to stick with them. Or for as long as
Great
possible.
advice. Yeah.
Okay. I'm
Well, we
going to lay
definitely hope
down
you
now.
feel better.
I'm still here. I might unmute myself, but it'll be hard for me to raise my hand.
All right. And
I'll
remember,
use
another
chat.
bottle
Yeah,
of
I can
water. Take a
chat.
drink with you.
Yeah,
Okay.
where is my there's a Gatorade.
All right, so you get to feeling better. This one here just sounds kind of confused, but there are comments here too. Okay. Can someone please help me through this? Help, please. My text may seem fuzzy because I'm still having seizures. I'm a 22-year-old female suffering from complex partial seizures, TLE. Medicines usually work well, but the recent months it's not. Particularly today, I had 3 seizures in the morning. The 4th one was in front of my friends in college who don't know about my condition. And after I came out of the episode, they looked so scared and afraid because obviously I was acting off and weird, staring blankly. But for the first time, I did something during the seizures I haven't before. I apparently started speaking gibberish and nonsense, and I didn't know what I was saying. The college friends told me, and I didn't want them to know yet, so I passed it off as daydreaming. Then I was all right until coming back from college, where I was with my friends, and all of a sudden things darkened before my eyes, and I felt so tight around my head and skull and had another episode. Every single one of my seizures is accompanied by an aura or deja vu, but this happened for the first time so suddenly. Again, I was being asked, why did I stop dead on the track, etc., and had another one while traveling back home. After all this, I got severely tired, exhausted, especially because the intensity was tremendous and the seizures were so clustered they returned in an aggressive way. I did feel I should go to the hospital, but dropped the idea, instead took half milligram of clonazepam. It instantly put me to sleep, but now I'm awake in the middle of the night with my head throbbing and a tendency of having another seizure. I know they're happening inside. So my rescue medication didn't work and I don't know what to do. Also, should I share this with my friends? I didn't, because during my bachelor's I did the mistake and lost all of the friends. So I really want to go to college. Today was my first day at master's, but I feel so disheartened with this health state of mine. I would be very thankful if someone reads this and suggests they makes any suggestions they'd like to. Okay, I'm hung up on the 22-year-old female having a bachelor's. Oh, okay. They're talking about the learning degree. Never mind. Um, yeah, at this point, I don't think you can fight it with the friends. The friends are gonna know now something's up, and the speaking gibberish part, you don't want any speculation. Just shut it down with those you trust the most. Tell them what's up if you plan on
Yeah,
keeping listening.
I don't want to hide it from people I'm around, and it seems like those are people you want to be around. So I don't hide it from people I'm around. I mean, like that position because you want to be around them. So I don't hide it from people I'm gonna want to hang around because I want them to know just in case I hurt myself or like the person said, just start speaking gibberish. You could have just walked away. It could have been a different type of seizure. Instead of gibberish, you could have walked away and went somewhere, left people. Those are situations you need someone to be like, okay, yeah, this might be a seizure. Yeah. Yeah.
A good point in the comments is that if your rescue meds aren't working, that's definitely something that needs to be addressed as soon as possible too. But we've had others say that the rescue meds stop a seizure from turning tonic-clonic, but it doesn't necessarily killed the cluster. So that's something to just kind of learn about yourself too. Maybe that rescue med will stop that one seizure and you pass out, but the cluster might not be over. That is just kind of how it works as far as I know. A lot of other people are making the point too that around, early to mid 20s is when your epilepsy changes. That's when it seems like a lot of people do develop different kinds of seizures and even triggers. Sometimes we can get more triggers.
I got another post here, unless you want to read some comments. It says, I have no idea where it's safe for me to work. Okay, this is going to sound so dumb, but I have no idea where I should be working as someone with epilepsy. I was thinking McDonald's because almost all of them near me are hiring, but I'm scared it has happened before that. I've had a seizure and fell on the stove while cooking, and I know I'm going to be near very hot oil and stoves. If I get an offer to work for them, I'm not willing to possibly fall onto a stove or something while I'm working and maybe die or disfigure myself for life. And on top of that, my memory is horrendous and it takes some ridiculously long time for me to memorize things. Does anyone else have suggestions on where I should work or any tips on how to memorize things? Seriously, anything would help. One comment says, I understand your apprehension. I am a climbing arborist.
Yeah, arborist is working with trees.
I spend my days hanging from a nylon rope with a chainsaw in my hand. I've had to accept the fact that there are risks in my hazards. My advice is you create a good one. Good, safe habits and surround yourself with others that do the same as well. Learn a trade and find quality outfit to work with. Be honest with employers and come prepared with response plan for you, coworkers to be trained on. As far as your memory, take notes and pictures, set multiple reminders, and do what you can to build a routine. My memory was shit before the seizures and meds. Trust me, you got this.
That was a really good reply. The routine definitely has a lot to do with it, I would think. So that way you can at least make sure that you took your meds on time and have a better chance of knowing when you're more likely to have a seizure. But that arborist thing, I mean, think about having a seizure when you're climbing. Only security is that rope. So that does seem kind of risky. I guess it's just back to the drawing board. See what you know about your seizures, what would trigger it, what wouldn't. And whatever skills you have, so a lot of those work from home jobs, you don't have to necessarily memorize a lot. You can read a script for a lot of stuff like that, but maybe don't expect it to be your dream job.
Yeah, but for him, like hanging from a tree, a seizure dangling, how do you think that would go? So I know they say don't hold us, but up there you're not necessarily being held. That's like the ultimate freedom. You think the person would just be like flailing?
I would think so. So if they definitely have tonic-clonics, then that one might not be the one to do.
I can imagine having a focal up there and you're just staring at something and people are calling you like, hey, you're just ignoring people. Or wandering off with a chainsaw. That would be me. Take the
Cutting the wrong
chainsaw.
branches.
They're looking for me and the chainsaw. They call me and I'm in a different county. Yeah, safe for you to work. I say everyone always tells me find some way to work from home. That's what everyone keeps telling me. Find some way to work from home. Those are hard to find jobs.
And then they give you like $10 an hour.
The pay and the benefits isn't always worth it. So yeah, you gotta find something where you can get good accommodations. when you are working. And I wouldn't say McDonald's is a bad job. Um, but you can fall in the fryer. That is a thing. You can fall on the stove. That's another thing. So, if there's any possibility you have management history, you can be in the back, or you could find something at a register to where you just don't have to, be near anything besides money in the register. Which could be bad. I didn't work at the register, but I could imagine having a seizure while you're taking someone's change or throwing the change across the room because of my economy. That'd be hilarious. It wouldn't necessarily, people wouldn't understand it. They'd be like, why do you just throw my money or drop it or something?
And then you start saying something that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Start singing a song or something. I wonder why we don't do that. Why we always got to say stuff that doesn't make sense instead of like, there's a song playing in your head. Why can't we just do anything that makes more sense during a seizure? I wish.
Right. Yeah, like I said, I've seen videos and my mom has told me before that I just go to sleep afterwards and I just turn into like a deep snore, like a deep sleep from wide awake to sleep. Those ones, I find it funny. So that's it.
But
But
you
I
ever
seen,
think those are triggered by lack of sleep?
never paid attention to it. Just seen it on camera. And I was told, yeah, yeah, those weren't triggered by sleep that I know of. But like I said, I wasn't there. So I can't necessarily say. But yeah, I had to go a job like somewhere you're not. I was gonna say not hurt yourself, but being at a register is still rough. Because if you're the only cashier that day, like I once was, they asked me to stay after my seizure. Because otherwise there was no other cashier. So yeah, find a job. Tell them you have epilepsy. They can't not hire you because of epilepsy. And then ask for accommodations to be safe at your position so you don't hurt yourself. Because F that job if they don't care about you hurting yourself on the job.
You don't even have to tell them right away. If your
Right.
seizures are well controlled, but after a while, if I couldn't hide it at the call floor, they ended up just moving my cubicle closer to the exit. I had the booth right by the back door after they called the ambulance twice.
Well, like it's easier for them to get to you over there.
Exactly. That's
Oh,
the vibe I
really?
got.
I
But it was
had
also easier for me to wander off too.
had mine moved closer to the back where the manager was.
That's what they told me. The manager's office was in the corner, and then there was like two little cubicles, and then the exit door. I got the cubicle closer to the exit door, but I was on the front of the floor. So they told me I was going closer to the manager, but bullshit. It was getting me closer to the exit because
I
I wandered
never
off
thought about
several
that.
times.
There was an
You know?
emergency exit near there.
You see?
Well, then again, this is the manager that I kicked during a seizure.
Oh,
Well, afterwards.
okay.
Actually, I don't remember the story. Never mind. Well, I remember the story. Okay, so I had a friend who was a security guard. This might sound familiar. And after my seizures, very early on, well, actually, even after, I get scared as fuck. And that it comes off as a panic attack because that's essentially what it is. It's I have a seizure and then I go into a panic attack because everything's out to get me. And um, this one security guard, he was ace at getting me to calm down for a moment. And he was actually posted close to that exit. Okay, story over.
So he was there to look out for you.
Yeah, he was. I still hated the call center job though.
You ever think if you have seizures and you're wandering off, that's kind of that's your body telling you you really don't want to be there. Now that I look back on that job, that is where I had more wander off seizures than anywhere else.
There's only one I've had at a job, so I wouldn't exactly know. Yeah, other jobs I didn't have a position where I could wander off. Like at Krispy Kreme, I wasn't at the register, so I was in the back. Making donuts. Making donuts, hanging out in the back. But when I was at the register, yeah, that's another one where you can't leave because you're at the register. But when I worked at a warehouse, that's when I wandered off. You're just wandering the whole day anyway. Is anyone else unafraid of seizures? Hello, I'm unafraid of seizures, basically just because I don't drive, so I don't put anyone else at risk. I figure it's bad enough for my body suffocates, then I won't be aware of it. I'm in good standing with pretty much everyone I'm able to contact, and I give the I give to the poor because the ones that can't the ones I can't contact for whatever reason, usually just shame. I don't know if anyone else who's blocked my number, even though plenty who have a reason to. So I figure if I die from seizures, it'll be better than even when people die in hospice on morphine. And yeah, I'll be missed, but that's a good thing. It would be death from natural causes, not self imposed. So no one can really blame themselves except maybe the soldiers who've caused my epilepsy. Overall, though, I'm living pretty right. So as long as I don't have to drive, I'm not afraid of having a seizure. Well, I am afraid of hurting my teeth or my tongue. I like to eat. But other than that, I've been plenty of life-threatening situations for a big seizure. It sounds way better than most of those because for most of those, I was conscious. Can anyone else relate? If you do, think this is an unhealthy take? If so, please explain and why upvote so more of us can see this explanation. I wouldn't say I'm unafraid. I'd say I don't let it get to me, like the thought that I have seizures. That's what this person sounds like they're saying. And it sounds like they are afraid of seizures. They're saying they're not. I'm not understanding, but I can't relate because I am afraid of seizures. Anyone not afraid of seizures?
The thing that stuck out at me, honestly, was not the not afraid of seizures, but the driving. What if you're driving and you do have a breakthrough seizure? Because it sounds like you still have them. They're going off their meds, is that it? I'm
Pretty much
confused. Are
what
they
it
taking
sounds like.
meds? Then you are going to cause an accident and potentially kill or, give someone else a traumatic brain injury that gives them epilepsy.
Well, no, I haven't
Mm,
read that they plan on stop taking their pills. I just relooked through it.
Okay, sorry, I'm half.
Welcome, Anne.
Oh, hello. I'm
Okay.
still half asleep. I'm on my phone.
All right. Seems like
Okay, well,
everyone
thank you
else
for
is
joining.
asleep too. You're not the only one.
Yeah. Damn. Can't wait until this side effect goes away. Wow.
The
Big
sleepiness?
sleepy day.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's still from the ex-copri. This isn't my norm. But yeah, it'll go away.
Hopefully,
All
everyone
right, well,
else
if
is
you can
awake.
manage, I've got a question here as the icebreaker. If cost were not a factor, would you choose to keep your current healthcare providers or change the team? I figured this would be a good one for you, Anne, since you are getting, the right people on board now.
Yeah, and I would stay. If I had to pay them, I would stay. finally got it together. So yeah, it takes a team, and I would have been in a lot of trouble without that team last week. So yes, I've got them working together. I would keep them.
That is so encouraging to hear that you finally got some people on your side.
Yeah, I was amazed to see how they worked together last week when I'm like, yo, look at this heart rhythm. Yo, oh, yeah. So we're not sure what that was, but it stopped immediately. I don't think I need any lab tests for that one. Yeah. But yeah, they worked real fast and worked together. We're still working on getting this surgery together and all those tests. And yeah, it's working for me.
So at this point, with how they've acted so far, would you actually say you trust them with your life?
I do. I do now. So I think what I needed more was some tweaking. If that makes sense. They they needed a smack upside the head and they got it. So, you know,
And
and
Anne is the one to deliver it.
yeah, it's like, okay, you will figure this out. You will understand why I've been harsh. And she did. So, and she even said, she's like, I don't know how I could do an EKG and a few hours later your heart went crazy. And yeah, and it used to be that, oh, they would just tell me it was stress. That was too scary to say it was stress. So, but yeah, I trust them now. I mean, my primary decided that outpatient wasn't going to be a good idea for surgery, and she brought that to the surgeon's attention. And that was something I was trying to do. I'm like, you're going to end up putting me in an ambulance anyway. So why don't we just do this at the hospital? Oh no, we have a surgery center. Yeah, that's nice. But I'm not like everyone else. And finally got that message through. Yeah, it changed the schedule, but I know I'll be safer in a hospital. And yeah, she had something to do with that. I would have been mad about that before, but I know I can't be mad about it because she did the right thing. And yeah, and I needed a little extra time to get off the Xcopri. I didn't know that. So now I know that.
Timing is everything, and you're actually handling this so well. Just taking a way more peaceful perspective. Picture perfect patient. You are.
You are so inspiring.
Thank you. I wasn't like this a year ago. I would have been screaming and yelling. Like I would be having a tantrum. Um, and the way my pain was today, oh my God. Oh my God. My daughter wouldn't even touch it. She's like, I can't stand it. I can't stand what I'm feeling. And she's like, just go lay down. You know, there was nothing I could do about it. The pain was excruciating, and they won't give me anything for pain. It's a battle. The surgeon can't, because they can only do post-op now. My primary won't, because she's worried about, the benzos, this, that. I'm like, okay, I'm going to have those after surgery. So we're going to have to figure that out now. I'm not going to go through all that surgery and come home without pain management. So if we can't figure that out now, but they won't give me anything. And it's like, all right, I'm just going to sleep it off.
And that's exactly how you're handling it. So have you noticed that the sleep did make a difference?
Oh, yeah. It's making it easier for me to deal with shit, but I'm still cranky. But yes, compared to 3 hours of sleep a night, if I was lucky, to 8 hours and a 3 hour nap, it is making a difference. I have to give in and say, okay, I can't be awake right now. And that's the hardest part, is to just let myself lay down. But yeah, I am feeling better with more sleep, but I'm still feeling this. And I don't know. I don't know what they expect me to do with this kind of pain.
And expect you to live with it. So this is only, technically until the surgery, hopefully, right?
Yeah, 2 weeks. I think that's 2 weeks away, the 3rd, September 3rd. So yeah, we thought we'd be counting down the hours by now. And but hey, it didn't work out like that, but I'm so tired. I can't even explain it. It's like I'm sitting here, I've been sitting up for about 20 minutes and I'm like, I can't sit up anymore. I'm gonna fall over. And that's the kind of tired I'm talking about. It's like, oh my God, I have to lay down.
I like how you're feeling now. You sound cheerful when you talk. Around 8 weeks ago, you did not sound cheerful at all. You sound like you were ready to give up. Love
No,
it.
yo, I was a wreck when I showed up. That's for sure. I was like, that's it. I'm done. Because I couldn't even get them to schedule a surgery. And we knew, I couldn't get the help I needed from anybody. And I know without a doubt, the biggest thing that affected me was having my epileptologist take PNES out of my list of health concerns. So he's like, that doesn't belong there. And yes, it created some problems. So it's there. It's still in my records because those things are permanent. But it, I forgot the name, what he said. It's just, it doesn't show up in my health concerns like when I go to a hospital. So no, too dangerous. You're right.
A bunch of us, a bunch of us were really concerned about you, Annie. Like we were all worried and wanted to make sure you were okay.
Yeah, well, I'm okay. So tired. Right from like Pookie was saying in the beginning, I apologize if I scared you guys, but we see newbies coming in that mindset where it's like, that's it, it's over. I got nothing. And the only way to find out if you got a little more left in you is to have somebody else see it. And I think that's what it was for me, was having somebody else say, no, wait a minute, you're not going to give up, and it's like, I'm going to reach out a little farther and see what to do, and that's what it came down to. It was like just having somebody recognize, we get it. We understand how you're feeling, but it's not worth giving up over.
Yeah, I remember the day where you kept saying you were giving up. And then your vibe changed once you seen so much love when everybody kept telling you, no, 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 it's okay. And this is going to get better. This is going to get better. And like
Yep.
3 or 4 meetings later, you were smiling. And then you told us about a doctor that wanted to take on. And yeah, so we
Yeah.
instantly knew it was up from here. You've been smiles from there.
Yeah, the power of Pookie, the Pookie power. It's the Pookie power. Pookie family power. I don't know what we call this, but it's
That is hilarious.
wonderful. Yeah, it's
That support structure, we're here. We got you.
yeah, and more than my people did. Like my case manager, I've had 6 case managers, and 5 of them quit because they could not help me, and they were so frustrated. And they're professionals, and I'm like, how could you quit me when you can't help me? Well, that's why. And I'm like, you're telling me not to give up, but you are. So, and that's where I was, and it's like, all right, when they assigned me a new case manager, I had to sit her down and tell her, you better be ready to grab on for this ride. It's gonna be scary because, and by the time she came on, and then it was a couple months later that I joined you guys. And she said the same thing, she's like, I don't know what just happened. And I'm like, well, 2 things. I found out where to hit them to get them to hear me. And that was one thing. And then I got support from you guys. And, having people kind of sounds insane, but having people in the cannabis community tell me how to take down an epilepsy center brick by brick, Yo, thank you for the jackhammer. It worked. So, and now I know to tell anybody. All you have to say to that doctor at any epilepsy center is, does this comply with the regulations of your accreditation? Should I question that? And boom, they are right back in military. I'm right here listening, and that's all it took. So, and one printed email. So he knew I was serious. And I'm like, this here, these medical events and the notes that led up to them, that is outright medical negligence. It's not you, but this is what this led to. I have every right to sue because now I'm aware of what caused these problems. So that statute of limitations changed. And, it's like I wasn't aware that it caused that much harm until it was, changed. But, it definitely messed my mental health up. We know that.
Oh, okay, Jordy, we still got you there?
Let's went in the tip jar.
Party. Folks, I got fired from my job today.
What?
Yeah. I'm really sad.
They give you like good reason?
So it was because of my attitude was prickly.
As much as I know about you, that doesn't seem like you.
It was prickliness towards my coworker who got hired like 8 months ago. Because he is technically my boss, but I've been there longer. And so he would try and tell me what to do. And I would be like, well, but we've always sort of done it this way. And I would look at his opinions on how we should do stuff and go, oh, that actually doesn't seem like it would work as well. I, the entire time, should have just been saying, okay, and just letting him fuck up. I really just should have let him fuck up. And I didn't. I had to be the one who was like, hey, maybe we should do it this way because it actually is more efficient and works better. But yeah, now I got fired.
And there was no warning or last, like, this is your last chance to just fall into compliance kind of thing.
Nope. My last review of any kind was like more than 6 months ago. And I walked into the meeting today and was told today's your last day.
They fired you on the spot, or they wanted you to finish the day?
It was one meeting that was scheduled for today, nothing else. And that one meeting was just me getting fired. Jordy!
What's good?
He's back.
I
Right.
I had to use the restroom, so I had to use the restroom real quick. So and and also I ate Chipotle like a few hours ago. Before I got to this meeting, so
Oh, okay. Chipotle and having to use the bathroom are basically synonymous. So
I get it. I get it.
basically, so
You've been gone for an hour, so I get it.
yeah.
I got something here. It says, how much sleep do people get? I know that lack of sleep can be a trigger for many people's seizures, but just how bad is it? We keep getting told we need 7 to 8 hours of sleep a night, but my average is 6 hours and 46 minutes. Last year it was 6 hours and 45 minutes, etc. And never feel the same. I never feel the need for more. I'm terrible at waking up at 4 a.m. and lying around, but as long as I can get back to sleep within a couple hours, I can get a night's allocation. So, how much do other people get in real life? And how can I persuade my brain to need 8 hours? persuading the brain is kind of hard, or I would persuade my brain to stop having seizures, if that were possible. I wouldn't say get sleeping meds because they gave me those, and the side effects were even worse, so I didn't take them. Just fight the insomnia. I get my 8 hours. Whenever I go to sleep, I get that full 8. I wake up and figure out if I go to sleep at 5, I'll wake up at 12. But yeah, I'm getting my full 8. How about you?
For me, like I would get like 6 to 7 hours of sleep. I mean, like because like my room is like pretty much like a mess and stuff like that. But like for me, I would get like at least like 6 to 7 hours of sleep, but basically 7. I mean, like I've been trying to like limit going out and like limit going out and trying to try to go to sleep more because of because like for me like if I take like sleeping meds like the side effects like make it worse like with the sleeping effects with the sleeping effects and also with the sleeping meds as well. So so like personally like I would like try to make it at a normal time to sleep, like whether it's like 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. And then like try to schedule that for a few weeks, and then like set and like then I will like set the alarm for at least like from like 6 a.m. to from like at least like 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. Like like just to wake up. But I did heard that people get us like sleep apnea. I mean like like for me for me I would like use like the nasal spray before I go to sleep. Or else like or like there's one TikTok nasal spray that they have to make you go to sleep. I mean like I forgot the name of it. But but like I think personally I would I would say like I would say like just train yourself to sleep at a regular time.
Unless you're taking things that cause insomnia,
Right.
then you either fight the insomnia or ask for something else. With me,
Yeah.
I felt like it's working for my seizures, so just fight the insomnia. Do what you can. I'm winning the fight, I believe.
For sleep.
Yeah, I think I'm losing the fight sometimes when I'm up until 6 a.m. and I'm just like, go to sleep. And yeah,
Yeah.
for the most part, I'm winning. Anybody else fighting that deep night's sleep? Anyone not getting 8 hours?
Well, I'm definitely down to 5, but it's working. Once a week, I'll sleep in, get closer to 8 hours. And this is going on the 4th week. Are you allowed to have it? Of the B12 and a lot more energy. One less benzo. Again, just a lot more energy, feeling better. And less sleep, 5 hours I'm making a lot more better use of my time. So maybe everybody doesn't need the 8 hours every night.
Yeah, because I definitely couldn't ride on 5. No days of the week. That sounds rough.
Shout out to Nature's Maid. I like it.
Yeah, shout out to Nature's Maid, but I couldn't do 5 hours. I need at least.
But then when I do sleep, it's definitely a much deeper sleep. I'm not waking up in the middle of it, before when I was getting the 8 hours and waking up earlier in the day. I would wake up every 3 hours without fail. And that doesn't happen anymore. Now that it's less sleep, I do sleep harder.
So I'm a light sleeper. So me for falling asleep, I hear things moving around. And being that there's a bathroom on each side of me, someone's gonna do something. And especially because it's weekdays, I hear someone showering to my left, bathroom to my right, and my sister that's in our house. But yeah, I can hear showers start each morning. I can hear people getting ready for work. So yeah, I try to sleep before 6. I try, because other than that, I'm not going to be able to. People are up moving around. TVs are on. You can hear everything under me, next to me. Yeah. If I don't get any sleep, then I just ride it out until I'm tired and fall asleep wherever I'm at. The first comment here says, I'm getting 2 to 4 hours of sleep. Another one says, my epileptologist has always said sleep is quality over quantity type thing. I don't worry about getting 8 hours of sleep. I can get 6 hours of solid sleep, 6 hours of solid quality sleep. I make sure I get to bed at the same time every day. I keep my devices off and have a good wind down routine. I do just fine. If there's a few days of bad sleep, I take a Unisom and plan for sleep through the whole night. Oh, also I take naps. Naps are the worst for quality sleep. Anybody take any pills for sleep?
Ambien and Seroquel. And combination with Excopri is glorious. I love it.
Yeah, no, Doc put me on diazepam at night. So I think that helped. I know the Excopri helped me sleep, but that's gone. But like right now, I can't stay awake. I I literally I'm like, yeah, it's that feeling that I cannot stay awake. So, and I've been sleeping. My daughter was joking. She's like, I think you wake up for maybe 2 hours a day. And that's what it's been like pretty much all weekend. And missed my grandson's birthday party, which is okay. Uh, yeah, just, and it just, I don't know. I guess everybody's different because we had tried um, clobazam and lorazepam, and it turned out to be right now it's Valium, but the Xcopri definitely changed my sleep problem. I don't know how it's going to be in a couple of weeks, but you know, but yeah, it was just Valium. But I mean, I tried everything. I tried all of the no-nos, the diphenhydramine and melatonin and all of that. And it was crazy that they were telling me to take diphenhydramine. Even knowing that I shouldn't have, I'm like, okay, you better make sure you got me well supplied with rescue meds. And it was like, oh, you weren't kidding, right? When we were refilling the whatchamajigger, the nasalam. And it's like I told you, I cannot take diphenhydramine. And you're like, no, this will help you sleep. Okay, okay, let me listen to my doctor. Well, yeah. So, but now I'm like, I can't stay awake. But I slept more than 8 hours. I used to be okay with like 6.5. It's when it goes below 4 hours, that's when I'm in trouble. And I think that's what we all need to know. It's like, what's your sleep threshold? Like, if you have 3 nights in a row with less than 4 hours of sleep, how do you respond to that? Or, okay, you had one night where you only got 4 hours of sleep, but every other night is fine and you're fine. And everybody has their own kind of sleep pattern where, when you're screwed. Do you know what I mean? It's like, uh-oh, I better get some sleep. And I was going on month 2 of less than 3 hours a night. And yeah, I had to do something. But, and it was the same doctor that I saw last year, you know, but when I went in and I'm like, okay, we got a problem. Here we are. This is what we're looking at. And this is what happens in my history. I just don't feel like doing, I don't feel like wasting time ending up in status because I've been telling you guys I can't sleep, you know, and then yeah, everything fell together after that. But right now, I don't know what kind of sleep I'm getting. They don't 100% rely on Apple Watch, but it's a good tool. So, excuse me, I don't know. But yeah, still
Yeah,
tired.
so it's definitely another individual thing. So just out of curiosity though, are you done titrating up on the Xcopri now? Are you taking your full dose?
No, we stopped.
Okay.
Yeah, the heart rhythm. I don't know if I had a chance to tell you guys. I had an onset of a very drastic, irregular heartbeat. And it set off the alarm on my watch several times. And a couple of those times I put my blood pressure cuff on and it was setting the alarm on the blood pressure cuff. They do rely on the accuracy of that cuff. So I'm like, okay, I'll bring it with me. And they just go through the memory of the blood pressure cuff. But what was happening within 1 minute, my heart rate was going as low as 38 beats per minute up to 165 within a minute, up and down without any real pattern. And I was on 50 milligrams of Xcopri, and we just dropped my Vimpat by 100 milligrams a day. So we're not sure if they were seizures because we dropped the Vimpat too quickly, for me at least, or was it a reaction to the Xcopri? But I tell all of my doctors, if there is a rare side effect, I'm your girl. Okay. I will be that case for you. I am not joking. So to look at my doctor on Zoom, he's sitting back in his chair with his arms crossed, and he's like, yep, you're right. You're the rare one. This doesn't happen. And I said, yeah, it does. This is why they changed the titration. Too many people had heart attacks from Xcopri in the UK. And he's like, I don't want to talk about that. Yeah, I know. But let's talk about that. Is this something that we should do before any individual takes Xcopri? If it has a known cardiac side effect. And he's like, well, that's not a bad idea, you know, because he didn't know what else to say to me. I'm like, so now I probably have this cardiac abnormality. But he said, we're not going to look into this until after your shoulder surgery, because if I see a cardiologist, it'll cancel my surgery. So let's see what happens. So we stopped the Xcopri. No more events. When you look at it on like the month, like when you spread the graph out, it's like boom, boom. Okay, it's gone. It was literally just 30 hours of this. Now I know what a heart attack feels like. But yeah, I was the rare one that had, I didn't know that I still don't know if I have, it's called QT shortening, and it's an electrical abnormality in the heart. So I still have to get tested for that. But we had to stop the Xcopri immediately. And at 50 milligrams, it's not bad, but he said you might have some of the side effects for a few weeks, just sleep it off. And that was it. But, you know, finding out this has never happened. No, you can't say never. So, but I'm that rare one that had to have it happen. So yeah, no more Xcopri, back to the drawing board. We'll deal with this after I get my shoulder taken care of. That's all. But yeah,
With taking that, do you feel high or is it just a fatigue?
the Xcopri,
Yeah.
I felt pretty good on 25 milligrams. And if you want to call it a high, it was basically, it got rid of the glitches I have all day long. So I had more energy because I wasn't having all of the myoclonic glitches. But when I got to 50, that's when I was like, I told Angel, I'm like, this is no joke. I'm like ready to face plant on the second dose of 50 milligrams. And then the next day, after the second dose was when my heart went crazy. And that's usually when that shows up, that little problem with the heart. And that usually shows up by 50 milligrams. Because 100 milligrams would complicate it. But thankfully, but yeah, no, I don't know if I can say I was high, but I was feeling pretty good on 25 milligrams. And if I knew they could keep me at that dose with 200 milligrams of Imcat, I would probably be okay. But I won't risk it. I will never risk a second attempt at any medication that I had a life-threatening side effect from. Yeah, I've done that. I will never do that again. The side effect does not change at all, other than it's worse. So if your kidneys are gonna fail, you're gonna experience that. Yeah. If the first time you just got jaundice, the second time you're gonna go into liver failure. So I'll never do that again. And my doctor knows that. Like if I say, okay, I'm done with this. Yeah, I told him before he said it was okay. I'm not kidding. I said, okay, I'm not taking Xcopri until we know. I think I'm okay to stop here, just waiting for you to agree. And when he called and he's like, so you weren't going to take another pill whether I agreed or not, right? Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Do
That
these
was
guys ever thank you? I mean, for literally like teaching them something. You are that one patient who gets the rare side effects, and like they must be learning a lot from you.
yeah. And well, when I came here 5 years ago, I knew that. I knew that about myself. And I'm like, I really wanted to share the growth from that. And the previous providers didn't see that. This guy does. Because he's the oh shit. What a gem. And I'm like, seriously, look at the side effects that I had from other medications. The rarest of the rare side effect that you can get from phenobarbital. Okay, I can't have that. I'm allergic to the most innocuous antibiotic known to man, but you put that in my eyes, I'm in the ICU. So, you know, all the mycins, erythromycin, gentamicin will kill me. But I can take, you know, I can take any other antibiotic with those. It's so rare, it's ridiculous. And they think they're like, oh, you're making this up. No, I wish. But yeah, he was definitely, this stuff doesn't happen. And you are that person. So, because the history I have with his previous colleagues, These things don't happen. You don't do these things to patients. And then I react to Xcopri with what, yeah, it's the death. It is the death side effect. So no thanks.
Not worth it. Not happening to you.
I wish I could sleep for 12 hours. I think just mixed with the B12, my body is like surviving on just enough sleep.
Yeah,
Okay, out of all that, you ended up jealous about how long she slept.
Yeah.
I don't blame you because I might be jealous next week. Okay, let's face it. This might go away and I'll be jealous of not being able to sleep again. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just thought of something that, yeah, I mean, I won't name names, but I just realized there's something, another reason I might not be sleeping is because I'm no longer taking pregabalin, and the nerve pain from, not just the issues I have, but all of us, you have epilepsy, you're going to have nerve pain somewhere. Okay, something's going to be zapping somewhere. Who just popped in? But yeah, pregabalin is just as good, if not better, than gabapentin for nerve pain. So it knocked me out today was psilocybin because that's my next best nerve pain remedy. And I just realized, I'm like, man, I am still wiped out. I'm like, yo, I didn't measure that dose. I just popped it in my mouth. And that was a pretty big cap. So yeah, I might still be tripping, guys, but still, when I told my that one NP, and this is right after I joined Epilepsy Universe, I got so sick of this woman fighting over what I was taking pregabalin for, because she was like, no, it's for pain, it's for pain. I was taking it for seizures, especially the nocturnal seizures, and I'm not taking it anymore because she didn't want to write the script, so I had to get myself off of it, yada yada. And I'm like, I really wonder if that was helping me sleep and preventing those, yeah, whatever was happening overnight. I don't know. It just came to mind.
Yeah, I mean, like, I sleep so light, so I mean, I can get just enough sleep. We'll see you later, Brandon. I can get just enough sleep. It won't let me like sleep throughout the day. I think I sleep too lightly, so like I hear traffic. Like I said, there's bathrooms on both walls, so I hear the bathrooms. So yeah, I couldn't get. I don't even know how the medication would work. I think I just feel high all day because I try to fight it.
Man, I get high on sleep. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. When we're once I get sleep deprived and I start getting enough sleep, I can get high just on that. But I can't say the Xcopri made me high, but it did help me sleep. And it's it definitely, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. My brain's going off in a couple directions because we still have to find a solution. I wonder if all I need to do is go back on that pregabalin because I didn't have this kind of nerve pain, but to be honest, my doctor knows I use psilocybin and he said he doesn't know enough about it. And all he said was, can I trust you to use it wisely? I'm like, oh, yes. I can tell you straight up, I hate tripping. I hate it. I can't say I've ever had a bad trip, but it's not the reason I use psilocybin.
Ouch. Yeah, it's that. Okay. I have a nerve stuck in a joint right now that every time I take a deep breath, it is getting pinched. So if psilocybin's going to shut that down, calm it down a bit, I'm going to take some shrooms. And he's like, all right, I don't know how it reacts. And I said, talk to these people at Johns Hopkins and they'll explain. So now he knows how I'm using it because I'm in their study. So it's like, okay, this isn't a bad thing. And I can't take all those, like, you can't just put me on Vicodin right now. Like, yeah, I got to have something for this kind of pain. But I wonder now if if I just go back on the pre-gambling. I don't know.
Worth a try for your life.
What's that?
Worth a try for your life.
I can really understand you. Where's the what for your life?
I heard it's worth a try for your life.
Yeah,
Oh.
but I mean, I was on pre-gambling for a long time, but like just like everything else, especially when you have drug resistant or refractory epilepsy, I was developing a tolerance and I was taking so much of it that it made me allergic to the sun. Okay. And that doesn't fit my lifestyle. So, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like we're out of pharmaceuticals. He might be right. We're out. We're out. I haven't tried Briviact yet.
Is Briviact the one that comes in extended release too?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think I tried that one before the Carbatrol, and the Carbatrol ended up working better for me, but it was that brand name that I couldn't get for very long.
Carbatrol. Is that Tegretol? No.
Carbamazepine, I know, is the off-brand name, but it's from that family. It is a really kind of common one.
I always wondered why they gave me Ativan, and they give it to me in the IV in the ambulance usually. I thought it was like a pain medication or a sleeping medication. I didn't know it was a benzo.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's our favorite benzo. Yes, that's my drug seeking benzo because I asked for it. I'm like, you better give me some Ativan while I can still talk. And they didn't. So by the time they got me to the hospital, I couldn't tell them anything. And it was, oh my God, that story is the funniest story from Rochester. And they were like, we didn't even know who you were. I'm like, all you had to do was scan my tattoo, fool. Anybody, I don't know if you know, I don't know if you guys know this. If you've ever been in the hospital and they ask you, do you have two tattoos, this, that, they will take pictures of those tattoos and it goes now, it is in a national database, just like facial recognition. So your tattoo is just like facial recognition. So I'm waking up 3 days later after this seizure, and this nurse is telling me the story. Oh, we got you here. This happened, that happened. And I'm sitting there and I'm loaded up on, I don't know what they had me on. And I was still smart enough to say, why didn't they just scan my tattoo? Or better yet, my teeth?
But cover-ups. So many people get tattoos done and then just, fix it.
But then there's this thing since the 1950s called dental records. Your dental records. Well,
Oh yeah, crime junkie here. That's
Even
on cold
your
cases.
skull, yeah, even if your skull has been separated from your body. Okay, your dental records will identify you. And I'm like, wait, I'm the one that had the seizure, right? And the nurse turned on her heel and walked out the door and sent somebody else in to talk to me. And I'm like, please tell me you didn't. Please tell me you didn't. You know, it's like, well, we thought you were having an overdose. Oh, Jesus, you know, and I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. But apparently they didn't know how to read the tattoo. It says epilepsy. It's not code, it's a word. Um, you know, it's like just what? But no, Ativan, you know, my first few visits to the hospital, I was telling them, you're probably going to have to give me either a sublingual or an IV. I feel this seizure coming. And I'm like, this is my third cluster today. Oh, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, cheers. So they have it in my records that I was drug seeking. And it just made another team literally crack up.
That's just as bad as the PNES.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they're not talking about fixing that.
Well, I mean, that's not, you can't get that out of your record. It's basically I don't know how to say it. It can be used however that provider wants to use it. So if ever it's used against me, I will know that that's a negative agenda on that provider. And I know how
Okay.
awful that sounds. It's just going to tell me immediately that they are there to harm me, or they have their own agenda and they need a data point. It ain't going to be me. Because yes, I know that's there. And did you see why? There are things called diagnosis deferred. And if you don't read the deferrals, you're showing me that you only wanted to use that diagnosis. So being aware that in your records, whenever your doctor says, yeah, I had that tossed, ask if he wrote a deferral and get a copy of it. Because whenever you have a deferred diagnosis, that doctor had to submit a statement of deferral to say, okay, that was not a psychiatric event. She literally had tonic-clonic seizures. So that deferred diagnosis that's in my records, I have a hard copy, paper copy of it. So if ever a doctor wants to say, well, in October 2023, you had this psychiatric event, I can say, so can my daughter, because she knows now what her mom's been going through for decades. Now she knows. She can pull it out and say, you didn't read the deferral. And if you're not going to apply the deferral to that diagnosis, I'm reporting that. That's it. That's it. And okay, I can do that. I can do, you know, and it's like, I want more and more people to know what they can do to protect themselves from these doctors who do what we call search, copy, paste providers. They look for what they want to treat you for or what they want to frame you with and take those codes. Okay, you've got this. And that's exactly what I just went through for 5 years. Until I said, yo, I'm recognizing something here. And you're telling this doctor that he was wrong. I'm going to bring him with me, bro. I'm just not going to tell you till we get there. You know,
Love it.
yeah.
And then your accreditation's going to be on the line at the same time where you're looking all these people in the face that can actually make a difference.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that's beautiful.
You know, and now I've got this doctor, I've got this epileptologist looking at me like, you're not kidding. You just saved this place by the skin of its teeth. Anybody else would have sued us by now. You know, and I'm like, yeah, I know. But I'm on a mission just like you are. So work with me here, bro. And he's like, yeah, this is this is the world of never happens. This is my case of this stuff never happens. And it's right here and right with my own colleagues that I respected. Yeah, one of them being his boss, but hey, you know, but when you let those doctors know, look, I understand that that's in my record, but I also understand that it was deferred, that that was a mistaken diagnosis, and it was deferred because it was clinically proven to be something else. And boom, you want to argue with me? I don't feel like it. I'll let you talk to somebody else instead. And it's a reportable offense. And just letting a provider know that their behavior is something you can report. If they feel threatened, walk away because they're planning on hurting you. And you just told them you're not going to get away with it. So, but yeah, this is definitely different now that they know. Like, well, you kept putting up barriers and just made me stronger. You know, I had to find out where to reach. And whoops, told you not to make me do it. Told you.
Oh, every time we hear another, the next chapter in your story, basically, we just get so much more love and so proud of you. So this
Oh.
deferred diagnosis, basically, when explaining to, say, family members, because now I definitely want to get them included on this, should we explain it as priorities? You know, a deferred diagnosis being one that's never what you are going to be primarily treated for. Or is a deferred diagnosis just something that they have to look into?
No, that's not what it means at all.
Oh, okay, so
If you were given a diagnosis, especially in trauma emergency room, they diagnosed me with a psychiatric condition during during a seizure. So because they diagnosed that and said that this was the presenting behavior, blah 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 blah, and they submitted that diagnosis, okay? So there's that diagnosis on my record. 6 hours later, another doctor comes up and has to intubate me because I'm seizing. That doctor who had to intubate me looked at that diagnosis and said, no, this was not a psychiatric event. This psychiatric diagnosis will be deferred. In other words, I'm rejecting that diagnosis because it was a misdiagnosis. That's what deferred diagnosis means. So one doctor can say, this is what I saw. Yeah, that is what you saw. And those were focal seizures until she stopped breathing. And then it became an epileptic seizure. No, the whole event was an epileptic seizure. So that deferred diagnosis, even though that psych diagnosis can stay put, I don't really care. They don't have to treat me for it because it was never supported. I didn't have the proper process to support that diagnosis, and it was incorrect. So a deferred diagnosis says, no, that was wrong. Okay, psychiatric diagnosis deferred. And then he put in the neurological diagnosis and those same events, the same behaviors. This was a frontal focal seizure. This is what a parietal focal seizure looks like. I had every single seizure that you could identify as a focal seizure before I went tonic-clonic. And I knew it. And that's why I went to the hospital. Right? And I'm like, okay, that's where I learned how to file violations. Because it's been twice, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm done here.
and this never got in the way of an insurance claim being properly billed and paid.
No, no. No, in fact, when I was trying to find out what all of that meant, even my insurance company said it wouldn't affect payment and that I was there for observation, and the observation that was listed was not psychiatric. I would not have been in the acute stroke unit if I was there for psychiatric. So it's like, yeah.
So they didn't even have you on the psych floor, but they had you being primarily treated supposedly for a psychiatric diagnosis.
Yeah, they had me on a psych. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, and it didn't take me long to figure it out. I mean, it took me 3 days to wake up and really understand where I was. I did not know that I was in the acute stroke unit, and I know what that means. As a wannabe nurse, and I was like, wait a minute, why am I here? And you had a stroke. Along with that seizure, you had a stroke. So I would have been in the psych ward if I had a psychiatric or a schizoid episode, so, and that was one thing. And then the doctor explained it to me that deferral, he said, this is what you're going to see. And this is what I saw. And he was one of the directors for that emergency room department. So, it's like, okay, this is what I want to see. I still talk to him. And it's like, what are we doing to raise awareness? To recognize this could be epileptic. Well, your heart rate's going to go up when you have a panic attack. Yeah, not to 165 from 38. That is not a panic attack. And I don't know. I don't know how to raise awareness among healthcare professionals. That's, yeah. But yeah.
Well, it sounds like they're going to have to learn the hard way.
Yeah, they
The more
did.
patients that get aware, medical professionals will be educated.
Yeah, the more we speak up, and you don't even always have to file that violation. Just saying, look, how much respect do you have for your license? That behavior is reportable. And everybody has their own attitude. I have a tendency to be harsh. Okay, Jeff. Yeah, we're talking too much. But I found a way to be less harsh, when I said, okay, I did a little research, and I have a lot of respect for your time and your additional education. Because an epileptologist has 3 additional years. And just one of them is reading EEGs. That's just one of those 3 years. So you could be done with med school in 6 years, but you're not done as an epileptologist for another 3. So that kind of commitment, if we can appreciate that right away on an individual basis, and I really truly believe that's what did it for me, was walking in there and saying, I respect the extra time that it took you to be here for me at this capacity. And because I respect that time, I'm going to give you a condensed version minus the bullshit. Okay. And boom, boom, boom. And that was all he needed. And he said, yeah, I've been trying to put these pieces together and none of it makes sense. It stopped making sense in March of 2020 when I moved to Rochester. So just throw that all out the window and boom, we were fine, But as soon as I respected his time, I said, I don't want you sitting reading this whole thing, trying to figure this out, because you won't. I can't even get a lawyer to do it. So, it's just, you can yell at your boss later. I don't know. I don't care. And now it's easy for him to say, I am just absolutely shocked at their behavior, that I have trouble looking at some of them now. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, it's, I don't know. Oh, you have epilepsy, but the seizures you're having are not epileptic. Okay.
That's the craziest thing I ever heard. Like, I didn't know those things were. Yeah, I was uneducated about epilepsy.
Yeah, I had that printed because she put it in a message on my chart. I walked in with that on paper. And he's like, wait, is this our Patty Rogers? Yeah. She's the reason I left the first time. Here's the previous reason. She said that I had psychogenic epilepsy. And when you put terms together that don't fit together, it's a polarization that happens in my brain that just doesn't work. And I don't let it happen. So, yeah, and he feels the same way now. It's like, yeah, you're right. This just doesn't fit. But okay. Yeah. I don't know. So where did everybody go? Is it back to school time maybe? I mean,
I think everybody's having a rough week, personally.
Everybody
Yeah,
must have got
There's a
dropped or
lot of
something.
surprises popping up.
no doubt.
Severe memory loss. Terrified. Has anyone here experienced memory loss after some bad seizures? My partner had his first seizure in October last year, one that went on for 6 minutes and nearly killed him, coma, etc. Despite the dangerous length, he didn't suffer memory loss besides the day of the seizure. Fast forward to a week, he had 6 seizures within waking up and recovery in between, ambulance present for 5, and was discharged from the hospital a few days later with no memory of this entire year. It's been a week now with no improvement. Memories are lost forever. It's very scary for him inside his mind right now, and I'm feeling so lost. We have a plan going forward on memory exercises and et cetera, but I need to know if anyone has had this before. I know it's a thing. Thanks and goodbye. Google isn't helping, but I want to hear real stories. I'd say I have severe memory loss, and it's not exactly long term like that. I'm not sure I can relate to that bad memory. For him to, mine's just short term. I've heard of people saying they lost their long term memory, so maybe it's just me. So mine not be severe, but I can't remember anything that's happened earlier or if I'd eaten or not. Now that I think about it, I think I have.
Well, thanks for the reminder. I don't think I did.
Well, I guess if severe short or severe long-term memory loss is a segment of your life, then I qualify for that. I don't have any childhood memory. Nothing of my father's side of the family. They were around until I was at least 15. And yeah, I don't remember a lot of what other people would determine to be important life events. That's just
Yeah.
not something I remember. But lately, songs. Weird. It's really weird that music does bring it back, and it's not even songs that I used to listen to. Like listening to The Weekend for the last week has helped me remember stuff that I thought it would have had to be Usher, you know? So it's surprising to say the least. What you got, Jeff?
I have both. I can't. My short-term memory is much worse. My long-term memory, I only remember good events, and most of them, are around music. Uh, and most of my long-term memories are around music. Uh, I had, like you, I have almost no memory of my childhood. Uh, I remember as a kid going down to the village with my friend and listening to the folk singers on the street. Um, uh, and, I remember certain things, but like My first wedding, I have no idea when it was, uh, or I don't remember anything about it. And it's not that uh, it was a bitter ending or anything like that. Um, it's just I have no memory of it.
And did you come across the issue
But
too of the people that were involved in those events that you technically should remember ever getting offended?
no,
Oh,
no,
Oh
I don't,
yeah,
I don't get that.
that's a blessing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
And was
get.
it always the ex for you?
No,
I'm
Or was
not.
it
sorry.
daughters and children?
Yeah, my kids. It's so hard.
Okay.
They get it more now, but it's like, how could you not remember that? It's like, please, how could you not remember that I have a brain problem? You know, and after
Exactly.
enough of that, I think it finally sunk in. It's like, but I get it now, you know. But my worst memory thing was that the loss of my ability to read for a little while. And that was the scariest thing. But I I've had two people, two healthcare professionals. One was my favorite neuropsych in Buffalo, and the other is my therapist. And she did some studying and found out the same thing what he said. Sometimes those of us who have PTSD, we may have those memories, we just can't get to them. And PTSD may have actually protected those memories during seizures. There's no way to prove it, but how do I remember stuff from when I was literally a little kid? All right. I remember watching Apollo in black and white, and I can tell you who was in the room. But do I remember if I ate today? No, no, I didn't. I did earlier, but yeah, yeah. But I've so many times people get offended when I forget things, and it's like, sorry, can't help you, you know?
And that's one of the comments here that kind of attributes to that. They're saying one time I woke up from a seizure and didn't know where my house was. Turns out Hurricane Helene washed it away. I still have no memory of the preparation for the storm or the cleanup after. My family said I helped them. Maybe that's for the better. I recently read this article. They talk about epilepsy a bit. It's pretty good. But yeah, I have big gaps of memory missing, mostly time around seizures. Not all of my memory, but I'm reading in this article next. But yes, my memory is so bad, and memories near seizures are the most affected. I remember things perfectly from before I had seizures, like in elementary school. 21, 22 was a bad year. I don't even remember the apartment I lived in then. Best wishes to your partner's recovery, and memory is bad, especially bad with temporal lobe epilepsy. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that is like the most common one out there, I think. See, and stuff like that kind of makes me wonder too, like, why do I know that Helene was the category 4 in September of 24 when why? Like, why does that stick out to me? That didn't even do that much damage to Florida. But I remember more facts about Hurricane Helene than probably I do about my own life at that point in time.
Hmm.
So yeah, memory, we could go on forever, but it's never straightforward.
Let me go through
It's a
some of these
funny thing.
comments.
What'd you say, Joe?
It's a funny thing, memory.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes. Um, yeah, let's go through some of these comments. Someone says, I haven't lost a year, but days, weeks, yes. And my memory is generally shit. Another one says, it's not particularly unusual. Unfortunately, most of 2023 is a uniform of gray haze. I have reference notes, Excel spreadsheets, and prior chat conversations in order to recall important details. Aspects of short term memory have also noticeably deteriorated. Yeah. The other ones are really long. I got some other ones that says, I hardly have any. Then a few days later, about 3 a.m. is when I can get some details. Good news is about every morning you wake up, it's a good day because you can't remember the day before. Someone said, I've just got a letter to see psychology. My memory has been diabolical since a double seizure last year. Mine's been diabolical for a long time.
Can't be talking about your memory being diabolical. Your memory is so much better than mine.
Yeah, but yours is bad. Mine's is bad. Um, yeah.
But you're the king of who started this group and is reminding everybody always to see the positive side and focus on management and what you can improve on. Because certain aspects of epilepsy, yeah, we're all gonna have trouble with, but that can end up turning around. And there's other things that you can control that will actually make it all worth it.
Gotta try to smile.
Exactly. And
Try
we
to
all
smile.
give each other plenty of reasons to smile.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I will never forget, you guys. Never forget. Are you all who's being real here? Are you guys really being, you got epilepsy that bad? It's that bad? I'll never forget it.
See, but what do you remember specifically? It's the details. That's what fucks with me. Like somebody can remember somebody who was in the room last night, and I hear that name and I'm thinking a completely different person from like one of
Yeah.
the episodes that I watched from 2 months ago.
Yeah, right. And it's like, what? And it depends on when you get me. It depends on when it hits my head too. It's like, plus there's that, I don't know if you guys experience this. I call it delayed memory. I'll remember tomorrow. Ask me tomorrow, I'll have it. Okay, but I am 6 months from my 65th birthday. So I'm gonna let myself forget some things because they're not worth remembering. There's some of that, we all have that. But I'm like, I really do remember a lot more. Our memory is better. And if we can sulk over it, we got enough of it. If you're feeling bad, like you don't have enough of it, there's enough of your memory there to tell you you had more and you still have some. I've seen people with epilepsy. I don't know if you've ever seen videos of Charlotte or little Jade and David, or, we call them our cannabis kids. Have you ever seen a kid with Dravet's syndrome? I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to complain about my memory. I really wish I had more of it. That's just part of epilepsy. I have more than I thought I would. Okay. I do. I do. But it's not as bad as it could be. And I hope I can always say that. Because man, I would love to start reaching out to those families who are caregivers to kids, even adult kids who have severe forms of epilepsy. And what Realm of Caring does is exactly that. And I can't do it. Emotionally, I can't do it. But when I need help and I need a shoulder to lean on, that's where I go. I always got somebody in my corner, but I always know that it could always be worse. I mean, I've heard some of the seizures on the phone. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm too emotional for Realm of Caring. So I'm like, okay, I'm sorry guys, we're back to this again, but I just get too emotional. But yeah, we really do have it worse than somebody that only gets a deja vu a couple times a year. But we still don't have it as bad as somebody with Dravet's or, with other problems. I have a friend who has cerebral palsy, and he has epilepsy. Now you want a fall risk? Oh God, there's no. Mm-mm. I can't get it in my head. He has to have a live-in caregiver. It's just part of his life. And I'm like, okay, I'm grateful for what I got, you know. But yeah,
Yes.
everybody being real here? Are y'all being real?
Have you ever ended up being that example for somebody else and felt satisfied? Somebody's talking to you, realizes that, obviously your condition is a little bit more extreme, and then they kind of shut up about theirs.
That guy was crazy, first of all.
Yeah, well, I mean, crazy is very subjective, but yeah, kind of. My
I just
So
mean
he
what
was
comes to
serious.
mind is going on a walk last night, and the only thing, first of all, it's funny because the only thing I remember from the walk is this random conversation. I couldn't even tell you like how the hell I got around this neighborhood because it was dark, everything looks different, and yeah, I didn't know there was a way to end up back at the entrance without going that way. So again, that's the bad memory part. But came across this total stranger, just started chatting, cute dog, is she friendly? And again, a weird thing about the memory, I remember she's from Freehold, New Jersey. I'm not even from there. Like, I'm 3 counties away from there, but for some reason I remember that's what this, whatever her name was, said. And by the end of the conversation, she's telling me about, how, yes, I'm not gonna, rat you out for living here because a lot of people have children who live in as caregivers and whatever. And then she starts going on about her husband and this, how he's got all these problems after he had one bad fall last year from cleaning the gutters. And I asked her, so, from that TBI, from that traumatic brain injury, did he get seizures? And she started, going on about it. No, but my nephew has seizures and I know about that. So I'm really, really glad. And then she just totally shut up when I asked about like that one more thing that could have happened. She ended the
Yep.
conversation by saying, yeah, I mean, he is a little off balance now, but that could just, be more from the meds. He really does have it pretty good. And she shut up about that. So
Yeah.
that's something that kind of made me smile at me. Welcome, Mark.
Oh,
Hello.
Franklin.
Icebreaker for today is, if cost were not a factor, would you choose to keep your current healthcare providers or change the team?
Cost isn't necessarily the only factor. Would this include perfect knowledge of who my potential alternate providers might be?
Yes,
Pretty
essentially, if you could
happy
do the
with it.
research and choose anybody anywhere in the world to actually analyze and possibly treat your current condition, would you choose to go that route or literally just stick with who you got now?
Um, I don't know. I don't like change. I'd probably just stay, even though there may be like fancier doctors out there. I don't know if that would necessarily come with that much higher um, quality outcomes in my case. I feel like I'm kind of a standard run-of-the-mill uh, boring case. I don't know. Um, the the fancy doctors really wouldn't spend that much time looking at me, I think. And the people I have right now, they spend a lot of time talking with me. I'm really happy with the people that I've been seeing. So um yeah, I would stay with my current provider.
Well, that's great. We're really, really encouraged by somebody who is finally satisfied with the care they're actually receiving. That is encouraging. Now, this person says trigger discovery. Hi, all. I'm one of those people who has no aura, no warning, drug resistant frontal lobe tonic-clonic epilepsy. I've had 11 seizures and haven't seen any pattern or triggers, but today I had a light bulb moment. What if it's hunger or low blood sugar? When I think back, they've largely happened in restaurants or after exercise or night shift. I've been told that blood sugars were tested and they were fine, but maybe they drop and then come back up, or they were super high and had a drop. For me, it still looks normal on the strips. It would be great to finally, after 4 years, be able to start my triggers list. I'm pretty stoked, and big smile, haha, it's the small things. There is a comment saying diabetes can cause seizures, but I never thought of blood sugar and epilepsy associated. I've definitely had more focal episodes when I haven't eaten all day. So what do you guys think about the blood sugar?
I mean, it's interesting. I think it's actually a question that has been coming up in my family recently. Um, I was tested for blood sugar issues when I was, back when I was like 14, I think, and they said that I was mildly hypoglycemic by their test. So I really should be kind of careful about how I eat, and I really am not. And um, I do often go particularly long gaps between meals, and
Any nutritional deficiencies ever brought to your attention? It sounds
after
like that's another
waking up.
concern of going long term without eating. You might just
Yeah.
not have enough of a certain vitamin that, is filtered out of your system pretty quickly. Electrolyte imbalance, it looks like, can be a trigger for a lot of people. Maybe that's where some of my stability is coming from too. Now that I'm not eating as much, I'm drinking these electrolyte protein shake things and 5 hours of sleep and still pretty active during the day. I mean, it's just that one day. It still works for 5 or 6 days a week. And one day I will crash. I'm still having all the same foods and stuff for like the last month.
Yeah,
So,
foods. I've had like basically the same foods and tried different diets. I don't know, just eat how you've been eating, and yeah, I've been eating pretty good, I guess. My doctor never told me to change my diet. But yeah, I
if
think
anybody ever wants to try it, this ideal protein stuff here, that's what I like. It's been working.
what is it?
Called Ideal Protein. Something that family member in up north who runs a chain of gyms. She swears by it. So trusted the recommendation. And it's good. Don't want
Is it
food
like
anymore.
is it something that you put in water?
Yeah, that's one of the protein shakes, and they have little packets for that can go straight in a water bottle too. We got a bunch of foods, little snacks of diet foods. They don't taste good, but the point is, after I drink these, I don't even want food. I'm not hungry.
About the icebreaker though, when you said Mark was the first one basically to choose to keep the same doctor. I also said I'd keep the same doctor.
I did too.
Okay, so I probably mistakenly said one of the first, but it's still just really encouraging to hear anybody. That's the point I was trying to make.
I
So I like
mean,
hearing
number
anybody who is
3
happy with their.
is one of the first, so you weren't wrong about that.
Yeah, Toaster.
Um,
She said she'd stay. I mean, she'd stay with her team at Duke.
Anybody ever made a move based on the medical care that would be available?
Me?
Oh,
Years
yeah.
ago, I would have never thought of that.
Oh yeah, I did that. That's why I went to Maryland. And yeah, that didn't work out. But yes, I did. So, but I mean, some people are very successful doing that. Some people need to do it. I worry about Saya and where she is. It's a little bit of a distance for her to get to a hospital, but I truly believe those of us who have medical conditions like epilepsy should live closer to better medical care. And, you know, but yeah, I mean, I went to Maryland for Johns Hopkins. So, if I had family in North Carolina, I would have gone for Duke. If I had my choice of other places, I would have just picked the best. But I knew at Johns Hopkins they were willing to consider surgery, um, which is the only reason I went. I'm like, okay, this is what we've got, and um, I didn't want to just dive, which I did. I still just kind of dropped a bomb on my doctor and said, "Oh, this is the last time I'm going to see you." Yeah, that was not very nice of me. But when he knew where I was going, he said, "This is who I want you to see." So, um, that definitely, I don't think I'll ever do it again. If anything, I'll go to Buffalo. But now, I feel that I'm definitely in better hands. It's the first time I could say that in 5 years, So it's definitely, I would pay these people if I had to. That's it for that, for the icebreaker, yeah. But if I had the money, the more I think of it, I would go back to Johns Hopkins. But yeah, still happier with what I've got now. And I am so dizzy, guys. I am like, I don't know where this is coming from. But I'll be here. I'm gonna try to keep it together, but my head is spinning right now. So
Go ahead and get you some rest. Lay down.
yeah,
There you go. You do what you gotta do. We'll be here too.
yep.
Now that Mark's here, I do have some scholarly articles that I think you would have an interesting opinion on.
Oh, fun.
Okay. So check out this one. Oh, come on. I know you're not scared of the challenge. Now check out this one here. And figure out, read it. Okay. So the results of this were, come on. Okay. So the article is about resection of the temporal piriform cortex in mesial temporal lobe epilepsy, association with seizure freedom in a retrospective cohort study. So this one, that just gives you some insight as how these motherfuckers want me to pay for it. So I literally only had one day to read it.
I wonder, I think I remember hearing about a little hack. It probably is a loophole that's been closed now, but I think you used to be able to go to ChatGPT and get it to go behind the paywall and, hey, ChatGPT, can you read this article and transcribe it in its entirety for me? And
Oh, okay.
sure, I can do that and go write it out without having to pay them anything. But if if these publishing companies, or if it's like the scientific articles, if the
It's Wiley.
publishers are Wiley,
Yeah.
is um
Now, another one here that was interesting too was a result of a totally different study about anti-seizure medications. They tapered it in 756 people, and the EEG, so like the long-term EEGs, is they're what they concluded was that in 90% of the people tested, those who tapered their medications prior to the long-term EEG were determined to have a more successful study. So even taking into account that they had a withdrawal policy, would you feel more comfortable maybe if you had to have a long-term EEG tapering the medication?
As opposed to stopping it completely for the study?
As
Or,
opposed to the other 10% didn't change their medication at all.
I mean, it depends on it.
I've went, well, yeah, tried to go cold turkey for the EMU. But yeah, I haven't really tested if mines are more violent with or without medication.
I guess the significance of this one is really just trying to convince people that the side effects shouldn't scare you from trying to have seizures. That's why they're saying like 90% of the time, if you have seizures, it's still determined to be a successful EEG.
Yeah, I don't think I've got a successful one yet, but yeah, I'm working on it.
I think at the beginning, I would have never tried to have seizures for that reason. I was pregnant. I didn't want to have seizures for any reason, especially on a, even being in the hospital. But it is really the safest place to do it, and the sooner you get them the data, the better. Yeah, I can understand why that's intimidating.
I mean, I wanted them to happen. I was trying. My family prayer group is praying for seizures, even as weird as that might sound. Yeah, I don't know. I always thought that was the point. Like try to go in, I don't know. I never considered that there might be other um other issues. I mean, pregnancy, right? I've never had to consider that. So that's a big thing. Not only stopping the medications, but then if you have the seizure with it, or if you have the seizure without it, it's like it's no good either way, is it? Wow, I mean, I guess it depends a lot on what they're trying to achieve with it. Also, if they're trying to confirm epilepsy or trying to narrow down the location, then it makes sense to try to have the seizures. But I think that um, my most recent EMU stay, they didn't take me off of the meds, and I kind of really didn't think that made much sense. But the more I've considered it, I think that it makes, if they were concerned about what happened with the whole incident with um, the eye fluttering, the nystagmus, um, and whether or not that was a seizure, then that had occurred while I was on the medication. So seeing how I am responding to the full dose of the medication the entire time rather than every other extended EMU stay that I've done has been, stop the meds, and they've never had a look at what my brain is doing actually on the medication. So um, I
Yeah,
don't
it
know. I
definitely
think
seems
that
relevant. Real quick,
there's
Jeff has
reasons
had
to
his
see
hand raised for
both.
a while.
Oh,
Jeff, did
I'm
you have
sorry,
something?
Jeff.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say when I was in EMU, they lowered my minutes until I had seizures. And I
And
thought
were
that's,
you satisfied with that game plan? You think that was actually successful?
yeah, yeah, it was successful. I had a couple of seizures and they got what they were looking for, I guess. And
All right,
I
go
thought
ahead,
they
Mark. So
did
you were
that.
saying that you like that too?
Yeah.
Sorry, Jeff, I thought you were done.
I thought they did that in any EMU visit to force the seizure. So you're they have the data, but I guess not.
Now these long-term EEGs, I guess sometimes they have the ones where they send you home with it. So they're talking about those patients too. A lot of times don't feel comfortable trying to induce a seizure, even though those tests cost so much money, and it's kind of a headache to get them approved and get it done. And I'm sure the medical professionals would probably rather the seizures happen, but the patients a lot of times see no reason to ever try to induce a seizure, that whatever they need to find out, they should be able to see from, a normal night's sleep.
I had one of those
Or
recently also, a take home EEG, a weekend. And I didn't have any seizures, but it showed either pre or post seizure activity.
So you got your abnormal brain activity. Is that what they were after?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they would have hoped for a full blown seizure, but they got something.
Hey, that makes sense. At least they got something to add to the chart.
Yeah. I mean, we can't predict when we're going to get a seizure that we can wear the EEG when, oh, I'm having a seizure tomorrow. Let's get the EEG hooked up.
Yeah, I wish.
Right.
You guys ever done therapy to cope with these diagnoses or anything else?
I have not. I did therapy, but it wasn't for epilepsy. I mean, it was just kind of things that epilepsy has caused, insomnia and people around you to stop coming around and stuff like that.
All right, well, you might be able to contribute. This person's asking for suggestions on a type of therapist to help cope with the diagnosis. I've been terrified to do much because I don't want to trigger a seizure. I'm 32-year-old female, have had 3 events in the last 6 months. The fact that I didn't even realize I was having them when I'd come back to is so weird. Anyway, I'm on lacosamide now and considering therapy or some type of counseling to help me adjust. I've done CBT, EMDR, and talk therapy, and it was helpful for other things, but wondering if there's a certain type of therapy that would be most helpful for this.
Well, I know that a couple of weeks ago, Annie was recommending uh, CBT, right? Or where was it? Yeah, cognitive behavioral therapy. I forget what it was that she was
Yeah, I
and
think I
she
remember
hopped
the
off.
CBT too.
She hopped
What were you
off
saying,
just
Jeff?
There aren't many things I'm qualified to speak on in epilepsy, regarding epilepsy. But one thing I can say without question is the best therapy that this person can find is right here on Tuesdays and Fridays. That's what's going to help them cope with their diagnosis better than anything else that any therapist can tell them.
Oh, thank you. I really, really appreciate hearing that. Anybody who actually
And the
feels like they're getting
PSA.
help, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I love that.
First suggestion is saying that good questions, some are better at specifics. It also depends on what you're working on. So they're talking about if you're just looking at handling your new stress, that could be enough to look for. A counselor for living with epilepsy is a disability. The place they went to have a free 15-minute talk session to see who they think was the right person for them. So if there's a big therapy place near you, just go do the interview. Say, I'm looking for someone, and let them match you up with the right therapist. So I guess they're saying if anybody who's looking for coping with a new diagnosis is a pretty wide spectrum. So it'll be easier to find a good therapist since it's not necessarily specific.
I got something. It says, how strict are you for med times? So I take my meds at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. I try to take them within 5 minutes of those times. Sometimes I'll take them 30 minutes early because I'm trying to go back to sleep and I want to turn off the med alarm. How close to or on time do you take your meds, and does it seem to matter? Thanks and happy. Oh, thanks. Have a good day. I don't know because sometimes I can snooze my alarm and I'll take it at 11 something instead of 10 like I'm supposed to because I snooze the alarms a few times. But there's days where I've not taken them and I had a seizure by 12. But there's days I've not taken it and had no seizure and waiting for the refill to be filled. And yeah, I had to wait a whole day until the next day and couldn't get my morning dose, could not get my afternoon dose. And by the time I got it yesterday in the afternoon, I just took the night dose. So I missed 3 doses and was cool. It was good from there. But I don't know, because sometimes, like I said, I've been late a few hours and had a seizure. But I've been days and not had one, so it's I don't know. Can't seem to put a finger on it.
Yeah, I try to stay as close to exact as possible. And I've also noticed that sometimes when I miss a dose by as little as just a couple hours, I start feeling a little strangeness not too long after, but there's other times where I go like an entire day not realizing I missed something and nothing happens. There's also, I've noticed though that sometimes it's not just that single day that the dose was missed that I have the problems. Sometimes when I look back in my seizure log and look over at my um, medication journal thing, that sometimes um, like a day or 2 days after I had the medication mix up, I'll um, end up having a cluster of auras and something like that. So, yeah, just like you, Pookie, that I can't, there's no real rhyme or reason behind any of it. It's just like, but the one thing that is certain is that if there's a little bit of a weirdness, like a little bit of a mix up, that maybe not, there'll be a problem. Definitely.
Kate, how good are you on med times?
I have it set for 8 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. And I can take them within 4 hours of those times and not have any issues. I generally try to still take them at least a good like 8 hours apart.
So within both of those times, I'm usually asleep basically. Yeah.
I still have to miss at least 2 doses before I'll have any issues. If there's no other triggers.
And I got some comments. One says, I've been taking these meds for over 20 years now, and at the exact time never seemed to matter for me. As soon as I wake up and roll out of bed, I pop my pills as soon as I'm going to get into bed for the night. And I pop my PM pills. It's around the same time every day, but I don't have the exact time ever. What do you mean? That's insane. Someone says, for me, plus or minus an hour, no effects. 9 a.m., 9 p.m., I occasionally miss a dose, usually my evening dose. No major issues during a cluster of focals the next day, but not a strong correlation I can see. If I blow off my evening alarm, that's when I miss it. Someone said 2K milligram Keppra 2 times a day. After 6 years seizure free, the worst I've done is miss 2 morning doses in a row. Started to feel the old aura signs and got back on track. I aim for 8 out of 8, and that's usually an hour or two when I'm not at home, both morning and night.
I wonder if that has anything to do with the lower dose too. Because now that I'm only taking half of the 250 milligram tablet twice a day, maybe that could be why I can go so many hours without. More reason to not take meds if you don't have to.
I got something that says, can I take diet pills with my epilepsy? 80 kilograms and dieting. It's going on well, but I'd love some diet pills that would make you feel full. I'm on Briviac, Vimpac, serotonin. Has anyone else had diet pills with their epilepsy? How did you find it? I have not had diet pills. I didn't know they had diet pills. I thought diet was just something that you eat less of.
Diet pills are basically just a euphemism for speed, like for
Stimulants.
Adderall, stimulants. I mean, generally, no. Most people with epilepsy shouldn't have diet pills. I'm not sure about that whole new trend of those semaglutides. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but like Ozempic and whatnot. I don't know if they're stimulants and how they would interact with epilepsy and the brain and epilepsy medications. So if they're using that as kind of interchangeable, like diet pills, diet meds, even though it's like a little automated shot thing in your stomach, that might be another point of clarification there. But
Nausea is the
it's,
concern there. On Ozempic,
yeah,
technically it doesn't directly increase your seizure risk, but it can cause nausea and vomiting, lead to dehydration, and that's your triggers there. The AI overview is given pretty much what you just said. It's a code word for stimulant. Never advised for anyone with epilepsy. Medications that could actually be relevant though are Topamax. They're saying that could have a weight loss as a side effect. And some of the ones about like appetite suppressants are saying watch out too because that can interfere with some of these like hormonal weight loss pills can interfere with your medication absorption. So you might end up having to up the dose on the AEDs, maybe drop a couple pounds with the weight loss drug, but then your seizures come back unless you just start taking more, of a higher dose on that. So yeah, catch 22. Probably never recommend any weight loss pills.
But the comments here, one says, I'm not a doctor, and you would have to ask yours, but every diet pill I've taken contained a stimulant of some kind, like caffeine. So hypothetically, I could see them lowering your seizure threshold. Talk to your neuro epileptologist. Someone said diet pills and said no. Wegovy or Ozempic should be fine though. Talk to your doctor. Someone said Topiramax is the new Ozempic and is seizure med, but did it neither for me. Excopri and zonisamide are potentially weight loss side effects. Many add weight, like Keppra and Fycompa, etc. Definitely talk to your doctor and check drugs.com for the side effects.
wait, somebody said that Topamax is like a new off-label weight loss drug like Ozempic.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
So this Topamax is the new Ozempic and is a seizure med.
I hope that doesn't lead to shortages of seizure meds like Ozempic did for diabetics.
Maybe if the medical community is a little more proactive this time about keeping patients educated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got some more comments. One says, only do what your doctor says. No one here can tell you. Another one says, I gained weight from Topamax. Someone else says, I wouldn't because diet pills are stimulants, but I think you'd probably be fine with Ozempic or one of those similar brands. I lost 50 pounds after my diagnosis from my medication alone. I struggle to keep on weight. I'll be surprised if you want them in a month. Someone else says, I am on an Ozempic semaglutide and it's fine. I think sometimes diet pills tend to be sketchy stimulants, so I would ask your doctor to help guide you.
Has anybody used one of these pill splitters or have a recommendation?
No, I have not. I actually seen one sitting around, and I'm not sure whose it was because it was not mine. But
I've used a couple, like, you mean like those little, just the little lever thing with the
Something looks
split
like
kind of.
that. Yeah, I can't really see. But yeah, I see some that are like scissors and some that are, little I don't know what to describe it as, but yeah, it's just like a little open and closed
I
thing with a
like the
blade in it.
little like clamshell type things that have the little V and
Yeah, I'm not looking to
that
crush the
kind of
pill, so I'm not
centers
gonna
it.
go like the mortar pestle route. But
Mm.
now that I'm taking half of what's prescribed in this stockpile, maybe I can get away with splitting it again. Now that I hear about Keppra increasing, as like a weight gain side effect, I want to try a little less. See if that makes a difference. So you guys like have a preference of style? Better luck with the scissors or the clamshell one?
I prefer the clamshell ones, um,
Okay.
but I don't have to split many pills usually, so I haven't had to use them in a long time. It depends on the shape though. They do really well with the round ones because they can just center it nicely. But if you've got something oblong, it can be a little bit more difficult to get it lined up right. At least with the
Okay.
one I have. So I don't know, maybe somebody else has got the geometry better thought out.
Well, I've got the oblong pills now, and that's what I'm cutting in half already. But it is,
Okay.
it's got that line in the middle, so when I split it like that, it's pretty accurate. But now I kind of want to split that in half. So I'm thinking maybe I'll trust one of those ones where it is measured out. It has a little triangle looking thing, and you're supposed to put the pill, I guess, even in there.
How
Try
small
it.
are they getting?
Let me just
Because
look.
I would be worried about them getting, oh, can she still hear me? You
I
think?
believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the headset.
Oh,
Yeah, I got the
okay.
headset. I don't look too
I should
farther.
have just kept talking.
Very good.
I would be concerned that the little segments of the pills would be getting
Yeah, so
so
that's the
small that,
500, and that's how they are after I split it. So about that big.
okay.
It says attitude is everything. Hello, I'm a huge believer of attitude and of being aligned with oneself. I follow Abraham Hicks, who speaks a lot about manifestation and universal laws that govern our time, the space reality. I'm burping so much. It says, and universal laws that govern our time space reality. I wanted to pose this question with compassion, obviously. What and how to do What and how do you feel about this quote? Life is 10% of what happens to you and 90% of how you react to it. Hard quote sometimes to swallow in the trenches of epilepsy, but I wanted to ask you all, does your attitude, thoughts, and beliefs help you with the struggle of this disease? If so, how do you personally try to keep the attitude is everything approach to living with epilepsy? I just didn't let it bother me. I just kept trying to live life, and yeah, don't let it get to you. I don't think about such things. Um, Once I got to a certain point in life, so like down 5 years, after 5 years, I was just used to it, and yeah, and 10% of what happens to you, and 90 of what you react to.
I
Someone
definitely agree to that.
maybe way newer to epilepsy than I am.
Well, it's definitely true. I would think.
Life
You were
is
talking about.
10%.
Yeah, I think so. I think how you react to what comes up during your day is more important than what comes up during the day. Whatever, would come up, your reaction is going to determine whether it was good or bad. So, like, you have a diagnosis of epilepsy, either it's the worst thing in the world, or okay, I'll deal with it, right?
Right.
I mean, that's how I feel. I feel like, it's you go, we wander around aimlessly, bumping into things, and we act upon what happens when we bump into those things. And the philosophy 101.
Um,
But I mean, that's a good, I mean, an interesting and good little uh tie off at the end there, the philosophy 101, because really when you boil that quote down to the philosophical underpinnings, I mean, it's basically just like a modern pop culture repackaging of Marcus Aurelius or Plato's, Stoicism philosophy that um that um that are um oh man, I'm forgetting. I could have sounded so deep if I had that all like right off memorized off the top of my head. But there da, da, where was it?
Were those philosophers just basically backing up that point that, decisions are more important
Yeah.
than the circumstance?
Well, that mindset and what you make of your thoughts and of the situation that you're in are more important than the objective situation itself. Um, in a lot of cases, because we are not living in, um, yeah, where was it? That's not. If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this you have the power to revoke at any moment. It is um, your estimate, your belief in the size, the significance of the diagnosis of epilepsy that makes it seem such a big insurmountable beast, but you don't have to view it that way. Um, Spend time looking around, reading, talking to people, other people who have epilepsy, and you know, that that estimate of the size, the scale, the struggle of living with epilepsy will change radically. And the what seemed like a big beast before is, you know, far more manageable. When you just do something as simple as talk to other people about it. It's interesting how frequently this kind of the cognitive behavioral therapy and the stoicism that Annie brought up um, a few weeks ago really keeps coming up. Oh, smart lady.
Love to see when things finally match up and people start benefiting from it.
Hmm.
Yeah, in the comments right here, someone says, I don't see a correlation between the two. Your attitude is not going to change your epilepsy or effects on your body. And no matter how positive or negative my attitude may be, I'm still going to be very terrible epilepsy. Still going to have very, very terrible epilepsy. It's just one of the things you got to live with. I want to be honest, positively. Thinking won't help the epilepsy or any type of disease. Positive thinking won't help me lessen seizures. No matter if I'm thinking positively or negatively, I still get seizures. To be honest, this quote is so stupid and ignorant because my attitude won't affect my frequency of seizures. I'll still have seizures no matter what. What matters is that I take my medicine consistently. This is just wishful thinking. Non-epileptics think they know it all. Another one says plenty of plenty of research has been done with the power of positive thinking and proven that it does improve your quality of life, even with terminal and chronic illness. I'm a millennial, so I struggle with finding the positives. I once saw us called generation no one wanted. And I can't say I disagree, but I have seen my positive attitude outlook makes someone's life easier. I just struggle with it myself. Two more things. It says, thanks for sharing. Agreed. Positive thinking likely will never take away from this shit ass disease. Just curious if anyone feels drawn to positive thoughts to keep the positive attitude, and if that helps them get through the trenches. Also, this is Rachel saying this. Rachel wrote this. Not Rachel with the A. Rachel with the AE. And then Mark, you responded here, so it's very long and looks very thoughtful and factful, but I will not go through it this time. You know what you wrote. It's all that matters.
I mean, I have a vague idea of what I might have written. I honestly I don't remember commenting in that. So I kind of want
Well,
to
you
go
make me
see
want to
what
read
it
it
is.
now. So,
Oh, here's the
Well,
true
I am.
test. Do you remember who Rachel is?
Yes. Yes, actually I do. My sister's name is Rachel, which is part of how that stands out in my memory. She wore the hat with the little ears, right?
no, that's Rachel with an A.
Oh,
The other Rachel,
what?
she drives. She just had the craniotomy.
I don't remember meeting the second Rachel. I only remember I mean that hat is awesome. I love that
Yeah,
hat. So
I love that
yeah.
hat. But yeah, Mark, here's your post I shall read just because it is very interesting. And part of
Oh,
it
oh
is,
God. I'm kind of feeling like I might be a little embarrassed here.
let me
I
jog your
don't,
memory real quick.
uh,
Says that quote sounds like a modern repackaging of ancient Stoic philosophy. Particularly, it reminds me of Marcus Aurelius's thoughts on thoughts. LOL. You have the power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Accept the things to which you to which binds you and the love, the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all of your heart. Our life is what our thoughts make it. Reject your sense of injury, and injury itself disappears. That was the quote from Marcus Aurelius. Marcus was a cool dude. So many people on this focus way too much on their sense of injury and injustice and unfairness that is living life with epilepsy. IMHO,
in my humble opinion.
in my humble opinion. Okay, I'm learning more of these abbreviations. That's the word for them.
I mean, these were the cool Reddit lingo back like 15 years ago when I was the cool young Reddit kid. So I don't know what the
Okay.
modern things are.
Okay. Says I deal with my epilepsy itself as necessary, but I don't dwell on how it'll ever go away and how difficult it makes things that are trivial for others. Focusing on and revolving my whole inner life around how easy it could have been if I only didn't get seizures. It all does literally nothing except make me miserable and stressed, which would probably end up triggering more seizures, ironically enough. What, in quote, might have been is irrelevant. That is my life, epilepsy and autism that can never change. And it's the only life I get. So it's complete waste not to aim to what the best of it, both personally and for those around me. It's not fair. So what? Deal with the struggles you face without comparing them to others, because when you do, what you're actually comparing yourself to is not the reality of others, but rather what you imagine their life to be. I'm a Christian first and foremost, though, if you were if we're talking about absolute core beliefs, I don't want to be the cliche preachy type, but my faith has helped me cope with the discovery of my epilepsy, and I think Jesus and Marcus could have been bros. That's very in depth, but yes, I ride with you on that comment. I'm with you there.
Yeah, I remember writing that one now.
You took all that.
Hmm?
Last word, you were like, "Oh, I remember that." It took me to read the whole post.
Should I have stopped you as soon
No,
as I realized?
no, I
I
said
thought,
you realize you wrote that you just said, and I was like, did it take me to read the whole thing for you to notice that you remember that?
oh, no. I realized um, yeah, I'm way early. This was an old one though, so you're kind of going back in time or
Oh, it
older,
was?
oldish. It was
Mm,
a few weeks ago at least.
whoa, 7 months ago.
7 months. I was not thinking that long. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be mad if you forgot that one because that was 7 months ago. Okay. another response after that.
I spent a lot of time putting that one together, so I remember. I remember. Because the editing and stuff, things don't just flow out that easily. And I spend a lot. I like communicating in text more in a lot of ways because I can go and make sure it's all exactly how I want it. So, yeah, something that long took me a bit of time to compose.
I'll read a couple more of these comments. And I try to stay pretty positive too, stay in positive vibes and stay in places where I feel comfortable that feel not stressful, which is mostly my room in this general area. This general area has such a vibe about it. So I'm usually right here, and I'm not going to say that stops my seizures because I still have breakthroughs. I don't know. But another comment here says, positive thinking has never done anything for me, but intense anger and spite has. I graduated with honors, started an amazing career, had family, bought a beautiful home filled with pure rage and cigarettes. Self-hate isn't great, but it does help you push your body to the limit. It is what you give. It is. It is what you gave me the ability to have seizure in the middle of an exam, stand right back up and complete the test without a passing grade of an A. For me, ignoring my body needs after a seizure was the best thing I ever did. And my mind is telling me to rest after a seizure. I keep going. Eventually, I stopped getting the tired after seizures because I think my body knew it wasn't going to listen to it anyway. I haven't had a seizure in 21 years, so it worked for me. Sometimes I tell my mom, and quote, my seizures are gone because my hate killed them. So fuck you, epilepsy. One more.
Okay, does that poster sound like miserable to anybody else?
I missed the last like paragraph. I'm sorry I cut out there. Or I think it's a paragraph.
They ended it by saying "fuck you, epilepsy" after describing how fighting through the seizure, like the after seizure tired feeling of like ignoring your own body's needs. That fool is saying was like the smartest thing they could have ever done.
Okay,
But
maybe I
to
didn't
me, that
cut out and
yeah, that
miss
sounds
anything
more
then.
like
I don't know. Um, I mean, I just can't stop thinking about how impressive that person is. And wow, they're so cool, aren't they? That they can push through all of this stuff. It just, I mean, so, so what? Like, they're gonna probably end up having a pretty miserable life if they um keep thinking of themselves that highly. Um, Epilepsy has a way of finding finding a way to kick someone in the ass, and just because somebody hasn't had that ass kicking seizure yet doesn't mean it's not coming. So, um, yeah, I don't know. I feel sorry for them. They seem kind of insecure.
Did sound like that. Yeah, so I'll go to the notes and it says, why should I be taking seizure med if MRI and EEG says I am good? This frustrates me because I had a seizure 3 months ago, and then again on Monday. Prior to Monday, I had gotten an MRI and EEG done, and the results came back excellent. Then this Monday, that passed. I went to the ER, and the doctor there prescribed me medication for seizures. Yes, I believe you should be taking your seizure meds if you have seizures.
Yes. I feel like they opened with that question, why should I be taking my meds? And then they proceeded to immediately answer their own question.
Right.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people, when they're first first realizing that they're having seizures, don't necessarily get that, the clear EEG doesn't mean no seizures, it means you weren't seizing then. So it's not a clear bill of health. And yeah, that's tough for some people to accept initially.
Yeah, I think you should take your medication. Um, and why should you be taking it? Because seizures are the only other option. Um, Even if your MRI does say you're good, people get good MRIs and EEGs and they're still taking their medication. Um, it's really up to you and your doctor. What you want to do, it's your body or your body. Either listen to your doctor or don't. I don't suggest not listening to him. Or if you don't, then get a second opinion. One says because you can have epilepsy with a normal EEG and MRI, two unprovoked seizures over 24 hours apart is criteria for diagnosis. EEGs only show your brain activity in real time. Some people need multiple to catch abnormal waves. Not taking medication puts you and others in danger. Another one says if you're having seizures, even if the EEG and MRI come back normal, I've been having seizures for almost 10 years and all my tests have come back normal. That doesn't mean you're not having seizures and you really should be taking the meds your doctor prescribed. Then the original poster responded, question, you're having seizures while taking medication? And then the other person responded, it took me 3 years to get up to the dosage needed to reach controlled status. I'm lucky, and the first med I took is working. Some people need to try multiple combos. Read up on other types of seizures after I had tonic-clonic grand mals. I realized I had been having focal aware seizures for about 18 months. Taking meds, the first EEG showed seizure behavior. The ones after did not. I was still having focal aware and complex focal seizures. I just didn't have one during the later EEGs. Each seizure you have makes it worse. If we had realized about the focal aware seizures earlier, I may not have started having tonic clonics. How do you channel your aura? No joke. You feel it? Do you write it down, draw it, meditate or breathe? That fucking storms inside your head, and maybe you've even taken rescue meds since you've noticed. You have so much energy channeled in your brain, you have little chance to decide. Where does it go? The storm passes, the exhausting but terrifying thrill that is an aura that no one has ordered. You have the brain for a reason. It's time to decide. That sounds like a movie or something.
Yeah, is this their like superhero origin story? Are they gonna find out that they can channel their seizures into like some kind of crime fighting, like super energy beam shoot out of their hand or something, or probably the eyeballs, right? That's closer to the brain.
Right. Channel and aura. That's different. It's far out.
Uh, I don't know. It's I mean, I guess if it helps them relax, it would be a good thing. That's really what I do when I feel something like that. I just sit and I try to relax. I just try to think, this will be over soon. If they feel leaning into it gives them another, like their own sense of control. I don't know. It's interesting because it brings up a question about whether we have any degree of conscious control over it once something like that starts. Can we actively encourage or discourage something from building? And I don't think that that's ever been studied. Um, I feel like I remember hearing or seeing that on a question about that on Reddit. I might try to go see if I can bring it up, but somebody had asked before if if they feel like they can control their seizures by, thinking about it. Uh, I don't know. I've definitely felt like just relaxing has made the vocals less distressing. I don't know if it's ever shortened them or lessened the intensity of anything. I don't know about you guys.
I can't channel my auras, but what I can do is go through some of these comments. Yeah, I feel like if I tried channeling my aura, I might turn it into a seizure, especially the one I had most recently. When I go through these comments, someone said, take your Ativan or Klonopin dissolvable tablet under your tongue. It stops the aura within 10 minutes and stops all seizure activity in the brain. I don't put up with auras, and neither does my neurologist. I have focal aware seizures, and I am so glad my neuro took them seriously and was aggressive with stopping them. Writing auras out is just insane to me now, and I can't believe doctors still allow it. Someone else says, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't have epilepsy, end quote, for a reason. It's terrible, actually. Another person said, how do you get your neurologist to give you a rescue med without them flagging you as a drug seeker? I have taken Valium after an aura and it helped a lot. Neither neurologist I have seen prescribes it. Someone said, put down any expensive or potentially dangerous items in case I have a focal aware. Sit and wait for the fear to end. Try not to scream. Tell people what's happening and get to the floor. But I usually don't have enough time. Right? The last one says, we're only that simple. What do you guys think of my friend's suggestions to stop seizures? One is stop smoking and drinking. Walk in the morning when the sun comes up and at night before the sun sets. Eat sea moss twice a day. Get disciplined and food, and with food, eat steak, chicken, salmon, tilapia, sweet potatoes. However, you want them to be cooked eggs, avocados, fruit of any kind. Do memory games, test your brain daily. Don't push it. Get flashcards if you need to. Drink a gallon of water or at least 8 cups. I wouldn't be listening to that person.
The quit drinking, I recommend that. 6 years sober today. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Props to
on
you.
the
Round
day.
of applause.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
I mean, it's good. It's good. I don't miss it, but I don't know, it's been an adventure. It's getting easier the more distance I have from it. So, oh, Mike. You see Mike here?
Yeah.
Coming to share in the celebration.
Mike.
Oh, that's a big boy. Look at that.
Yep, yeah, the one eye. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, the one about drinking, I could say yeah.
And and the smoking cigarettes, nicotine.
Yeah.
Nicotine is a stimulant. So,
Yeah. So smoking and drinking, I would say.
The concerning thing about that sea moss part is that the high levels of iodine found in sea moss is the reason that a lot of doctors don't recommend it because it can cause thyroid issues and cancer. So yeah, I'm gonna hold off on the sea moss.
Yeah, they lost me once they started recommending foods and stuff. I've had people recommend stuff like that. You need to eat this, this, and this, and like you don't know that. They just sound healthy. And that's what it sounds like. The person was telling me, like, you don't know that this is good. It just sounds healthy. So you're trying to get me on it, which healthy isn't what bothers my epilepsy. Yeah. Some of the comments here. One says, listen to your neurologist. Another one says, if I tell you what I think, the police will come to arrest me. Oh, I get it. Could be that bad. Someone else says, see,
okay.
what? Memory games have nothing to do with stopping epileptic activity in the brain. They really don't know how epilepsy related to diet. Another one says, none of that will stop seizures. Everybody has a trial of error, fun of figuring out the lifestyle, the best that manages things for them. It's not a one size fits all checklist. For example, managing food is a big part for me because I have few allergies and sensitivities. That list up there would set me off, although also exercise helps me, but I find midday is the best time for a workout for me. Lastly, what helped me last week might fail this week. Seizures are sneaky bastards. How do you know it's going to be a seizure? Does anyone else constantly think they're getting nervous, dizziness, migraines throughout the day and assume a seizure is coming? Seems like we've had something similar to this quite a few times today. They all seem worded different. But basically, how do you know a seizure is going to happen? This person says basically feeling sick and dizzy for them. We've been through these a lot. How do you know it's going to be a seizure? You don't.
I still really just don't get auras, so I never know.
Just try to do what you can to avoid your triggers.
And be prepared for Well, I'm really bad at that. I've been going out a lot alone and without the rescue beds and in the dark. Yeah, I haven't been doing the best at keeping safeguards. But that's what I would recommend others do.
Someone said, "Am I cured?" A little over a year ago, I found out I had brain tumor that was causing nearly daily focal aware seizures, along with 2 grand mals 9 months ago. I had craniotomy to remove the tumor, and I am beyond thankful that it came back as benign. I have started to wean off Vimpat and will likely follow with weaning off my Keppra. My husband and I have been confused on what to say when people ask if I have epilepsy. The tumor was likely the cause of the seizures, and getting rid of what it is has given me the freedom to wean off my medication under strict supervision by my neurologist. Does this mean I can completely go off my medication and remain seizure free? That I am no longer epileptic? I think once you have epilepsy, you always have epilepsy. But I'll read the first comment. It says, not necessarily. It could just mean that they're good for now. Because of the tumor cause, if the tumor wasn't the cause, then you have to think about that. But if it was the cause, then maybe. You probably need to talk to your neurologist about it. They can give you a better answer than us. I'm glad you're okay. Yeah, I think once you get the epileptic label, you pretty much just have epilepsy. I haven't heard of anyone who got anything taken out and that said, "Oh, you're not epileptic anymore," unless you never got the epileptic title from the beginning. Am I going to have I'm going to have an 8-day EEG video. Any advice? I am in the process of getting a diagnosis. I had 20-minute EEG recently that showed short temporal lobe seizures. Therefore, I have an 8 days video EEG in the hospital. It's starting tomorrow morning. I'm a bit afraid, not gonna lie. Any advice? I would still be working, most likely, as I am afraid of going crazy if I stuck in a room for 8 days. Do you guys have any tips you wished you had before having an EEG that long? My concerns are mainly, how do I save my hair from having to wash it every day without conditioner? How do I deal with the fact that not being able to walk or move for a week? I feel a bit awkward about being recorded 24/7 a week, to be honest. Will I forget camera eventually? Overall, what is your experience with it?
I wish I had been focused more on having as many seizures as possible. That way, you're out of it. Many of those things that you're concerned about won't matter because you're going to be in a post-ictal days of like, where am I? What am I doing here? And probably get hit with another seizure. And they might even send you home early if they get enough data. So just do your best to keep the EEGs all about the seizures and, get a crossword game if you want to just keep busy, kill
Crossword,
time.
eight,
Anything to keep
eight
busy.
straight days of crossword. That would,
In between seizures,
yeah,
something to
I,
pass time.
yeah,
Does get boring when you're not having seizures.
maybe break it up with Sudoku every now and then in between.
Well, it sounded like they were going to be stuck in the room. I wasn't familiar with any long EEG stays where you're actually confined to the bed. So,
No.
I mean,
no,
not
I thought I remembered them all letting me walk around.
my,
Yeah, mine were too.
I
wasn't
had to
Jeff?
stay in bed. I had
Oh, so you were confined.
3 days and I couldn't leave the bed at all. I had to lie and say that I couldn't use a bedpan. So they would bring a commode next to the bed just so I wouldn't be able to walk to the bathroom. just because I had to get out of bed somehow.
Did they come and watch you go to the commode?
No, they let me do that alone.
Okay.
So they
But they
gave
were really
you your
strict. I couldn't get
dignity
up.
there, didn't they?
I didn't care about the dignity. I just wanted to walk.
Yeah.
When my new doctor wanted me to go through another one, and I refused. I said, unless you tell them that I can walk around, I'm just not doing it. And he said, well, you have to have someone with you. Nope, that's not good enough. So we'll see. Okay, back to your regularly scheduled program.
Mark, you got any advice for anybody doing an eight-day EEG? Was that a sit in bed? I never been through that. Now for 8 days, I have to sit in bed.
Yeah, I
Shoot
haven't been
themselves in the
confined to
head.
bed. Huh?
Hit yourself
They
in the
should
head.
just shoot themselves now.
Yeah, get it over with. Skip. I've never done 8 days. That is kind of a scary idea. 5 days was more than enough for me, and I wasn't confined to bed. I had like my own little bedroom, and well, you saw, right?
Yeah.
I did that. Yeah, so it was, I don't know, if they're confined to bed, I hope they at least have like a TV there and maybe some good Wi-Fi. Get like a Fire Stick or something, or bring a PlayStation or Xbox and stream some Netflix or something. Um, yeah, puzzles, like Kate said, something to keep the mind active. Some maybe a book to read, something if that's um something you enjoy. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the facility there will be like for them. Where I went, they had, a little kitchen common area with a refrigerator. So all of the patients were allowed to bring, some of our own whatever. So I brought some of my favorite soda to drink. So comfort food, something like that, if that's something that they're allowed to bring in. Um, Bonus if it has caffeine to try to help, you know, stimulate something. But um, I don't know. I would just basically just plan on it and pack like you're going on the world's worst Airbnb hotel stay. Something, what would you want to have if you were stuck in the worst hotel room in that, you know, yeah, just stuff to do. Oh,
Yeah. Like Kate said, Sudoku. Then Mark said Sudoku for a week would drive you crazy as well. Uh, find something each and every day. Like today I'm gonna do Sudoku. Today I'll do crosswords. Today I'll what's the video game?
word search.
Yeah. Words with
Yeah.
friends. That passes time because if you pick like 8 friends, they don't even have to be friends. You can make them random. It'll pass through time. Some of them won't go right away. Some of them will. And you can go like that throughout days. Days will pass if you're just playing Words with Friends. Um, I haven't done it personally, just sat and played Words with Friends, but I know it can be very time consuming. That's the reason I suggested it.
Yeah. You could go start arguments on Reddit.
Right.
That'll kill a lot of time.
Right. Make all kind of unknown profiles and stuff.
That could trigger seizures too.
Mhm.
And
All right, but I need to hear your guys' opinion on this one. Rejected because I have epilepsy. I got out of an abusive marriage, 14-year relationship with someone I'd known for over 35 years, almost a year ago. He weaponized my epilepsy. I wasn't a good mom, snap out of it, get yourself together, as if I could control my seizures, etc., and stop me from going to important times for my son. My son chose to live with his dad because of my frequent seizures and has since been poisoned against me. I was a lucky one as I got support and housed in temporary accommodation. I was over my marriage 9 years ago as he pulled away and not even a hug since 2020. So was ready for dating and have had some dates, but as soon as I'm unable to reply as recovering from a seizure, they've all rejected me. I know that means they aren't for me, but it's so demoralizing. I'm 48 and don't want to spend my life alone. Sorry for any typos, I'm typing through tears. What would you guys say to her?
Just that I feel for her, and there's nothing really you can say that's going to make her feel better. She needs somebody physically to stand there and hug her and feel like
Yeah,
she's
especially
loved
that
and
part about her
wanted.
son.
Right.
You need another
Yeah,
support.
the son part is particularly heartbreaking.
And
And
some
it
people in
sounds
the
like, I
comments
mean,
are
if
choosing,
these,
go ahead.
if a lot of these people are just gone as soon as she's kind of foggy after a seizure. I mean, that time period is, you know, so short comparatively speaking. I can't help but imagine that these must be kind of, just demanding immediate kind of back on, you know, back and forth interaction if, a post-ictal state is too much for them to handle. But I don't know, maybe her expectations are different than theirs were um, if she's looking for a relationship more so than these partners who were just kind of looking for quick dating or something.
And here's one that got her to say thank you. This reply. This is heartbreaking to read. You absolutely deserve better, and the average person needs better seizure education, never mind family members. If it helps your hope at all, there's often people posting on behalf of their partner with epilepsy on the sub. There are outstanding people out there. It's just unfortunate how hard they are to find. We're here for you. That one triggered her to say thank you. So that one was, appropriate. That's nice. To think that a
like
lot of
Jeff
people
said,
making these responses are posting on behalf of their partner with epilepsy.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they detach completely after a single post-ictal phase, that's a huge red flag that's not somebody to trust being around in a vulnerable state, like if you end up having a seizure around them. So, yeah, there are quality people out there around, but
Yeah, it sounds like everything will get better for
it's,
somebody who's feeling like this, especially because, I mean, who knows how much that isn't contributing to her frequent seizures. She's feeling so heartbroken to the point where it actually brings her to tears. That'll definitely get some hormones flowing. And that can fuck with seizures. Check this out, Halloween costume. Hey everyone, I've got my appointment set to get an RNS in October. It'll be a couple of days before Halloween, and I thought it'd be awesome to use my shaved head and fresh scar as a part of a Halloween costume. What do you think a good costume would be? Leaning towards Frankenstein monster, but Star Trek might be awesome too. And the comment that I
Yeah.
like here is Chucky from Child's Play. I thought that was a good one.
The Red Power Ranger.
Okay,
I
might as
like
well.
those their first. I mean, the first idea obvious. I mean, Frankenstein is kind of the obvious one. But I mean, not to minimize the obvious, but the Star Trek has me kind of excited. I like that idea. You could do like a Borg drone or
That's what they
something
said.
and
Yeah,
have
they said
the
Borg.
scars there and everything. You know, I would only worry about any sort of makeup or anything that you would need to do for any sort of skin coloration for either one of those, but um yeah, I like their two original ideas. Um
Cool.
hmm.
Yeah, I was just
And
along
let's
the
see,
lines
there
of
was a
thinking a Halloween costume. For some reason, I just thought purple Power Ranger. I mean, the red Power Ranger. Um,
Dude, what happened
you
with
could work a
the
scar into anything.
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, maybe you don't want to hide the scar, so maybe you can just like rip a piece of it off.
There you
Um,
go.
did the Red Power Ranger have a scar or something? Am I missing something here?
No,
Or is it
I
just
don't
Pookie's
think
just
they're
talking
ripping it.
costumes. He's totally just going with Halloween costume.
I was
And
just,
oh,
yeah, I was
okay.
just on the
I was
costumes in
on
particular.
and I was just watching this show about the Power Rangers just before hopping on here too. It's kind of bizarre. There's synchronicity here. Things are,
Power Rangers are going to be popular forever.
huh? The Power
Power Rangers are
Rangers.
going to be popular forever.
I got something. It says seizure advice. About 5 years ago, I had a cluster of seizures abruptly quitting in an insane amount of benzos for 5 months on end. About 7 years ago, or 8 years ago, I had one at a festival after being awake for days on coke and MDMA and other stimulants. I also took a gram of pregabalin, which definitely contributed to it. Am I always susceptible to seizures due to my past? I have had I have just had a daughter, and I'm so scared that I'll have another one.
Didn't we read this one just last week or something?
Um,
Was didn't we do it with this same group of people too? I feel like I
Are
remember
you getting
hearing
deja vu,
this.
Mark? Is this your aura?
Yeah. Well, I don't not Nora, I think. I don't know, but I swear I remember this question and those substances because a gram of pregabalin is nuts. And I'm on pregabalin as one of my seizure meds. Um, I don't, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, after all those substances listed and then the thing about having children, I think I don't want to say seizures are not as much of a concern, but maybe the priority could be on, lifestyle choices. Get your shit together, take care of the first daughter before you're stressed about having another one.
And don't party so hard when you're a parent.
Right? So this is a funny one saying fighting off a seizure. Insane thing to say, but have you ever had like willed a seizure away? I feel one coming on and just lock in, hyper focus on something, and eventually it passes. Usually after a couple back-to-back absent seizures, I feel a tonic-clonic coming on. So, but I don't know if anyone else has done that or if it's just me misunderstanding what's actually happening. I don't think willing a seizure away is a possibility. So it sounds like this person is probably just feeling a seizure coming on, and it can take longer from what I'm gathering. So yeah, I don't want to play down whatever they're doing, but it seems like a lot of the comments are saying the same thing. Even the whole deja vu thing, I only posted it since it happened. And that's responding to somebody saying it feels like I've won the battle for a while, but I'm only proud of myself when it's happened. And let's see. Oh no, that was somebody agreeing with them, saying that it's difficult, only happened a handful of times, but they've managed it. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I don't know about willing it away necessarily, but if you have something that gives you some sort of sense of security, some sense of control over your situation, and that helps you to calm down and lower your stress, that may help to shorten something going on. Might be my guess, either that or it would just help them to feel more relaxed about what would have happened for the same exact amount of time anyway. I don't think that you can stop a misfiring brain from within said misfiring brain, but um, that's just this misfiring brain speaking, not actively misfiring, but
Hey, Rick. Good timing.
Hey,
So, Rick, we have one of those first questions we ask, and now I just gotta find it. Yeah. Okay, here we go. If costs were not a factor, would you choose to keep your current healthcare providers or change the team?
so of course there's no object. I would go back to the one that I had in Kansas. But I moved from Kansas to South Carolina. I have new insurance. So the team I have now is good. But the one that I had in Kansas was excellent. And I can't use them anymore because they're not in network and I'm not in their zone. So if cost was no object, I would definitely go back there. However, I am really happy with who I have because they're good. It's just that the other place was so excellent. So yes, I would switch if cost was done.
Okay, if you don't mind me asking, what did kind of put them on that next level? Was it their material, what they had available, readily available, or more just how they treated you?
I think both. So I had so many problems with hospital systems getting misdiagnosed and being flippant about what's going on. Whereas KU Med, they were they were extra special. First, they performed a life-saving brain surgery at moment's notice. A helicopter there, boom, they got me right in. But also the follow-up care, calling me constantly. I had a PIC line installed that clogged, and we lived like 2.5 hours away. They said, okay, we'll find you an appointment. And they, en route, a nurse called and said, okay, we got you an appointment at such and such clinic that's 2 miles away. Went there and they knew everything. They had my medical history. All I did was go in there. They did what they had to do. And they weren't even affiliated with KU Med. KU Med also, every single time I went for an appointment, if I saw a different doctor, I never had to explain what went on. They came in and said, okay, you had this, and this. You saw this doctor, you saw this. We're here to talk about this. I never had to explain anything. They were on point. The nurses knew everything, the doctors knew everything. And I visited them 73 times. Each time I went to visit, it was always a great experience. And they would also call when I was on route to make sure that I wasn't hitting any traffic. And if so, I could do a reschedule. They also made sure, so when I went for the second brain surgery, I had I had to get ear surgery at the same time. We had spoke with the ear surgeon. He says, "Oh, it's going to be hard for me to find a time when they're doing the other surgery, but I'll make it happen." He made it happen. So it was just constant, 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 on point communication, surveys constantly, and they were really good, and a lot of follow up, and also asking how I was doing even after the fact. So that's what did it.
Absolutely, definition of above and beyond.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you guys see stuff like coming in front of the screen? Any bit at all?
Yeah, a little bit of it looks like smoke coming down
Yeah.
across.
Either that or like a disco ball, and you got a reflection.
No, I got the little oil diffuser machine.
Oh, okay.
How would I go about finding a doctor to treat my seizures? I recently posted asking if I was having seizure activity, and many of you suggested I did. I was wondering how I should go about talking to my doctor about this. I've been nervous at first, as the first seizure happened over 7 to 8 months ago. I wasn't able to go to a doctor. For context, I was with friends. I had a seizure. They did not take care of me or call anyone, and I was too out of it to ask to be taken care of or taken to the hospital. My PCP is often dismissive of my problems, and as often as my mother calls him, often claiming I am a hypochondriac, which I may be, but I don't think this is the case. This is the case currently. I'm scared of my mother finding out, as she will think it's drug related. It is not. I do not use drugs. I say you ask for a new primary, and then you go about getting a new doctor. But yeah, if they don't all want to push you to the side and your primary is dismissive, get another primary. Well, first ask them to get you a neurologist. So you have the neurologist first, and then get a new primary. But if your primary doesn't want to get you a neurologist, get a new primary. If they're that dismissive about it. Yeah, because that's what it sounds like. You're telling them I'm having seizures, and they're dismissive about it. They're probably like, "Oh no, you're a hypochondriac. Could be this or that. Go see another doctor." Not sure if you can go to the ER and see the neurologist. Maybe at Stanford you could. But
Hey,
yeah,
Lufa.
oh, hey, Lufa.
Hi guys.
There you are. The way
Hello.
Hey, Lufa.
one and only.
Hello.
That smile. Love that smile.
I just got a killer deal at the dispensary. I basically just got everything for free. It was like, oh, I'm just so and I just got like some of the most like priciest products too, because they're having like a whole deal this weekend and stuff, and then they have their app opening up, and then whatever, and then the manager checked me out, so he gave me a $25 off discount for the manager discount just for shits and giggles, and I ended up getting $15 back when I came with the exact amount of money that I placed for my order. It was amazing. So, and he also was like, you picked some really great products. And I was like, oh my God, thank you. Because when the stoner above you was like, you had great products picked out, you're like, yes, thank you. It's great. So I feel great. Very happy.
I've never seen Lufa so happy.
I'd be that happy if I got free weed too.
I mean, it wasn't free, but it was like
Discounted.
extremely discounted. It should have been over $200, and I got it, should have been around 300, and I got it for 185.
Now that will make you feel like a princess.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Are these seizures really seizures? I've been having what I call seizures since 2007. My symptoms are right side of my face, tongue go numb, drooping, drooping face and lips, slurred speech, and my right hand starts to convulse inward, almost making a fist. They last about 10 to 15 seconds. After they occur, I can become extremely exhausted and sometimes have headaches and stomach aches. My MP diagnosed me with PNES, but I'm not sure if they're even seizures to begin with. They sound like strokes. I have had many CAT scans, MRIs, and EEGs done. The medical professionals all said that there is no sign of seizures, strokes on the brain. Thank you for anyone who reads this, but do any of these really sound like seizures? My face has not went numb. My lips have not went numb. I've had slurred speech. Right hand convulsing. I wouldn't say that. I think I've had a fist that felt better when it was closed, maybe. Yeah. I don't get any of those symptoms. Not the face drooping or numb lips, tongue and face go numb. No. Anybody got any stories?
No, I mean that sounds more like it could be like a Bell palsy type of a thing, but I mean, definitely get it checked out. I've never experienced that with any type of seizures or auras.
Yeah. You missed it. I had an aura on camera. It's really fun. Yeah. Totally my first time understanding what it was. And it was not fun. There's only one comment here, and it says, how often do these happen? I'm told that seizures don't necessarily leave permanent imprints that can be seen on an EEG if these symptoms occur many times in a short period, then they might appear to be on a long-term EEG. They leave the equipment hooked up for 3 to 5 days and hope you have symptoms while it's connected. Usually requires a hospital stay, but can be performed at home. The droopy face and lips do sound like stroke symptoms, so I understand them ordering CT scans and MRIs. Note that I am not a healthcare professional by any means. I've just had some issues, some of the same issues, finding the right diagnosis. I wish you luck in narrowing it down to something manageable. Your son, 8 years old, had seizures for the first time. Of course, I called 911 and went to the ER. Blood and brain MRI looks good. It's for the first night, and I'm scared to sleep. We have to follow up with a neurologist, but can't call until Monday. Also, medication to stop next seizure, if needed, isn't available until Monday at 4 p.m. I'm scared to Google. I'm just scared. I want to buy a night monitor, but I don't know what to get. Has anyone had this happen before? Can someone offer me some helpful guidance? Definitely probably get you a camera. I think my friend Mark has the nicest one I've seen so far. Yeah, regular surveillance is pretty good. Turn the sensitivity on when he's asleep, and it'll notice him moving his leg in his sleep. In his sleep. Anybody else got any surveillance?
Well, my
KJ,
wife,
Not
I don't know if
anymore,
that
but it'll
counts.
definitely be used to. What you say?
You get your surveillance yet?
No, I never plugged the Nest camera back in because it's just too sensitive. There's too much traffic at all times of the day and night, so doesn't really do the trick.
Makes sense.
I might try the Apple Watch again though. Probably just get the smaller one this time.
First comment says, I have night seizures. Just had one earlier this morning, actually. Make sure he's hydrated, eats as much as possible, and reduces stress as much as possible. These are main things that will cause issues for him. If the blood and brain MRI look good, you shouldn't stress so much as he most likely have one again anytime soon. Once he gets meds, they will help out a lot. Other comments is Sammy Alert is a product for monitoring. You should look into it if he continues to have them. I know it's very scary, but I'm 43 and I've had focal seizures at night my entire life. They suck, but still can live, but you can still live your life. The original poster said those things are $450. That price for things, I guess.
They definitely cost, and then the subscriptions on top of that. Such a relief when it's not in the budget. Or not part of the budget, anyway. This one got some interesting advice. They're saying, I'm trying to get into modeling, but I have photosensitive epilepsy and I know they use strobe lights. How do you deal with it? I know you can't really say anything like medical wise. I asked the neurologist and he just said avoid it. So I want advice, want to do print commercial. I kind of thought everybody was just going to be trying to let her down easy, get a different dream. But somebody says that I'm sensitive to camera flashes, but I got contacts that give you UV protection. And apparently that made a difference. Would have never thought.
Yeah, I was thinking if they're able to wear some type of a sunglasses, they have epilepsy glasses that have filters for certain lights temperatures. Like if I think like blue and there's like a red light that affects people who are photosensitive, so they have sunglasses that block those. So if you're doing type of modeling where you could wear cool looking sunglasses, that might work out. But the contacts are a good idea.
Yeah, that's cool. It's cool to see anybody follow through with, what they want to do. Be able to
What are
actually
some
get
of the
to it.
comments in that?
That everything else was just avoid the triggers. Trying to say nicely, get a different dream, avoid the triggers. But that one about the contacts was encouraging. Sounds like she might actually still have a chance to do some modeling.
Yeah, I got one here. It says I had a seizure at work on Saturday. I only had 2 seizures last year. So I was on my break in the bathroom. Next thing I know, I feel like I took an uncomfortable nap with a bitten lip and tongue. My manager knew about the situation, and after not coming back, she went to check on me, but that's when I was conscious. I've been really tired and burnt out from work, and some other warnings I didn't know. The warnings like having a doomed feeling. Went home early, may have to even do a sick leave or something, because I'm getting the feeling this is coming from stress. Still finding bruises, but I'm laying down. I'm really just annoyed because it was one of my shorter shifts and still had to go home early. Oh well, at least I have a timestamp. It's been 2 days. Still feel anxious. What now? Does anyone else have the same issues? What do you do to relax? Because I struggle and because I feel if I'm not doing anything, I'm just not being productive. But self care is being productive or so, right? I'm already taking medication, so that's not it. I wouldn't say you're lazy. What do I do to relax? I sit here, I chill, and I do some things that I like doing, maybe some arts and crafts, maybe editing some videos with this little diffuser thing and have it smelling like one of 5 different things. And smells pretty good today. Yeah, if you're having seizures, one way to calm your stress is just finding things you enjoy doing anytime. And yeah.
I've heard music is good. I might try that someday. I'm kidding. Music is my go-to for that. but that's because I'm really into music, and I really like, besides for the sounds, I also like reading about how the recording sessions went, what made them think to do sound different instruments a certain way. So that's my thing. So that relaxes me.
Yeah, the music relaxes me as well. It's I have music playing all day, and that's what calms me down.
I never thought of that. Um, but yeah, um, this is the first time I really kind of paid attention and noticed the impending doom part of the aura, I guess. And it was a very odd feeling, but knowing what it was, I guess, kind of calmed me down a little bit too, knowing the signs of what I was going through. And then being here with people, asking them, this is what I'm going through. Does this sound familiar? And people saying yes. And I was like, okay, something's going on right now. Then, yeah, the person also said they feel like they're useless when they're not doing anything.
That's how a lot of post-ictal times are for me too. But then you try to get up and accomplish a normal task and just totally screw it up.
Okay, I got one here. It says MDMA and flashing lights gave me a seizure-like experience. What should I do? I go to progressive house parties a lot and usually take MDMA to dance. About a month ago, I took around 500 milligrams of MDMA pill plus alcohol plus weed at a party. Around 4:30 a.m. during flashing white lights and loud drums, I felt a weird spark in my body, and a friend said it looked like I had a seizure for about 8 seconds. I saw a doctor and got put on Levopit 500 XR for a month, and my EEG was normal. A couple weeks later, I went to another party with smaller MDMA pill and felt the same sparking, but only on my right hand. That hand still buzzes sometimes. Neurologist said it might be stress, so he gave me Rivotril 0.5. Last week, I went again with a similar MDMA pill dose and avoided too much light. No clear seizure, but I felt scared when the lights flashed. Has anyone else had this happen? Could MDMA be could MDMA plus flashing lights trigger seizures? Should I stop MDMA or avoid certain lights? Or is it just anxiety now?
I mean, only they can answer that question for themselves. It's a matter of risk. If once is uh, chance happening, twice is a coincidence, three times is a pattern. If doing MDMA at house parties is making you have adverse reactions consistently, stop doing that. That's my solution to that. But I don't know. It's MDMA is not worth taking chances playing with your life. You can enjoy music without ecstasy.
Rick,
So
did you have something? Oh, go ahead.
yeah, Rick, I don't know if you had.
I 100% agree. It's not worth it. Like you were saying, okay, once could be a weird thing, twice, all right, starting to see some patterns here, and then I wouldn't mess around with that. You know, yeah, getting high is cool and relaxing and things like that, but if it's causing this, then it's totally not worth it.
One says a normal EEG does not discount an epilepsy diagnosis. Did they happen to do the flashing lights test with your EEG? If I were you, I'd cut back on the MDMA until things or under control and make sure you're being honest with your doctor about drug use and the potential correlation. Another one says, no, you should research what it does to you. I was also curious about trying acid and or shrooms, and it says they can trigger seizure for those with or without any history of seizures. I'd stop if I were you. I've done DMT and I still smoke a lot of marijuana, which is good medium, I'd say. I'm on Keppra and Trileptal. My last seizure was pretty bad. I didn't bang myself up too badly like I used to. It happened and I went to see Lilo and Stitch with my family, and I was in the hospital for a few hours. Then I was discharged. I've had this curse since I was 16, so I've had a lot of experience. What I've got is cord focal cord damage from an accident when I was 10. So my expert advice, stop doing acid and shrooms and go to weed. The other ones is just saying stop using MDMA, stop playing with the flashing lights and get a neurologist. Another one is don't take MDMA, and similar after that. Stressed and confused. Oh man. It's pretty long, so you guys gonna listen? Because at the end I might not remember some of what I read. All right. Here to listen.
Have you tried that AI companion thing down at the bottom? Do you know if it would be if you read out this whole thing and then would it be able to summarize it for us? Because I was looking at that the other day and I clicked on the AI companion thing and it said you need to have host's permission to get access to the AI companion tool. So I wasn't able to go mess around any further, which may have been a good thing, but I don't know, just a thought. Since we've got all these fancy things here now, maybe we should try using them.
Yeah, I'm on my laptop, so I can't really do
Okay.
that.
I wonder if
I'm on about
I
2 different devices
companion
right
it
now, so
can ask, can I?
That's a great idea, though. We'll look into it. We'll test it out
Yeah.
before we bring it into a regular Tuesday, Friday.
okay, I got a post here though. It says stressed and confused. 26-year-old female started having seizures in January 2023 out of nowhere. No family history, no brain injuries, and no health problems. I'm a little overweight, but I've seen 3 neurologists since then, and all of them have had different things to say. The first one told me that I was having them because I was fat, and once I lost weight, to come back and he would actually see me. The second one done a 30-minute EEG with lights and flashing in my eyes and told me that he, end quote, was stumped. And to see someone else, the third one who I'm still seeing seemed great. My first appointment, he sat me down and explained the different types of seizures and what some triggers are for other people. Then asked me and my sister to explain how mine were. Here's one of my problems. I have no idea what my grandmas were like. I've had 6 to 7 in my sleep, and I mean dead sleep. The last one I had was awake and in a car, but still, I don't know what my trigger was. And another problem, I have both grandmas and absent seizures. The only reason we know for sure that I have absent ones are from a week-long EEG I had with this new doctor. I had one while looking out the hospital room window. Never failed or passed out. Just told my mom that I was feeling weird. Then boom, I was gone. Right before I had, right before I had it, I felt like I was having an anxiety attack, heart pounding, and ragged breath. It was weird. The next morning, my doctor came in and was like, "Yep, you had an absent seizure yesterday," and then showed me the test on the camera footage. Since I've seen my doctor a total of 3 times only because of how frequent I'm having seizures now, he's changed my meds and gave me new ones, which haven't worked, and took me off the meds and switched everything around. I feel like I'm going crazy. I can't do anything alone or go anywhere without bothering anyone else. I can't sleep because of the meds, and I'm afraid if I do, I'll seize and not come out of it. Then I'm gone for good. My doctor won't order any more tests to hear me out about how I am feeling while taking these meds. And the cherry on top, I have no diagnosis. Nothing. Nada. Seizures out of nowhere, no diagnosis to help me. I'm so stressed and so confused. I just want someone who will actually help me and listen. I don't care what tests I have to do or how long I have to spend in the hospital at this point. I'm afraid that if something doesn't happen soon, I'll give up on trying to help myself and stop caring. This was somewhat of a dumpster fire. I could really use some help these days. If I made this If you made it this far, thanks for reading.
Well, good thing she has doctors that are picking up on it.
I was going to call on Rick. I would really love your opinion for this one.
Well, first off, I don't believe it's the overweight part. Um, you know, back when I was having all the issues that I had the brain abscess, I was 110 pounds more than I am now. I lost weight, and guess what? I still have seizures. So it's not the whole weight thing. Um, you know, if, so I definitely think that doctor was either misinformed or didn't want to deal with things. I'm not really sure what that doctor's mindset was. When you look at, what is it, like 40+% of the world population is obese, for that person to say, "Oh no, it's because of that," that kind of sounds like the doctor really didn't want to deal with things. That's what I feel.
Easy way to brush it off.
Yeah, exactly. Brushing it off. So glad the doctors are starting to pick up on things. Might want to look at some other additional opinions from other doctors. That's what I'm thinking.
Uh, yeah. So some comments here. The ones that aren't that long. Wow. It's way more smooth than I imagined. I feel like you just absolutely told my story, but I'm just a little further behind than you. Mine started in 2014, same BS. No one could tell me how or why they started. Now I'm having all different kinds of absent grand mals to focals, all of them. It's crazy. The last neurologist I saw upped my meds and said, come back in 2 months. Okay. Another one says, I've been through all that also, but not in the same way. I had epilepsy and diagnosed with it from birth. I had complications at birth. My great uncle had epilepsy at birth from unexplained reasons, and my aunt had seizures in her late teens and grew out of them in her late 20s. Going through meds is the biggest hurdle, along with finding the right dosage and the right one. I also had a seizure disorder from it and had grand mals and petite seizures and partial to complex seizures. I started off on Dilantin when I was 5, and I didn't find the right combo until I was 50 years later, along with doing a series of tests and hospital visits and stays, and the implementation of the VNS. During the times I had my grand mals, I was always awake in the day, late evening, and once hot out, I was extremely exhausted and would sleep for 9 to 12 hours and be sensitive to everything around me. In my 20s and 30s, my grandma's slowly disappeared, and EEGs and EKG and cranial anatomy. Then my seizures were primary nocturnal, or in my sleep, in a deep sleep, lasting 20 to 45 seconds at the longest after seeing a specialist and having seizure to implant the VNS. That's a long comment. The other ones are way longer. That's why I decided to read that one.
Okay, so Angel, I'll ask you first this time. If cost were not a factor, would you choose to keep your current healthcare providers or change the team?
I would probably keep. Wait, how is that the insurance?
That's why I'm saying if cost were not a factor. So whether they're in network, out of network, different state, whatever, would
I
you,
would
if
keep.
you had a choice of
I would
anybody?
keep. I I would keep my current uh healthcare provider. I like the
Great.
team. You know, they get through everything. They get by, and it's easy to message them and everything. Um, Even when I need my meds, it's like they're quick with it.
Yeah, that's definitely important. And Lufa, did you hear that question?
Yes, I would probably stay with my neurology people and my psychology, psychiatrist and whatnot. But um, when it comes to like um, what are they called? The general PCP? No, that's a drug.
Yep.
General
PCP, primary
practitioner.
care.
That's also a drug. Okay, cool. Um, Yeah, I would like to change that because right now I got this old man and Loki he feels a little pervy and he doesn't do me any well. He annoys me. And he said that he can't. He's like, yeah, your shoulder popping out and stuff is weird, but I can't diagnose you with EDS or anything like that or hypermobility unless you're like dying from it. So thanks, man. Appreciate it. It's like that's super odd though. Can I see it again? The fuck?
Okay, well, there's actions to take for that. You at least have somebody going to those appointments with you, I hope.
Hope it was just me, me and him. Just me and the old man. I don't really like him. He gives me a weird vibe. I don't know. I don't know. He might be a really nice dude, but he's old and I think it's time for him to retire. So I think that
And primary care should be the easiest one to find.
it's not. It's none of them are
There's a
easy.
nationwide shortage of primary care physicians. There's not enough of them.
There's a
All
so
of
much.
the med school students want to go on into these different specialties and whatnot, and um, different fields that either make more money or are considered more prestigious. And regular old family physician is seen as something that's not as desirable of a career track. And um, it's it's getting to a point where it's a real concern among, a lot of experts at um, whichever government agency freaks out over those things. Um, that and pharmacists, a similar thing. There's not many people who are going to school, to pharmacy school, or not enough people to replace
And
the retiring baby boomers.
I think that
So
if schooling and education for those things were more accessible, like I know for me I can't afford to go to school right now, even if I wanted to, even for like a really cheap one. It would really set me back a lot. And it would set my mom back a lot. And I think that's just a problem for most people in everywhere
Well,
too. So I think that I feel like too, like there's not an there's they don't make it like there's not great accessibility to schooling all the time either, which is really
accessibility is a little bit less of an issue for students who have, you know, high score. I don't mean to
well.
insult you, but students who are like consistently top of their class, arrogant med school type,
Well, it
have
would
a
be easier.
God complex type thing. They want to go on to
Yeah,
be the
but
biggest and best, and primary care is not seen as biggest and best of med school career outcomes.
yes, but I'm saying like for those that are like that might have an interest in the medical field in general.
Mm.
Like I know for me, I've always had an interest in psychology and working maybe in a psychiatric place, but I would also be totally fine learning how to do uh, like a like your regular physician. I would love to have that sort of job too, but I don't have the accessibility to that. I think that with proper well, I don't think anything, but I just growing up even I don't with the way that things just were. That there's very it's I think just
Cards are stacked against you.
like I think that the way that society is built is like certain people get to go for certain things. And even if you want to go for that thing too, just because you aren't in that category of people necessarily, it kind of means that you don't get to do that. And you're pushed aside. So it happens in many different cases for many different reasons, whether it's race or religion or your age or your gender, sexual identity. There's so many different reasons that could factor in to a lot of things like that. But a big thing too is just there's so much and they
Well,
like
when
they,
there's a shortage, maybe they would kind of lean back on those,
well and there's
not be
just
so
not there's
exclusive.
like there's no funding. There's no funding to really I feel like for those of lower class. They really do fund the rich, and for in America at least, they really do fund the rich. And I think that if there's so many people that have to, um, and there's nothing wrong with it, but like donate their time, um, in order for people to get the proper help because our government won't fund that proper help for them. Um, like I remember as a kid, my mom was working 3 different jobs to support us, and it was that we were barely making ends meet. Um, and it's I think the world is just very unforgiving in general. And then I kind of lost my train of thought.
No,
Oh,
that makes sense. It's definitely a big deal.
I also wanted to say that I'm whoever that person was that was like I'm part of the Epilepsy Foundation. I am now part of the Epilepsy Foundation too. So just wanted to bring that in there. But
Remind me, what was that about?
I don't know the Joker person said they were part of the Epilepsy Foundation, but I'm part of the Epilepsy Foundation too. They said welcome.
So
I don't know.
does that mean you get like a newsletter?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
really know what that is.
I don't know. It's like
Yeah, Madison was going to be contacting the Epilepsy Foundation
yeah,
about.
but it's basically just support groups and stuff that aren't a podcast. That's what it is. It's the Epilepsy Foundation. It's basically just like you can meet with people, and they also offer like a pillow for if you have like if while you sleep, if you have seizures in your sleep, it helps to reduce suffocation. They offered me the pillow, but I don't think that I have a lot of seizures like in my sleep where I would suffocate. So I was like, I'll leave that for someone else that maybe will be suffocating in their sleep. But for anyone that has sleepy seizures, there's a pillow out there for you. And you can get it for free if you're part of the Epilepsy Foundation, potentially. That or it's $175. I wasn't going to take that risk.
I got something here that says prescription antidepressants and anxiety meds, promethazine, delirium. I'm 42, experienced my first 4 seizures over a week ago, coincidentally, just a couple days after my dosage of venlafaxine was doubled to 150 milligrams. I initially had issues with my tongue swelling and then issues breathing. I went back to my doctor and she examined me and she said my body is reacting to the increase in antidepressants and I'm showing signs of anaphylactic shock and allergic reaction. She said, keep taking them, return to the dose I began with, continue with my other prescription pills, and then prescribe me more tablets, some antihistamines to deal with the swollen oral parts. One more tablet to add to the list won't hurt. Surely not. Wrong. Within 24 hours, I had my first seizure ever. Began in comatose state, unresponsive and vacant for 60 seconds. Hallucinations. Oh, it says for 60 seconds to hours. Hallucinations of people not here, a strange smell that wouldn't go away, and then a couple of minutes of physical seizure described me as epileptic fit. I bruised myself on the forearm, the shin, my eye, and the top of my foot. My jaw was still sore from clenching my teeth so hard. Ambulance was called and I was examined. And over the next few hours, I had 3 more seizures in the back of the ambulance, UK hospital, A&E department, and undermanned. And the paramedics were wanted me to remain at home until seizure number 4. Then I was finally taken to the hospital to put on AMU ward and immediately put into queue for CT scans and neurologist appointment. He says, well, now my head is fucked up, and the most I can remember is one thing. I've lost 5 to 6 days to amnesia. Everything I wrote here has been reaccounted to me by my dad, who was present during that time. I didn't take prescription meds. I don't have seizures anymore. Wasn't a question in there. And I
Yeah,
I had to read the whole thing just to find that out.
Yeah, I was like, "Where's the question?"
I thought I was going crazy,
No.
or something, or just too distracted with this AI companion thing.
I
Which,
mean,
thank you
Phantom.
for approving the access to it. It's kind of interesting to see. You can ask it questions about what's happened in meetings so far, what's been talked about, you know.
Phantom
That's really
smells and
cool.
hallucinations are definitely could be part of auras. So
That patient definitely
Um,
sounds like they're gonna have to, plenty of luck taking notes, noticing any trends. But that's the thing about having like different kinds of seizures. Sometimes different triggers are, better or worse for those, and it could be a different time of the month or whatever. There's just a lot of factors that actually do influence how your seizures happen. So it sounds like that
They
patient
mentioned,
definitely has a lot to.
sorry. They mentioned early on promethazine, which is an antihistamine. So I don't know particularly how it acts, if it's an atypical antihistamine or if it's more um, um, similar to just something that always raises a red flag in my mind. Um, I don't know if they're aware of that.
Promethazine just isn't good for you when you have epilepsy, basically. It's a no-go.
I don't know if it's a no-go or not necessarily, but antihistamines are just something that makes me cautious just because of how adamant my neurologists have been about Benadryl.
Benadryl related to that? Is it like some kind of different substance? First one they mentioned, was that a medication or was that actually an antihistamine?
Uh, pro, pro, I don't know. I heard promethazine, and promethazine is
Yeah,
an
yeah. What is that?
anti.
Oh, okay.
Um, yeah, I think it's a prescription strength antihistamine, so it might not be in the same category as Benadryl is, but um,
We talked about this a while back, but what do you guys think about, with the direction that cars and driving is headed? Would you ever trust absolutely anybody with epilepsy in a car? Even if it was, supposedly all the safety features and I don't want to call it a robot, but
You
yeah,
said,
would you
would
ever
I
trust
or
any of
do
those
I?
like auto? Yeah, I guess these cars are kind of out there, but either way, would you or do you trust anybody on the road that has ever had seizures?
No.
No.
I
What do you
don't
say?
know. It depends on how far the the self-driving technologies might get and
Really good out here. I was just gonna
how
say that.
severe the epilepsy is the patient has. Um, if they're really not and never have experienced significant seizures or frequent significant tonic-clonics and have, we have reached a point where um, self-driving cars are not running into the back of stopped garbage trucks. Um, it's not outside of the realm of possibility that we could see these technologies out on the road in our lifetime. And, what we have now take for granted day to day was, unimaginable 20 years ago. So, I'm gonna say a tentative yes. I might trust a person with epilepsy out on the road
Okay.
eventually. Asterisk, 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 you know.
Yeah, a person on the road with epilepsy. Yeah, just under certain circumstances. I mean, under certain circumstances. Like if you're capable to drive and you have a license again, then yeah. I mean, yeah. But if you're not even under control and you don't even have a license and you're still suspended and stuff like that, don't even want to go around the corner.
Yeah, there's a lot of people every comment that's a book is are people really passionate about why that shouldn't ever be? They just give all the reasons in the world why it's they just see it as like selfish for anybody to get behind the wheel, even if you're well controlled. But
Yeah, I
that
wouldn't even
probably is really personal.
I would even trust like myself because for me, an example, an absence seizure, don't know when I will go out to, you know, like get ready. You're going to have a seizure, put the self driving or whatever, or, you know, a tonic clonic might hit of something that might take it out of the uh auto driving feature and put it into a manual driving feature. I wouldn't trust myself. Yeah.
Out here, they have the self-driving cars. A few of them have run into the back of um, garbage trucks, as Marcus said, and specifically they said garbage trucks. They haven't said any other cars or anything, but I see them every now and then on the freeway, and it's just fun to look at. Like, yeah, I guess just like, oh, that car's driving itself, but nothing too special about it. You can call them. I believe they come get you and take you to your destination. But I think it's only a two-seater as well, so that's another thing. Not like a family can ride.
Okay.
There's post-ambulatory EEG, getting glue out of hair. I recently got an ambulatory EEG off of me. There's so much glue that seems like it's going to take forever to get it out of my hair. I'm booking a salon visit soon. But is there anything I can do in the meantime to get all the glue out of it? Ooh.
Coconut oil.
You said peanut oil?
Coconut oil. Take a bit of coconut oil and spoon it out into a bowl and microwave it until it's, liquidy and just kind of
I think your screen froze. So was it me?
No, it looks like
to
Mark.
actually
He's back.
by the technicians, the nurses and the technicians who were removing the electrodes at the time, and um, they were right. They know what they were talking about. And the coconut oil is a great hair conditioner as well. So that's definitely my go-to. Hopefully I won't need it again, but um, if I do, I know what to do.
Yeah, I think I used coconut oil too, like Mark said. I don't remember the last time I did it, but it was definitely coconut oil. It's like that, or you can use like stuff with baking soda because baking soda helps with everything.
Uh, yeah, one wash, washing my hair after that, it didn't work. Not one wash. The second one, they got some signs of hope. Atypical seizures. Hi, I was wondering if anyone has experienced atypical or focal seizures. A recent neuro, and I'm being referred to for 5 to 7 day stay in epilepsy unit for testing because I'm having episodes that may or may not be seizure activity. I have episodes where all of a sudden it feels like I can't see. There is no actual vision disruption, but I feel like I'm missing all the information in front of my eyes. Like there is major delay in my visual processing when this happens. My whole brain feels like molasses. I can hear people speaking and I can respond. It just takes me a minute to fully register what was being said. I also sort of feel like I'm outside of my body when it happens. These episodes last anywhere from just a couple of minutes to sometimes 20 to 30 minutes. One single time I had one of these episodes and then lost about 40 to 45 seconds of that time. I straight up can't remember. I was driving when it happened and I missed my exit and was further down the road than I thought I should be. I was very disorientated and very afraid when I came to. I also may or may not have been having olfactory hallucinations on occasion, and my neurologist said those can be auras for seizures. I'm wondering if anyone else has this experience was similar that known for the fact that they are for sure being having seizures. Is anyone having seizures like that? Olfactory? I don't know what that is.
That smells.
Smells? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not having those. Atypical are those drop seizures, right?
Yeah, those are the sudden drops.
Those are
It could
very
also be
interesting.
syncope because they
For
said
some
they,
reason, those have become very interesting seizures to me, just to drop to the ground.
yeah, they just drop. They don't do the clonic part where they start jerking around.
Okay.
It seems like
Okay, it
some
looks like
type
those
of,
drop seizures are actually called atonic. Atypical seizures are a different kind of generalized seizure, but you don't get the convulsions. So it's still
yeah.
generalized. That's the biggest difference between atonic and atypical, is that it still encompasses your whole brain on an atypical seizure, but there's no convulsions. I mean, it seems like it looks like a focal, but for some reason it
Uh,
takes up your whole brain. That's what they call it.
but
Oh, and they're
it's
longer. They last longer than an absent seizure, up to a few minutes. That's scary. So it
it
sounds like somebody would just be gone
seems to
for
be having it.
long.
They have it in clusters if they're going for like more than 5 minutes. You know.
Yeah, because 20 to 30 minutes is a lot.
So maybe that's what got them the diagnosis of atypical instead of, the absence, the focals, and the other kinds we hear about.
To feel like your brain is moving in molasses is a lot.
It's more associated with developmental delays, so they might even like have more problems just thinking when they're not having a seizure.
Yeah.
That's hard. Well, it just reminds us of being grateful to even be able to function, live on our own, even if we can't be 100% independent. It's a little better.
I don't know.
Oh, actually, hold up. It's been a long, strange trip. Buy one, get three. No, buy one, get one free. That's been the motto of my life for a few days. All three were the same of a good quality seizure. 3 or 4 minutes of horizontal tap dancing, and the best part, twitching all day after. On the bright side, I don't remember half of it. As with any fine seizure, it pairs exceptionally well with benzodiazepines. I had a nice 2025 diazepam, and because I'm a discerning customer, I also had Nasalam. I don't want to hear it all, you should have gone to the hospital and you should have gone status epilepticus stuff. This is very old hat to be all doctor knew all about it. Two of them were close together, but I was conscious, or so I was told, for about 5 minutes, so I decided to roll the dice. If you haven't talked with your doctor about Nasalim, it might be good if you have TCs. I'm not going to have another seizure today, I keep telling myself, and it's going to be a good limping around day. Much love, everyone. Okay, so this person was just, it
I
sounds like
like their
explaining or
writing style.
rationalizing. Yeah, it was definitely some sarcasm in there, but it sounds like they're rationalizing or giving an example of why we don't need to go to the hospital every time there's a bad one. You guys all like satisfied anyway with your rescue meds?
Uh,
Yeah.
I'm just tired
No.
of the cost.
Toaster, you're here.
Yeah, I came back.
Woohoo.
Welcome back then.
I'm still in gremlin mode though.
I was gonna say turn the camera on, but I
Nope,
understand.
I'm still in gremlin mode.
I understand.
I wonder if Nasalam does get, the medications that you administer differently if you still get resistance to those.
Yes. Yeah, the tolerance to the benzodiazepines. If is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, specifically the Nasalam, because I was thinking maybe if it's a nasal spray, it'll like bypass that because it's like going straight to your brain or something. It's
No,
another kind of benzo
it's
though.
activating, yeah, it's activating the same receptors. It's midazolam,
Right.
however it gets into your system, whether it goes in through the IV or in a tablet or, nasal spray. Um, the benzodiazepine tolerance all has the same mechanism of action in the central nervous system. So um, it's unfortunate. It would be great if we would be able to, bypass one, go up the nose for one, take the tablet for another, get an IV, and then, go back to the nose and kind of cycle through to avoid any sort of built up dependence. But
And it's definitely not something that's general knowledge or usually known by people even when we're first diagnosed. So we've got
Anyone
one
here?
here. Mhm.
I
I was gonna
know
say,
I was on since I was taking clonazepam nightly, and they gave me a rescue of the dissolvable ones. Also, I asked for the nasalium instead because if I become tolerant to the clonazepam, I'm going to need something stronger to hit me.
yeah, the dose equivalence is not always the same. 1 milligram uh, nasal spray versus 1 milligram tablet versus 1 milligram IV are not all going to have the same degree of effect. So, to that end, there is
I think,
something to be said for um, dose difference across the various routes of administration.
yeah, I think my nasalium's at 5 milligrams.
Yeah, mine too.
So first ever seizure. Could this be linked to severe ear infection or other factors? I had my first seizure on 25th of July, 25, while at a pub in London. I've never had seizures before, no history of fainting or migraines, and generally healthy. All right, guys, get ready to listen up. Somebody is giving their entire medical history here, and we can make a detailed analysis. Background. Just returned from a week in Mallorca where several of us developed painful ear infections, likely from an unclean villa pool. By the day before the seizure, my left ear pain was severe. I took the over-the-counter ear drops, did nothing, and large amounts of ibuprofen without realizing the dosage was way too high, 800 milligrams every 4 hours. That day was very hot, stressful travel, little water, and poor food. McDonald's late at night. I also flushed my ear with warm water, releasing a lot of wax, but didn't know I had a bad infection. Took Phenergan before bed for hay fever. The morning of the seizure. Woke early with stabbing ear pain, took more ibuprofen. Normal work morning except ongoing ear pain. Took Imodium late morning for an upset stomach. The seizure event. Went to the pub with colleagues at lunch. Ordered a pint. Last memory is waiting at the bar. Witnesses say I froze mid-conversation, hands started twitching, collapsed backwards into someone that had a full-body tonic-clonic seizure, rigid legs, jerking, foaming at the mouth, bleeding from eyebrow, lasted 2 to 3 minutes. Woke up extremely confused, aggressive, couldn't hear properly, and my speech was slurred. Paramedics arrived about 15 minutes later and took me to the hospital. At the hospital, CT scan, ECG, normal. Low phosphate, mildly elevated white blood cell count, hemoglobin high, likely dehydration. All other electrolytes, kidney, liver, normal. After the seizure, sore all over, cut eyebrow, bit tongue, exhausted. Next day, saw a general practitioner, given antibiotics, but they didn't work. A few days later, diagnosed with severe left ear infection, switched to ciprofloxacin and another one I can't pronounce, eardrops, worked quickly. No further seizures since, though still anxious it might happen again. Other notes, 4 people from the trip, including kids, had ear infections. My brother had one unexplained seizure years ago, but never had another and refused medication. Has anyone experienced something similar where infection, dehydration, medication mix, or electrolyte imbalance triggered a seizure? Sounds to me like you had the perfect storm of everything to lower your seizure threshold.
That is literally everything you could possibly look for to lower your seizure, unless you were including like alcohol and drugs. It's like everything that they just listed was kind of bound to lead to a seizure.
I think alcohol was in there because they mentioned a pub.
Well, that's
Oh,
the
they
thing.
did.
Sounds
Sorry,
like the
I missed
last thing
that
he
part.
remembers. Well, no, you're right though, because it sounds like the last thing he remembered was ordering the pint and waiting at the bar. So it doesn't say it doesn't sound like it ever got to him.
Oh, okay. Well, you never know. He might
But
have.
still,
You just, I don't,
yeah, that's
sometimes people
true.
don't remember like minutes and hours beforehand.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, it sounded like they had the everything needed to cause a seizure. And if their brother had a seizure in the past too, I mean, I hate to say this one is another one that should pursue this. Get some more tests. Go for a inpatient stay just to see if there's any other abnormal activity so you know what to expect if you're gonna have another seizure. I guess it's so much easier for somebody like this to totally ignore it though. If you've never had one your entire life.
Has anybody here ever had a nocturnal seizure?
Yes. Isn't what the nanny cam's about?
No, I was just asking if anyone's had a seizure in their sleep because I had a post that kind of, I guess, went along with people who have had seizures in their sleep. This post says, nocturnal seizures. Does anyone else throw up after a nocturnal seizure? I always wake up around 3 to 4 a.m., fall back to sleep, have extremely vivid dream and intense emotion and familiarity. Wake up around 7, feeling sweaty, groggy, tired, lightheaded, sick, and sometimes I eventually puke. This happens a few times a month, seizure related or just anxiety. I have possible TLE.
And loss of appetite is about as close as it would get to nausea.
I'm sorry, I just overheard Kate mentioning nausea as never part of her seizures. Is that the question? Like, or
That's part of what they mentioned about nocturnal seizures. Somebody mentioned that after a nocturnal seizure, they throw up.
oh, I definitely have nausea after some of my tonic clonics. Um, I don't know about nocturnal seizures, but now that I think about it, I have woken up sometimes with just seemingly inexplicable nausea, and had to go and vomit. And so now I might be reconsidering parts of my life. Um, I would say to this person that it's not impossible. Um, Definitely something to mention to the neurologist. Um, yeah, both nocturnal and daytime seizures that I've had have both been associated at times with nausea. So,
I can agree with this one here, though. Somebody else talking about nocturnal seizures and feeling that they can't go back to sleep afterwards. And that's definitely something I can relate to. The way they phrase it though is that they're saying that their loved ones it's getting to the point where they're worried about her because she literally won't go back to sleep. And obviously that's not going to help any kind of post-seizure state, but do you guys ever feel like you shouldn't be doing anything after a seizure?
should be or shouldn't?
Shouldn't. In other words, after a bad one, I would never want to go to sleep.
I mean, my body usually lets me know what I want to do because there's been times where I've had a seizure and then family's like, you need to sit down. You just had a seizure or something like that. And I'd be like, I'm feeling totally good. Like, I feel like doing stuff. And there's times where they're like, oh, do you want to lay down? Because you're not looking too good. Yeah. Times where I'm
What about
obviously
you,
not
Lufa?
looking too good.
Toaster?
Sorry, did you say something to me?
Usually sleep is what everyone wants me to do after a seizure.
Yeah, Lufa, I was just asking if you had an opinion on something that you don't ever want to do after a bad one. Somebody
Oh,
was saying that they have nocturnal seizures and they can't go back to sleep after that.
what do I not want to do after a seizure? I don't want to go running after my dog. I
I
don't
don't
think that's what they
do
mean.
I don't want to do anything after a seizure. I just want to rot. Honestly, sometimes after a seizure, I just wish, I don't even know. I really, honestly, not, in the kindest way possible, I wish just for like 5 seconds, people that don't experience epilepsy could experience the postictal phase of it for like 10 seconds so that they could just get like a feel because it is so fucking painful.
And the bites on tongues take so much longer to heal than like
Oh
any
my
other
god.
food.
And
That
I
is
I
annoying.
specifically I always get the corner of my mouth too, so then people are like,
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with your?" Because I'm 20, right? So they're like, "Oh, you got you." No, I don't. No, I had a seizure actually. I'm like, "Oh, that's my bad." Yeah, okay, buddy, you're bad. These are also. I just tried to. That RSO shit is sticky as hell.
I
That
don't
is.
want to
Do you,
do anything after a seizure unless I'm in an emergency room. Then I just want to get the hell out of there.
Oh my god, I hate
Yeah.
being in PR.
I wanted to. I think my brain hates me. So I have TLE and my seizures can last anywhere from 30 minutes to a couple of hours. Monday's seizure was so fun. It was the worst one yet, lasted over 2 hours. So my question is this. I've been studying really hard for exams. My typical study routine would be study from 8 a.m. ish to 5 p.m. ish. When I typically get a headache, I'll take a break from around 12 for maybe 30 minutes. Could this contribute to as to why I'm getting seizures now every single day? They're not really letting me go either. I'm constantly walking into walls and my vision sometimes blurry and mind foggy. It is so much fun. It's also messing with my borderline personality disorder. I started new medication along with my old meds to try and control my epilepsy. The question was, can this contribute to my seizures every single day? Um,
It could be stressing you out a bit. But yeah, walking into walls and stuff, that sounds like side effects from medicines and stuff where it throws you off balance. I had a few medications that did do that.
What's a favorite thing everybody's learned from in season?
question. Favorite thing? My favorite thing is I've learned that there's other types of epilepsy.
Yeah, that a lot of other people do have these issues and that we all find remedies for it and ways to manage.
Favorite thing I learned is that Annie's a badass.
Before I forget, can I ask Mark a question?
Yeah.
What's the difference between dyslexia and dysgraphia?
Dyslexia is oh man, I can look them up for you. I know dyslexia, the
You
lex
can
part of
see the
lexia has
numbers
the
or
same Greek.
letters.
Oh,
Now, the Dragon Boy got diagnosed with dyslexia and dysgraphia. It's like, okay, I know what dyslexia is, but my mom couldn't quite
yeah,
explain what dysgraphia
dysgraphia
is.
might, I would, if I were to guess before looking it up, I would, I would think it's probably like the equivalent to um like to dyslexia for um visually conveyed information graphically, visually, like through charts and imagery.
Okay, that actually
I,
makes sense.
I need to I need to check because you really piqued my curiosity here.
Thank you. Back to our regular scheduled programming.
Yeah, I know my dyslexia is when I'm mistaken the numbers and stuff. Like I'll see it and I'll be like, okay, it says 1609 and I write it down on the paper in a different order.
That
And
was
I'll be
part
like,
of my
it's the
memory
same number.
test. I did terrible.
How was that memory test?
Real quick, toaster. Okay, so I've got the answer.
Yeah.
Um, dyslexia is to reading as dysgraphia is to writing. So,
Okay, that actually makes so much
difficulty
sense.
writing and putting words on paper correctly.
Yep, that explains a lot.
Yeah. So cool. I learned a new
Thank you.
thing today too. Yay.
That's another thing that's awesome about this group is we're always learning from each other.
And with how many times we have to repeat it, it sinks in. That's the first
We'll
thing I
just
think when
repeat
people
it
talk about
That's
how
why
much we
we're
learn.
always learning new things from each other.
Same things over and over and over again.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
how it gets from short term to long term somehow,
Yeah.
eventually.
somehow.
So that memory test you were talking about, Toaster, what was that about?
So I'm in the process of trying to get on SS no shoot one of the disability thingamabobbers and
SSDI.
and the state sent me a letter saying, hey, we set up this appointment for you to test your memory. And I was like, okay. Then they sent the exact same thing for my to my mom, so I wouldn't forget. Then they called me, so I wouldn't forget. Then I called my mom, so I wouldn't forget. Over and over and over again. They really wanted me to take this damn test. And it was honestly, it was almost like every other psychological test I've ever taken in my life. You had the little blocks with the different colors. You had um she did trick me though. She told me a story at the beginning. And I'm actually kind of sad about this. And then at the end, she asked me questions about the details of the story. It's like I can remember the summary. And the only reason why I remember the name of the person is because I have a friend named Annie. Annie got robbed and went to the police station. The police station put up a donation jar so she could keep the lights on in her house, something like that. But there was so
If
much other
anything, that might help your case.
yeah, I know. It's like I feel so bad because it's like I know I did terribly at the same time. It's okay, what's probably needed.
That's what it's about. Yeah, I was surprised to see here that on the little AI overview, there's a lot of different memory assessments associated with epilepsy. Lufa, have you ever had a memory test?
Probably for mental health reasons.
So are those more the kind that are
Um,
totally verbal, not really like matching up,
uh,
something in order and then rearranging it or something?
probably for like autism or something, but
Very similar.
in recent times, no. But I would definitely get an A+ for memory failure.
Well, this is the thing.
That's a
This type
beautiful
of
way to flip
tests,
it.
some of the little tests I'm absolutely wonderful at, and so I'm afraid it got skewed a little bit because the types of tests that my mom practiced on me and my sibling for years and years and years. Anytime a new test came out or new version of the test, we were the guinea pigs.
Yeah, so for me, I have never had good memory ever. I My mom always said that I had selective memory and selective hearing as a kid and growing up. I think that's something my brain just does. I don't think that I'm actually selecting, although sometimes I do. But I've always had really horrible memory. Um, Sometimes, yeah, yeah, um, I really have no advice for memory. It's not looking good for me over here. So, I'm just holding on to whatever I have while I do. But I'm sure that I'll have some sort of Alzheimer's or something at some point, but that's okay. That's all right. I don't need to remember everything.
When you forget
I
one
was
day
never.
from the other, Alzheimer's is nothing.
Hmm?
When you already forget one day to the next, Alzheimer's is nothing.
Well, I have Alzheimer's and dementia runs in my family, and with my seizure activity, the fact that I have died before, and actually, I just learned that, guys. I died. I don't know if I told you guys that, but I died once. I died, and
What do you remember from that?
well, when I died, it was all black, which seems very nice. For when I do die, I would like everything to just be everything just gone. I would like to be in the abyss of darkness, and then I woke up. Um, but that combined with the ECT, the epilepsy, and the PTSD and whatnot, and then all the substance abuse, my memory is really bad. It was bad from the get-go. So if you need me to remember something, um, and I don't remember it, just it's not personal at all. It's never personal if I don't remember something.
Lufa, this is the one place where you don't have to say that kind of shit. Because we all have to deal with that when
I
somebody
do.
takes it so
I
fucking
do.
personal that you don't remember their grandchildren's names and you met them like once.
Yeah, I don't remember I don't know my cousin's significant others' names, but I also like haven't seen my cousins in ages, and I don't know their ages. I don't know how old any of them are. No, actually, my grandpa the other day is dementia. He asked me if now I'm the youngest in the family. I'm the baby, but I'm also the favorite. But the other day he asked me, he was like, are you and my other cousin, he was like, is that your cousin or your nephew? And I was like, that's my cousin. If that was my nephew, that would mean you're my father. And my mother is my sister. That makes things really confusing. But yes, he is my cousin. I am your cousins, fathers, brothers, nephews, sons, roommates. What does that make us? Absolutely nothing. Okay.
Some
And,
parts of the country, that's a serious possibility. Question, you know. There's some interesting family trees.
I got something here.
Yes, thank you. That was getting weird.
How does sushi sound, you guys? That wasn't a
Amazing.
question. Yeah, I know. I was thinking so too. Uber Eats just sent me a notification to me. It'll be great if you get it again. I know, right?
Gonna share some California rolls.
No, I think he was gonna try the Philly roll.
So what you
I
talking about in the chat, Angel? About some X-Files tests?
Oh, I was just wondering what these memory tests are doing. Like, is it these try to figure out what's behind this card while you can't see behind the card?
no, they're like psychometric, like psychiatric, psychological, try to figure out how people fit into certain different groups of, like hand-eye coordination type thing, reaction time, um, uh, certain language tests and stuff were all part of it. Uh, at least the version I did. Um, I don't know, they may have, I'm just now realizing they may have been talking about a completely different test.
I
There's a
remember.
Sense,
whole
I
bunch
mean,
of tiny tests made up into one giant test. Um, they're like, and some of the mini tests are like they'll give you a list of words, and they'll ask you to try to remember the words, and then they'll pair the words together, and you have to remember what word is paired with what word. That one's hard because I couldn't even remember the words, let alone what was paired with it.
Yeah. Or like a list
Saying
of digits and what
saying
was
them in
the
order.
fourth digit.
They'll give you like 9, 5, 11, 12. Put those in order from least to greatest. And I don't even remember what word numbers I just said. So
9, 5, 11, 12.
yeah, see. There's also my favorite one is the one with the little blocks. Where it's like half red and half white, and you have to make little designs. There's this grid where it starts off easy. They give you dots and they show you, okay, this is where the dots go. And they cover up what their board, and you have to remember where the dots go. Then they switch it to symbols, and you have to remember which symbols and then where they go in the grid. So lots of little mini tests to make up one huge test.
did anybody else have
Just
to get a lumbar puncture to diagnose?
not to diagnose, just for funsies.
Okay.
I had a horrible headache. They thought I might have had meningitis. Um, lumbar puncture was fine to whatever test they did. So I don't know. Maybe that headache was one of my first post-ictal mother of all headaches. I don't know, but don't recommend
How in the world they recommend
lumbar
this for
puncture
febrile
unless you
seizures a
have to.
lot? Couldn't imagine an infant having to go through that.
Oh, God. No. Have you had a lumbar puncture, Kate?
No, no, my diagnosis was all through EEGs and just ruling out. I think I had to go back for some other kind of test to get approved for the disability. But it was, I think it was just that big memory test. I don't think it was even anything physical. Yeah, I didn't realize CSF, lumbar punctures were such a common thing now, associated with epilepsy anyway.
Yeah, I got something here. It says disappointed with results. 27 days ago, I posted on here that that I was hoping I would have a seizure during my EEG. I have been having seizures for a while, but they have told me that they are PNES. I was so sure that something would show up, but to my surprise, it didn't. They told me no changes in the current plan and to follow up in July. My EEG was in May, and my past EEGs, I've had three in total. I have been normal and routine EEGs. The last one was 1 to 2 hours long, so a little longer. I have had three EEGs in the span of 7 months. I have a camera in my room because I have been having seizures in my sleep, and I have noticed I am having what seems to be focal seizures in my sleep multiple times at night. Usually, I haven't showed my neurologist yet. The main issue is my mom is so fully convinced that these are only PNES seizures. When I showed her the video, she laughed and said it was just deep sleep. When I would have tonic clonics in my sleep, she said wasn't deep sleep. I was in REM sleep. I don't know how she would know what exact stage of sleep I would be in, but I am not sure I can get a I am not sure I can get a second opinion from a doctor or anything. She doesn't want to send the videos to the neurology or anything. It's so frustrating. I am 17. I can't do anything myself. I want a longer than 24-hour, even long EEG. I just don't know what to do. And my mom is believing in the slightest seizures or that the slightest seizures aren't epileptic. I know my own body. I know that my seizures aren't PNES. Someone please help. What do I do? Run away. I'm just kidding. Don't run away. There's nothing out there.
All right, I gotta say stuff. First off, yes, they are real seizures. They are. And 30% of epileptics will experience GNES at some point, not in their career, but that's the word that's coming to my head.
Their seizure career.
Yes, their seizure career. So don't completely rule out PNES, but I also agree with you. You know your body better than anyone. And I also agree, the longer EEG there is, the better. A lot of our friends haven't gotten a seizure on EEG until they finally get to an EMU stay. So try to convince your moms that this has got to happen for your well-being. If, moms should understand that, right? Should.
One of the highest rated posts on this page is about, just advice, basically something contradicting a lot of what people post every day. And, a lot of the same topics we talk about pretty frequently. One of the ones on this list is not neglecting your own treatment. A lot of us go through a period of a year or two of shock and just doing what we're told. And if we're not controlled by then, I've noticed a lot of us enter a period of depression of why even bother, and we just stop taking our meds. I know I was there myself. Don't do this. It can be hard. I know it can be frustrating or upsetting, but acceptance always comes after the anger and bargaining and depression. Soon enough, you'll reach a stage where it's just something you don't really think about. If you're like me, seizures will be something you can even laugh at when it isn't bothering you too much. And there's almost always more you can do to try to attain seizure freedom. I don't know. Do you guys think it happens more with everybody or just people who are, tend to neglect their healthcare anyway?
When you're young, and it makes sense. And they are talking about stages of grief. And well, come on, there is some stage of grief and finding out that you have a chronic condition that will probably affect you for the rest of your life.
Someone tell me something. I was recently diagnosed with epilepsy and I'm still in disbelief. In late May, I had my first seizure, tonic-clonic, while I was studying with some classmates for summer physics course. I was tired, hungry, probably dehydrated, and very stressed. I was also taking Wellbutrin, which I know lowers your threshold. Because all this, I assumed it was one of them situations. However, I got into a 24-hour EEG and it came back abnormal, a poly spike that occurred while I was sleeping, which led to me being diagnosed with generalized epilepsy and having to start taking Lamictal. I've imagined I would be diagnosed with anything. I've imagined I would be diagnosed with anything, especially because nobody in my immediate family has it. I can't think of anything that could have caused it. The thing that's most frustrating is that I can't drive. I go back to college soon. Hopefully, it won't affect me too much. I luckily haven't had a seizure since then, and I wonder if I will ever have one again. But the whole situation is just shocking me and scary right now. Basically, just asking for advice. Just said, someone tell me something. First comment says, welcome to the club, my friend. I had my first tonic-clonic at 22. All three EEGs came back clean, even my 24-hour sleep deprived. Had second one a year ago and was diagnosed with generalized epilepsy and was put on meds. I went 11 years before my next. Always sleep deprived and stressed. Managing my triggers and staying on top of my meds has been the things that kept things very manageable. Now 40 with a wife and two kids, it makes it life a little scarier, especially for the close ones that witness it. But life keeps going. I'd say try and keep yourself hydrated, and getting more sleep is a good start. Anything you guys could say to a newcomer? They're screaming out for help, you guys.
It's rough at first. It's really rough when you're, you know, starting. They have to basically build this dam in your head to hold back the seizures. And you're going to be trying, it's a trial and error with medications. Hopefully they find one right away that works and it doesn't affect you in a bad way with your body or mental way. Um, but after after that, it's just jot everything down, start noticing everything because it like I said, it's rough at first, but it gets easier, it gets manageable.
Angel said it gets manageable. And with me, it took some time, but just hurting myself and having wounds and scars and stuff. Eventually, I had to like get it in order. Like I can't keep just going about this. I got to figure something out. Took some time. I've got down to so many seizures, a good amount now, so I'm pretty good. I'm feeling decent at least. And yeah, just take your time, find things that prevent your triggers. You should be good. Well, not yeah, you could be good, possibly. I'm not gonna put false hope out there. But I will read some
But what they
comments.
could look forward to in learning about it is that if you get somebody on your side right away, somebody to essentially learn about it with you. I mean, I would tell them just come talk to us, but it does help having somebody to go to appointments with you and things like that, especially at the beginning, since it's going to be new to everybody. And if you have somebody right there learning about it with you, it might be easier to make sense of it.
One says first seizure 10 months ago, 50 at 54, diagnosed 5 months later, can't drive. I kind of think I'm close to accepting it. You'll get there. Takes a while to adjust to it. Maybe you'll never have another seizure, and that will be great. However, learn to recognize the things that might trigger seizures. Being overtired and stressed will often cause them. You will most likely not be able to drive for a period of the time, remaining seizure free. I know Pennsylvania, it is a 6 month no driving after a seizure. Take your medicine and continue on with your life. Don't let the seizures define who you are. I like that one.
Yeah, there's a
Another
cute
person
one
says,
here of somebody celebrating their 1 year seizure-free anniversary, and they make like a bunch of cupcakes, and they're really fancy. How would you guys celebrate? What would you call a milestone for no seizures, and how would you celebrate?
I would probably forget.
yeah, I'd probably forget the date that I had last seizure on.
I'd probably be like, oh, it's been like a while though.
Or
Come
something to
on,
go
everybody, we're
somewhere.
not taking notes by now?
Um,
I'm taking notes, but I'm not
I
tracking how
lose my
many
notes.
days since last one. I'm just noting when the last one happened and stuff. I've given up on trying to get my license back for long enough that I don't bother counting weeks, months. That's just a recipe for disappointment.
Or a way to get a goal and maybe create a recipe for victory?
I just hope for the best. I just pray for the best. I just sit here and I think no more seizures. No. No seizure.
Okay, Chris, let's get a fresh perspective on this one. Welcome, Chris.
I know how I would celebrate. I would go to the cheesecake factory and get me some cheesecake.
Well, I'm not a fan of cheesecake, so I want to go to the cheesecake factory and get some cheesecake. But I also kind of follow in Mark there a little bit, where it's not. I kind of forget as much as, but I also follow you, Kate, there, where you're like having goals in a sense. I never
Yeah,
really
it
thought
sounds
about this
good, but
topic.
that's what I'm thinking too. Kind of talking a big game, but I couldn't tell you when my last tonic-clonic was or how long ago.
I actually remember my last tonic clonic was in March, I think it was.
So you could be going on 6 months. 6 months seizure free. How would you celebrate? Or would you? Yeah,
I
Chris, I was talking
I
to you because that was
yeah,
5 months ago.
yeah, I was trying to think, but I don't think I would do anything really. Maybe talk to my mom and be like, "Hey, it's been 6 months."
Right.
Okay. All right, so at least recognize it.
I
Now we
actually
had
get
an icebreaker.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, go ahead.
oh sorry, I was just gonna say I actually get scared around the 6 month mark because that's usually when I have a seizure again. I usually have a seizure like
while medicated so far. I see that it's been every maybe 6 months if there's a trigger. But without medication, it starts every 6 months, and then as the medication lowers in my system, it'll go. Well, this is prior to me being medicated, but it would be it would I would have a seizure maybe twice every 2 months, a grand mal seizure, or 3 months. So, but then 3 months to 6 months. So usually around that time is when I start to get nervous. Actually, I don't get excited. I get really nervous because I'm like, oh boy, my body is 6 months has been building up a seizure for 6 months. Anytime now. But
So is that a time frame of like when you get resistant to the medication, or were you saying you weren't on meds?
well, I wasn't on meds at that time, but this past seizure that I had, I was medicated. I was just switching from the Keppra to the Breviac, but it was still pretty decent, and I had the Klonopin as well, 1 milligram that I was taking daily, so everything was fine. But I think for me, like if my body is overly stressed out, regardless of medicated or not, I will have a seizure. Because that day, and I believe I had just hit either the 3 or 5 month mark of a seizure, of like a grand or tonic-clonic seizure, and it's in line with the pattern that I have. But there were a lot of factors that played into that one because we were moving and it was hot out. It was like 90 degrees that day. We were moving heavy things, and at the end of the day, my body just couldn't take it anymore. But other than that, I in the past, prior to being diagnosed, I would have a seizure every 6 months at least. I think since I was 11, but most of them have gone unnoticed. I think a lot of the really bad migraines that I had as a kid were probably from having seizures in my sleep, maybe from because I was very stressed out at school.
Yeah, I kind of follow that. I feel like I might have seizures every 6 months or so. Because the one before that, I mean, that was it might have been like 8 or 9 months before that, but it was definitely drug induced, where I was taking too much alcohol and ended up eating eighth of mushrooms and then woke up in the hospital.
That's one to remember.
Yeah, I think when I start getting farther from my most recent seizure, if I do anything that might contribute to lowering my seizure threshold, I'm bound to have a seizure. Like, it's just bound to happen, even though I'm medicated, and I don't quite know why that is, but we're still figuring it out since I'm
Do you
mid.
ever miss a dose?
I've missed a dose. I missed a dose of my Keppra once, and my Klonopin in the morning, and I immediately started having tics, and I realized that I missed because I've juvenile myoclonic epilepsy. And I started having the little spasms and whatnot, and so I took that and it stopped it. But usually if I miss a dose, I'm okay. If it's just one dose I'm missing, but if I'm missing doses like if I get on a pattern of not taking my medicine, it gets really bad. And Yeah, but if I miss a dose, usually it's just I just feel like really weird, kind of like a aura throughout the entire day or something.
How often do you take your meds? Like, how long would it be until you next notice?
Like on a daily basis?
Yeah, like if you say if you miss a med, like are you taking twice a day? Would it be 12 hours at least until you next notice you missed a dose? Or because I
I
like take mine 3 times a day, so if I miss one of those, it would be at most like 8 hours until I realize. So
um
in some ways that might actually play in my benefit, as
so
annoying as it is.
for me, because I have the um methylphenidate, I am supposed to take it by 10 a.m. because we don't want it at if I take it at like 11 or 12, which I have been doing lately. Um, it lasts longer because it's extended release as well. So I'm supposed to take it by 10. Tony, stop. If I have to take it by no, I'm sorry, 10 a.m. I'm sorry, what the fuck? 10 a.m. Um, so yeah, but usually I haven't been forgetting recently, and the only time I forget is if like usually when I forget is on the weekends because my mom will be like, "Oh, Olivia, do you want to go do this?" When I wake up, and for some reason my mind doesn't go straight to my meds, it goes straight to like, "Oh yeah, we're going thrift shopping." And and then I accidentally miss a dose. Um, but I usually take take it at take my medication from like 9 to 12 in the for the morning doses, and then like the same time for night doses, 9 to 12 is when I take it. Um, if I forget a dose at night and it's like 1 a.m., I still take the dose, even though I don't know why I do that. I probably end up double dosing, but um, don't follow my instructions.
I won't.
Good.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be double dosing, I feel like, on
Yeah, well,
most
I just
medications.
I'm kind of a you only live once. Although I lived twice since I died once and was revived. So
I've
I
been revived twice. I win.
all right, well you only live thrice. You're like a cat.
Heart's been stopped once. Does that count? Intentionally, momentarily, but
I
you
think
know,
one time I stopped breathing. I don't know exactly why. And then another time, I don't know why either.
I just think they had to pull out the little shocker things.
They had to do that to me and it didn't work. So they came and got me in a helicopter.
Wow, that's so cool. Well, you probably don't remember the helicopter ride, but
I was in and out of it.
how was it?
Uh,
Okay, probably not the best time to be in a helicopter, but like if you were
I
skydiving,
was gonna say that I was kind of strapped down and they
yeah, that could be kind of scary,
strapped
actually.
you across here and they strapped across the waist and the legs to make sure I didn't seize and fall on the floor, flail again, or fall when they turn. And I just remember like, how much does this cost? And I was essentially asking how much does the plane cost? He told me the price of the flight. He said it's at least 100,000 just to take off. So I'm sitting here thinking, you guys take off twice because you gotta take off and come get me and then take off to leave. I didn't ask that, but I was just in and out of it. And that was the most interesting thing, that interesting information that I got from him before I was in and out of going back to sleep. I couldn't like look over and see out the window. It was too much. Yeah, just think of an ambulance. There's no windows back there.
Must have
Yeah.
smelled different. Ambulance, I don't know. Maybe it's just the hospital I pulled up at, but I know that it always smelled like a gas station. That's what stuck out to me from some of the ambulance rides. Imagine the helicopter would be cool because it must have been loud.
Like the inside of like the convenience store part of the gas station, or like the gas pump part of the gas station?
Honestly, it smelled like the gas pump part when I was, you know, on the transport part because this hospital here, you have to sit outside for a little bit sometimes. And yeah, that's the part I usually remember. It's really hot
I
and
mean,
smelly and
it
California.
takes a lot of fuel to drive a vehicle as heavy as an ambulance is, as quickly as they have to go, and the stopping and acceleration and everything. I would imagine they have to refuel very frequently after every, I mean, well, yeah, I would refuel after every single outing, because you never know how far what might need, yeah, so they probably just finished pumping like diesel into the ambulance and then boom, go to get you. That's probably why it smelled like that.
could be.
Yeah, just you never wanted to know that, did you?
But it's totally refreshing to hear somebody be able to analyze everything.
Just I can't switch it off, I'm sorry.
It's
No,
all
that little
right.
anecdote might be what
I
helps us
love your
remember.
explanations. Love Mark's explanations out of anybody. He gets deep down in the
Absolutely.
explanations, gives you the facts.
Well, thank you. I try.
You know, I like the fact checking. Lets
But
me
let
know.
me know if I ever get the facts wrong, because more than just giving the facts, I want the correct facts. So if mine are not right, let me know.
You want to know something? I've never questioned anything you said. I never even Googled it. I just took it as Mark knows the truth.
Well, I appreciate the vote of confidence, but
I literally did not look up anything you say. I was like, hey, he knows the truth. Stop arguing with him.
well, thank you.
Yeah, Mark is something else. I'm like always learning with Mark, and him and Annie is like, yeah, wow. Let me look this up.
I feel like if I look it up, it's just gonna be telling me what he just told me. So I'm just like, well, I've already been told that. Why go look it up and read it again? But
That's how I learned the stuff in the first place.
I have to
I go
get
and
repetitive.
I look it up. So yeah, it
But the big
makes
difference
sense.
between fact checking Mark and Annie is that I feel like if we ever fact check anything Anne says, like, and try to correct her, we'd probably get slapped first.
No, I have to get it repetitive in my mind. Like, oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I can look up stuff and then instantly forget the next day.
yeah, I forget within 5 to 10 minutes, if
I,
that.
oh, I'm sorry.
5 to 10 minutes later, that is gone. But maybe like 30 seconds later, maybe like 10 seconds later, I might forget. But after 30, you couldn't even ask me about it.
Yeah, that happens with me sometimes too.
Also, Chris, we got an icebreaker today. The icebreaker was if cost was not a factor, would you choose to keep your current healthcare provider or change your change your whole team?
Change my what?
Your whole like healthcare team.
Oh, honestly, I'd keep it. I from learning a lot of things from this podcast and just looking up stuff, I have a very mild case, I feel like, in epilepsy, even though I can have some pretty severe tonic-clonics.
I have a pretty mild case as well. If
Me too, right?
yeah, I feel like mine's pretty
I think that was
compared
pretty mild.
to like I know gosh, I forgot her name, but she has the static the
Status epilepticus.
yeah, she's had the status epilepticusness. Um, and that's pretty extreme. So I feel like mine's pretty minimum as well. So, but I think a good thing too is it's not we're not in the realm of like comparing who has it worse. Because I know like some people's minds are kind of wired that way, and
Yeah, I agree with you with that there.
here we're all, whether it's a really extreme case or a more mild case, we're all epileptics at the end of the day.
I think mine was pretty mild.
Yeah.
I mean, I only got insomnia, so other than that,
What is that on your,
insomnia.
well, no, what are you holding in front of you?
It's a keyboard.
Oh,
Ooh,
okay.
it's a pretty cool little
Yeah, I thought it was one of those
elevated
like
tray.
trigger
I
boards
like that.
like,
Oh, this is for the laptop, but
that's really cool.
it collapsed and
Yeah, so you
looks
don't have to
nice.
have the laptop burning
Yeah, it's
on you.
quite a neat keyboard holder. Never
Yeah,
seen.
it did look like
It's
a
actually a
control
laptop
board
holder.
or something. It didn't
Yeah,
look like a normal keyboard
no, it
layout. Like,
didn't. That's why I was
you know,
like,
does
that's
he
really
have like this whole multi-monitor like
that's super cool.
podcast setup to, you know, I don't know.
Safe to say it's a professional setup.
I wonder if different locations like at least in America, if doctors in those locations are more open to medical marijuana and stuff like that, because I know here in Illinois it's still like a really tough one
Politicized.
for my I haven't told my doctors because they would kick my ass. But because they're just not they're not, but they would do electroconvulsive therapy on me. So, at the end of the day, I feel like I'm okay with, I feel like I'm fine making my own decisions with that. I will continue to do what makes me feel good and helps my body. Um, but I just wonder if like in California maybe like they're a little easier with accepting a patient use cannabis or something like that, because they'll also throw you on to ketamine treatments real quick, but they still tiptoe really around weed, but they'll throw
With epilepsy,
um
ketamine
with
treatments for
with
depression with epilepsy.
with anything, with like anything, unless it comes to cancer in Illinois. When it comes to cancer, if your doctor will most likely recommend you weed when it comes to cancer here in Illinois. But anything other than that, your actual my actual psychiatrist or like primary care physician or neurologist would not like refer me for a medical marijuana card. I had to do that through a different doctor. But
Yeah, it's the same here in Florida. There's
yeah.
specific doctors who do,
Yeah, but if you were
you
to
know,
tell, like,
but
if you were to tell your doctor, like, if I were to tell my neurologist, like, hey, I'm using marijuana to help me, he'd be like, no, work out more. I mean, like,
I
I mean, I
highly
just
doubt
told
that.
all of them. I didn't
I
didn't
just don't, I
ask
don't really feel
them.
the need.
It's not their problem. It's not their
Yeah,
prescription. They don't
It's
have
also
any more authority over that than, any other doctor has over their prescriptions. So
so my last
unless they want to
neurologist.
start
Sorry,
that
go.
fight.
I actually have. So I
Well, Chris
used to
has
live
been
in
trying to get a
Nevada.
word in for like 10 minutes now.
Oh shit!
Oh,
No, sorry, Chris.
You're
Go.
good. You're
I'm
good.
sorry.
Go
So
ahead, Chris, before you forget.
my last neurologist, I was asking for a medical card, and she told me, "Oh, you can find it cheaper somewhere." I was like, "Really? That's how you're gonna like tell me about this?" And I live in New Hampshire, and every state around me has recreational. And although I think it was helping me a lot, I recently stopped it about 3, 4, maybe 5 weeks ago now. And although, like I said, I think it was helping me, I think it was also hiding some things that I felt like I needed to put a look on. And I'm on a new medication that I think is helping a lot.
You can't see me, but I'm clapping. Good job. If it's helping, if quitting helps, I'm glad you did. Wait a second. I forget to turn my mute off.
Yeah,
Sorry.
too
No, I'm
many
good.
proponents turn it into a cure-all. So it's great to hear somebody
Give
who
the other
can
side.
who can make an even case for,
Yeah, as much as I enjoy using it,
yeah,
I feel like it wasn't necessarily putting a negative effect, but it was hiding some effects.
yes.
I think that's fair. I think for me, I kind of struggle with myself on the verge of like, am I addicted to weed versus like, do I, am I actually using it as intended? But, um,
And that's kind of how I thought about it
I,
too.
th I think with my own history, um, and how I've been using it recently, I think that I've been using it in a way that helps me a lot to heal from because I went through electric convulsive therapy about 8 months ago. I think I've been saying 8 months for like a while now, but it'll always be 8 months. Um, but that is a very life-changing thing. And it left me with severe like anhedonia, something like that. But I basically just don't feel anything most of the time, and it's really it's
Apathy.
it's well, it's not like I lack the ability to do anything. Like, although it probably would be that if I didn't have my ADHD medication. Um, that's probably the only reason I'm able to do anything. But uh, after the ECT, because I was manic all the time, it left me really depressed. And I think that the weed and how I dose it at least and use it, I think it helps me with um, finding myself again and kind of reintegrating myself into society. Because as much as I would not like, I could see how people would think like, oh, you're addicted to it, but I don't know. I have a really high tolerance, so like my Benjamin, I say I'm part of the cart epidemic, but my Benjamin is like a pretty much like a vape to me, like a nicotine, how someone would hit a nicotine vape. It doesn't really get me super toasted anymore. But it helps me just stay kind of centered, if that makes sense, I guess.
I get that. That's
But
kind of how I was using it for a while, and then because
yeah.
I'm in a non-recreational state and I can't drive, I've always relied on other people grabbing it for me. And because I was relying on other people when they weren't around to be able to give it to me, I was realizing that I was having more like absence seizures and
Yeah,
things like
or
that.
like you'd be kind of moody too. Like sometimes I find myself a
A
little
little bit,
moody.
yeah.
If I'm out of it, I'm like, or if I'm running low, I'm like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I get a little tense. And I have to kind of remind myself, like, hey, like you're gonna be okay. If you need to get more, you're gonna be able to get more. And you can just, limit yourself. It's okay. But
But sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, you're good.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I would because I would also feel like you were saying oh I can get more, I can get more. I started to realize, oh, I don't need any more.
Yeah. I also I have like addictive personality just in my genes and my traits.
I would say the same too.
Um yeah, it comes from my father's side. So I had a few addictions to other substances for a while. And I think that for anything, really anything that I like, I kind of can get addicted to it in a way just because of uh how it is in my personality, I guess. But that's more of something that I have to figure out within like therapy and stuff because in my head with the weed and stuff, like I take my medication as prescribed that the doctors give me. Um and it does its job, but there are areas where it's my life is still kind of lacking, and if I can fill in the gap just a little bit with something that's not going to be super harmful to me or whatever, then I would like to do that, especially while I'm home all the time because I can't
Well,
work right
I
now.
do want to give you a bit of advice is I don't know if it's really advice, but at least tell your doctor that you're taking it. They can't tell you not to take it. They can tell you
And
not to take it,
they
but they're
have
not gonna make you not take it, you know?
they have an idea. They
But
just
there's also the HIPAA laws. They can't be like, oh, this person's doing this, so blah 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 blah. But
yeah,
it's
they
best
just
to tell
they
your doctor that you're
uh,
taking it.
I don't know. They're kind of they're a little weird. I I tell them that I smoke a little bit, and they're like, "How much?" And I'm just like, "A bit," and then that's just how we always leave it.
I guess at least if they know you're smoking that, they at least have an
Yeah,
idea.
it's just that's just I let them know like that's not something that I really plan on stopping because for me it's helped me get clean off of worse substances that are really bad for seizures specifically. Um and I honestly am not like some days I don't smoke at all. So I don't think that I really I think that if I was truly like down hard addicted, then I would be like every day. But some days I go without anything, I guess. So I think part of it is I just overanalyze myself because of the addictive personality trait that I had before, and I just always want to make sure that I'm not addicted to much to something.
Yeah,
I want
unfortunately,
to say something.
sorry, go ahead.
Lufa, I am so proud of you.
Thank you.
You the it takes a rare mind to actually be able to stop and look at yourself and say, okay, these are my flaws. And this is how I prevent my flaws from blowing up my life. I see you doing that, and it's
Thank you.
awesome.
Yeah, my biological sperm donor is a big inspiration for that because he's an idiot and he doesn't know when to stop. And he's an addict and he's just stupid. And I don't want to be stupid. So anytime I feel like I'm doing too much, I think of him and I'm like, okay, I don't want to be like him. I would like to be like my mother. My mother is way cooler. So that's the only good thing he's ever done. But yeah, thank you, Toaster. I appreciate that. I try really hard.
Yeah, I think I was trying to say that my next addictive thing is I need to quit alcohol. That's very hard.
I also had a answer for the original question for this post about the something your neurologist has said that's been profound. When I first fell into Duke and met Dr. Parikh for the first time, she said that most people who get to her are living their life seizure by seizure, literally just waiting for the next seizure to happen, waiting for the next seizure to happen, and that she's there to help have something more than just the next seizure.
And that kind of ties into where it's hard for me to quit alcohol, but it's so easy to get back into alcohol is because I'm afraid of the next seizure happening because of quitting alcohol, because it has such a high, it gives you the threshold to actually have another seizure.
You got somebody I want you to talk to. He's 6 years sober today. I'm going to give the mic to Mark.
Was there more that you had shared or that you would like to share about that?
So I have been able to quit alcohol a couple of times, but it's much easier to go back into alcohol than to quit it. And
yes, yeah,
I drink close to 100 ounces a day of beer. That's every day. And last time I quit it was probably 8 months ago, something like that. It was beginning of this year I did. And then it feels like every 3 months, I start getting back into it. And then, like I said, it's much easier to go back into it than to quit it. Just because I'm mostly scared of those, because alcohol withdrawals have a tendency to cause you to have seizures.
Are you on anti-epilepsy meds?
Yeah, I'm on Keppra and Vimpat.
And are your neurologists aware of how much you are drinking currently?
Yes.
Have
Does
you
your
thought about
neurologist want to do anything about that?
I'm sorry, what?
Does your neurologist want to do anything about that?
Um, that's a
Like,
hard question to answer for
have
them,
you
at
thought
least, you know.
about maybe a program or something to get you off
Yeah,
in a healthy way?
yeah, I've thought about rehabs and
Yeah,
this and that, and but stuff is so expensive.
it is. It is. That is very, very true.
Well, I was just thinking of the way that um the way that they cross taper anti-epilepsy drugs when you're coming down off of one, they, bring you up on the other one. Um, if you, I don't know what meds you're on, I don't know what doses, I don't know if this is even a reasonable, you know, idea from a medical standpoint, but if um getting you off of, or if being off of the alcohol would leave you at a higher or at a lower seizure threshold, um then your doctor may want to increase the baseline dose of the uh, anti-epilepsy med that you're on, um, and the a cross taper of um, slowing down and uh, not necessarily an official like going into rehab type of thing, but something where you discuss with your doctor, that you'll reduce your drinking by this much and increase um the anti-epilepsy medication if you notice seizure activity or something, because stopping cold turkey is not good.
No,
That
I 100% know
even
that.
when you're not epileptic,
Yeah.
that's potentially lethal. So, um, but the whole fancy rehab thing is also just not really. It doesn't even really have a good success rate from what I understand anyway. Um,
Yeah, and like, oh, fuck, I already forgot what I was gonna say.
I'm
That
sorry, I missed what
happens.
you.
I was gonna say something, but I completely forgot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Um, I don't know. It was hard for me to quit drinking, and um it took like a dozen false starts or so before I really got to it, set to it.
You
Um,
stayed committed, you know.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and I get that
Stayed.
because like I said, I've been able to stop it quite a few times, but then for some reason, every 3 months, I'm like, all right, let's have one more, even though I'm like, you really shouldn't. And I've even talked to my primary care, and unfortunately, with the things we've talked about, I just never really liked the way I feel like they would have affected me, even though the chances are they would probably affect me better than alcohol does.
Both the long-term side effects.
Well, I also, now that I think about it more, I did try what is the name of that? There is some medicine that he gave me. I can't remember the name of it, but it basically reduced the how alcohol affects you. But I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
but also it's like, why would I take this medicine and still drink alcohol even though it doesn't have the same effects, but it'll still have the same negative effects.
Yeah, I think the idea behind that is to reduce the rewarding mechanism behind the drinking so that you take it and um you still get inebriated a little bit, but you don't get the strong reinforcing dopamine reaction to it in the same way. So, it's not like no effect. It's more like just not the I don't know how
Yeah,
to.
no, I know where you're going, but like my problem with it was I wouldn't get the rewarding effects and only the negative effects. And like I know that sounds, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but it's almost basically I don't know where I'm trying to go with this, but I feel like it gives me more of the risk than the reward that alcohol does, and at least with that medication, that's why I stopped it. And then
Hmm.
all the other ones that were basically sound the same to me.
Trying to remember. I think I may have been on that med, but not for that. I think it was that. Do you remember? Was that med something that was prescribed for a whole bunch of different things, and like the alcohol was just one of them, or
What was the name again?
I don't remember.
Oh, I
That's
thought
why
you
I'm
said
trying to
might have
look
said
it
it.
up. It just
Yeah, it sounded what you said might have been in the medicine, but I don't remember it either.
I got one that says, is anyone taking methylene blue as a supplement? Here there are some possible brain benefits. There's been some studies on rats. I am looking for actual epileptic folks who have tried to take it in conjunction with their meds. I'm very curious, and I'm not finding a lot of feedback other than the medical studies online.
That sounds, isn't that just like a dye thing that like people put into certain things? I don't think there's any
Yes, it
benefit from that.
is. It's a synthetic dye and medication probably used to treat. Someone said, be advised, it is very strong laxative among other potentially devastating side effects.
it'll turn your piss blue.
Oh, I actually found the name of the medication I was taking is naltrexone.
Oh, okay, that's familiar. Isn't that one half of um the um the the overdose med? No,
So
no.
it's naltrexone blocks the euphoric and sedative effects of opioids such as opiates and binds and blocks opiates. So I guess, well, this is me reading it as a opioid user, but when starting naltrexone for alcohol use, patients must not be physically dependent on alcohol or other substances, which I still was at the time, but it binds to endorphin receptors of the body and blocks the effects of feeling alcohol.
Yeah.
But that was what I was prescribed for a little while, and it just felt like I was taking all the risk and none of the reward. So, but I don't know. There's really not much reward with alcohol.
Has anyone else here had far more than 50, probably more than 150 seizures? I think I was diagnosed with epilepsy about 2 years ago, and I wouldn't say I've learned about it here more than gotten a better idea as to what epilepsy is. I don't know much at all. I think a year or close to one before I was diagnosed, and I went from not having a not having a type 1 diabetic seizure in 15 years to having violent one every night. My diabetic seizures also only happen in my sleep, so I'm sure that probably helped make the cause very, very vague too. Is this at all exceptional? I don't ever see people mention things like this, and it's normally about having less than a handful of 30 years. I feel like even though I have medication and I test myself on a regular, but I am almost certain my IQ won't. Um, I can function and remember yesterday,
Just
which I
say
couldn't about a year ago. Huh?
IQ. Did they mention IQ?
Um,
Like,
I test on myself on my own constantly that I can't ever come back. I've come this far, a few violent seizures a month ago, but I am certain my IQ won't.
I mean, yeah, I mean, having a seizure can affect your brain cells, and
I've heard somebody else say they lost IQ points.
oh,
But the question is here basically is anybody had more than 50 to 150 seizures? I've had well past that.
do they
I
mean like big dramatic tonic-clonics or every single little focal? Because I'd have two different answers.
I'd probably say the same too. But it's hard for me to tell because most of my seizures, like 99% of them, have always been nocturnal. But obviously, having a tonic-clonic is very easy to identify after having one nocturnally.
Yes,
Um,
yes. I think I might have had a focal over the weekend. I was talking with Jeff about it. I did some weird, my Fitbit. So, oh, sorry to hijack the whole thing. I should bring this up afterwards. I'm sorry.
go ahead. I was trying to listen.
Oh, yeah, my Fitbit had a weird heart rate spike and it coincided at the exact moment that I had um I did some weird, I don't know if you'll be able to see this if I try to play it, but I was making some weird movements and then got out of bed and I wasn't sure if you can see the um can you see make that out?
Looks like you're on the bed on the left.
Yeah. So is it playing?
It's playing, yeah.
So my legs kicking there.
Yeah, your arms are kind of flailing around. Yeah,
Arms.
that does look like odd, some bad movements. I mean, like I'm not a doctor or anything. And then you get up.
Hands kind of flapping, and then I get up and I go to the bathroom like normal after that, but
Were
then
you sorry? What? But were you conscious then?
um I don't know if I was conscious. I don't remember doing any of those movements or anything.
You do you remember
Um
going to the bathroom though?
I mean, I remember going to the bathroom a couple times overnight. Um I don't check my watch every time. I
Yeah.
intentionally don't check my watch because if I know what time it is, then I freak out about how much time I have left to sleep before I have to get up in the morning. So, um, I don't know.
I
Um,
only asked that though all those questions because it was probably 6 years ago now that I managed to wake. I had a seizure and managed to fall down the stairs I broke my collarbone and then still woke up in my bed.
Wait, what? You had a seizure?
Yeah, and then I somehow managed to walk towards the stairs and fell down the stairs, broke my collarbone, but I was
And then went
found,
back to bed?
and I have no recollection of this besides
Wow.
waking up with a broken collarbone.
I once
That's
woke up and had no reason why my hand was broken.
Yeah, and that's basically how it happened with my collarbone.
that is scary.
I woke
Had
up.
dislocated
Sorry, go ahead.
shoulder one time waking up, and I also had multiple foot fractures.
So the general consensus, I guess, is it seems from what I gather, people think it looks like some kind of pretty odd stuff to be
Yeah,
doing.
I mean,
Definitely could have been a chronic seizure.
Okay,
You were
another thing, I
twitching
woke up.
pretty.
I'm
You were
sorry.
twitching. Sorry, you were twitching pretty badly.
Yeah, I didn't tense up or anything, but I did also wake up that morning just a few hours later feeling more tired than I did when I went to bed the night before. Like I wanted to go back to bed and sleep all day. It felt, yeah.
Did you have a
So
headache?
no, no headache.
Do you
yeah,
usually
so
have a headache?
I don't usually have headaches after focals, but I have had headaches after some of my tonic-clonics. So,
Okay. So that wouldn't be a ruling factor.
right, yeah.
Oh, um, hey,
Welcome back.
hey, hey,
Hey,
Yo,
hey, y'all. Um, yeah,
so
yeah, this is kind of, yeah, so I don't know how to say this, but, um, I'm getting lost, but, I don't saying this, but, I think, like, I had a seizure on August 10th, and now recent today, like, they're now giving me a letter because I'm getting sued. Um, well, um, I'll tell you, I'll tell you the story, honestly.
yes, please, because that's something that's like, okay, now I'm interested.
You're awake.
Yes, that woke me up. Why are you being sued?
So, so my mom and her family have gave me a car, and I mean I told them I really don't want to I really don't want to drive a car because of my seizure history. So I mean, like, so they told me to do Uber and Uber Eats, so I did. Uh, I I mean, like, so I did just to get money and try to save as much as possible. And then and then on August 10th, I had a seizure. I had a seizure. A car a car ran through me, and my car got hit through the smoke shop, and now they're blaming everything on me because I have a lawsuit. So
quick question. Do you
yeah.
have any dash cams?
Yes, I do have a dash cam.
That could possibly help you.
Yeah.
Did the dash cam show you having a seizure?
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, there's nothing. I'm sorry, but there's nothing you
I was
can
gonna say,
do
yeah.
legally because you get into a crash and you're known to have seizures. They don't look at anything else, not even if the other person ran the damn red light.
Yeah.
All they'll read is, "Oh, you have seizures. It's your fault."
Yeah.
Essentially, from what my knowledge, although I'm not a lawyer or anything, but I would definitely get one if you can afford it.
Yeah. Just like I'm already like I'm already trying to. Yeah. Like I'm already trying to. Yeah. Just the problem is I don't know which lawyer I'm gonna get. Well, not to get. I should get because, I mean, just because I'm just tired of everything of doing by my family. Just like I don't want to bring all my family stuff on here. Just like I'm just tired of being in Tallahassee in general. I'm tired of being around my family. Just it, I mean like I mean just I mean li- I'm just tired of this shit, man. Just tired of it.
I do
Especially
have a
doing front of a
question that
judge.
might help. When's the last time you had a seizure before that accident?
It was like before that seizure, it was like 2 weeks ago.
That's rough. When was it after before that?
I was That was the one at Pompano before I had the seizure, and then my mom had had kept calling me had called me multiple times and said like, "Oh, please come back. I will never ever lie to you."
That sounds like a lie.
Oh yeah, um, yeah, like I've been near that. Just like I mean, like they've lied to me for years. I mean, but I know Tallahassee's not going to say anything about it because they try to keep it under the rug and put me on more meds, and so yeah.
I do have another question for you that might help. You have insurance?
Like car insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I have car insurance. I believe I have Progressive and Geico and stuff like that.
Got full coverage.
Yeah, I have full coverage. Yeah,
Lucky you.
yeah, I have full coverage. Yeah, just like yeah, just like yeah, just like my problem is now like I don't know what kind of lawyer I'm gonna get now because I mean just like after this court case I like I'm fucking leaving I'm leaving I'm leaving Tides for good. I'm tired. I'm just tired of this.
Good for you. Find a place for you.
Yeah, just like just like my plan is hopefully far away. Like I mean, it's just far away from Florida, so I won't have to be here. Oh,
Yeah.
you got this. Okay.
Everybody needs a little break from where they're from every now and then. I don't live anywhere near where I'm from. Well, I don't live that far. It's like 17 miles, 18.
Yeah.
Okay. But
I'm
yeah,
probably like I'm probably taking at least I'm probably taking at least I would say at least like 40 hours at least like that's some that's like really far away from Florida. So I wouldn't have to see Florida ever again.
yeah.
Yeah, just like
Sorry to hear that.
oh no. Oh no, it's fine. Just when you come from an African household and like they think that you're the favorite and they call the police on you more than time calling more than times and then they try to hide it. So yeah, just I told them that time will reveal the true character of that family. And then and then one thing court comes and then one when the court date comes.
Sounds like that'll be the time.
Yeah. And I told him, don't you dare mention my fucking name. Because because like I told my don't mention my fucking name because like it will be hell for them. Anyway, anyway, just like I'm sorry, just
You're
like
good. You're good.
Hey, Jordy,
Trauma
real
dump.
Oh, I got a post here. It says first post, just a question / rant. Has anyone else lost friends after a seizure? Getting all irritable and angry. Short fuse for weeks after a seizure. Had one at Walmart. Ever since then, I've been treating everyone like crap. I strive to not be a POS in my life, so it feels like I'm watching someone else control emotions and words. I'm saying what I feel bluntly with tone and making it seem like I'm trying to start a fight when I'm just trying to explain like normal. I just lost a best friend because I was unable to treat her right. After months of being who I want to be, nice and shit, I am close to losing another. My only friend at this point. I don't know what to do besides be honest. I feel like I'm just gonna push what family I got left away as well. Have you guys lost any friends or family
I've lost friends, but they weren't seizure related.
I have.
due to your seizures or due to your epilepsy?
No, they were not related to my epilepsy. They were meth induced, I would say.
Yeah,
There's one I used to live with a couple of friends. One of them we still have good contact. But the other one, there was one night he's like, "Hey, I just got some ketamine from one of my buddies for free." And I was like, "Hell yeah, let's all try it." 30 minutes later, we're like, "Guys, this is not ketamine. This is meth." And then he got addicted to meth, and there was a whole bunch of shittiness between those two friends. One of them stayed a friend. The other one I haven't talked to in several years.
Wait, did you say you guys are doing like Ritalin?
No, we thought we had some ketamine, but it was actually methamphetamine.
Oh, okay.
And after like half an hour or so, when it actually was in us, we realized it was not ketamine. We realized it was meth. And then that
This is a
friend,
lot stronger than ketamine.
yeah, and the friend that I haven't talked to in years was just he got addicted to it, and like with the other friend that I am still friends with, they had a lot of fallout with it, and I was like, all right, guys, I need to just leave this because we lived together for like 5 years, all three of us. I was like, guys, I gotta go, and I'm still friends with one of them, and the other one I haven't talked to in years, which I would say I lost a friend there. And honestly, I think the sleep deprivation from the meth is what brought back my seizures, because I was about 5, 6 years old when we first recognized them, and then growing into a teenager, I grew out of them, and then from 16 to even now, I'm still on alcohol, but I'm off of a lot of drugs like meth and even cocaine. I was doing a lot of cocaine when I was a teenager, but I'm pretty sure the sleep deprivation is what brought back my seizures.
I'm gonna move forward. Not to skip or go over what you're saying, unless you want to keep going.
Oh no, go ahead.
You got something that says, "What do you say to your kids?" It says, "My son is currently a toddler, but I've started having focals again multiple times a week over the last few months. When do I talk to him about epilepsy? I don't ever want him to feel like he is any responsibility for me or my health or safety. This is not a job, but I will want to explain it to him and why I do and can't drive or certain other things eventually. I don't want my kids to be afraid, but would, it would be scarier if I would have a seizure and they had no clue what was going on, right? I just need some advice or experience. Sorry if this comes off as kind of stupid or obvious, but I just had another focal, and having kids is nonstop anxiety about whether or not you're doing it right.
So, although I'm not going to be able to say it to a toddler, but at my workplace, when I quit THC, I was realizing I was having more absence seizures and such. And I have before, and again, set out a message saying what my seizures are, how they can look, and what to do if I'm having a seizure. Granted, these are all people who should be adults, but like, I can't really say that to a toddler, I don't think.
I've said this before, and I'll keep repeating it. You should not rely on your children, but a knowledgeable child is a reliable child, if that makes any sense.
Yes, it
And
does.
believe it or not, kids are more resilient than you think. They can handle talks at even 4 years old of,
Yeah.
hey, mama and daddy's brains don't quite work right. That's why we take medicine. Sometimes they'll just freeze. That's why when you look at me and sometimes I'm just staring out into space, I'm not purposefully ignoring you. My brain is just sending so many signals to so many different places.
If you
It just
send,
can't
sorry,
it just can't read its own messages fast enough. And afterwards, mama, daddy has to lay down for a bit. The biggest thing with children is being there for what you can. And they understand. They really do. They understand that, yeah, for me, Ema cannot do everything. Ema has to go take a nap.
yeah, and if they're knowledgeable, the more knowledge you give them, especially when it comes to your seizures, the more they'll understand and the more they'll get why that's happening, even though they could technically not really understand it, but the more they're knowledgeable about it, I feel like the more they would be able to understand it.
I understood more fully what it means to have a slow seizure after I had one while in an establishment. I felt the sense of seizure oncoming, and I recognized immediately that I needed two things. One, to rest a moment and hydrate in whichever form was available to me. I always know that I need to stay awake. Yawning has been a very heavy warning. I have been noticing the onset as well as what starts them, which is generally extreme brain fatigue or some sort of exhaustion. I am learning that I had them as a youth and they have worsened. I identify the impending doom as either approaching darkness or approaching whiteness. The PA at my office of my spine and brain doctor explained to me that my wavelengths don't all wave the same, and that helped me to a joyful outlook on what was perceived to be an unresolvable condition that I've been experiencing. It has always seemed to be giggling that helps. And that has been the way I have sustained healing or at least overcoming them. I cope with seizures alone for the most part. So it has been critically necessary for me to power myself out of each one of those. I refused being transported to the hospital at the onset, twice being the exception. I also have not received a diagnosable condition requiring medication, only prevention. It has been hard to maintain a proper diet, which essential of having them. I know that I need to improve my water intake and make use of my food resources, which seems to be sushi from grocery stores, which I suppose is arguably walking distance from my home. My greatest frustration is how seizure aggravates the reoccurring narcoleptic urges. Following the
seizure, I had to talk myself out of sleeping at the Panera Bread where I purchased a green tea in an emergency to recover from sudden sugar depletion. I hydrated first and then refilled the green tea. After my first cup, by the time I walked home, I felt despair and lost hope for my potential to be employed after having an amazing interview. I even noticed a slip in thinking ability during the interview, but I overcame it as the interviewer was patient with me as I searched for the words. I have denied needing speech therapy, presuming I communicate well enough until this recent professional discussion, during which I recognized that it was seizure that halts my ability to retrieve words. I graduated with an English major not even 10 years ago and have years of experience teaching in a classroom. I want to see myself resuming life as normal to me, but it seems these seizures are stopping me from dreaming, or maybe something is making my dream too much. I want to call it trauma. How do I overcome that? How does one overcome what is unforgettable? How does one overcome what is unforgettable? I was really hoping that's
Liette, step by step. First off, it's badass that you got that degree and we're teaching for 10 years. Stuff like that is going to be ingrained in your long-term core memories. So when you do, and I believe that you will, because it sounds like this person has a passion for teaching. And if you don't, you might find something fun, like creative writing.
Creative writing sounds fun.
So with the writing, I kind of want to point out this lady that gave me some stickers. They gave me a really good laugh. So I've been doing pizza going on 15, 16 years, and she has some stickers. I don't know if you guys know the Little Caesars company, but she makes their logo with, it says Little Seizures with the name What's Shaken. And seeing that gave me a good laugh. And
I've seen that. That was funny.
yeah, her name is Brianna Rauchi, I believe that's how it's pronounced. I'm gonna type it in the thing for her website, but
My friend used to work at Little Caesars, and we used to joke and say little seizures. And this is before we knew I was epileptic. So it was kind of a nice little foreshadowing to my future.
yeah, it gave me a good laugh because like I said, I've been in pizza for going on 15, 16 years.
Like hand tossing pizzas?
Oh yeah, I worked at Papa Gino's for like what was it? It was like 8 years, 10 years almost. And now I work in a like very highly I don't know the word I'm looking for, but a very productive place in New Hampshire. But yeah, I just sent her website in the chat. But yeah, it can be a very high stress inducing job at times. If we did the place I'm at doesn't do delivery, which if we did delivery, that place would be chaotic, even more than it can be now. She also gave me another sticker that says, if you're happy, you know it, take your meds. And then it says, no, but really, go take your meds. Even if you don't feel good, take it. You'll feel better. Treat yourself with the love you deserve. Make a game out of it if you have to. Pretend you're playing Manicala while you fill your pillbox. It'll be easier. For more art and disability result, visit her website.
I got something. The person says, streak broken. I was
Real quick, I gotta head off to bed. I'm falling asleep over here.
Oh, go ahead.
Have a good night, buddy.
Great talking with everyone tonight.
Yeah, it was nice to hear your story about your sobriety, dude.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Yeah, thank you.
That has nothing to do with sobriety.
Good dreaming, friend. Right now, this kidney stone is not letting my medicines do their work.
Is
I
there a pain
definitely
medication you use?
fear kidney stones.
Yes, that's the best medical advice. Have fewer kidney stones.
What is that like? How big are kidney
Kidneys?
stones?
Oh, well, this one's actually pretty small. But man, my mom seemed to have this propensity of having at least one kidney stone a year. And it's luckily this year's one is pretty small. I don't have to have lipotropsy done. Um, but that has definitely happened before. Lipotropsy is like sound waves directed at the kidney stone to break it up into smaller stones.
You've had that treatment before at work?
Yes, it does. Of course, you're still having the stones, that you're just now smaller, but at least you're not passing a quarter size stone.
Yeah, and I've seen the like photographs of those. They are sharp.
Oh yes, the calcium ones. Yeah, they're very, very, very pointy.
And I've had a catheter. Even that was very painful when they gave me a lot of morphine.
Well, I don't think a catheter is comfortable for anyone, but I have to say you guys probably have it worse when it comes to catheters because we don't
Sounds
have
like
a
fun.
pipe.
Sounds like you guys are talking about something fun.
It's not fun.
Yeah.
Toast just keeping it to anatomy.
When I was young and dumb, I was drinking a hell of a lot more when I was younger and went to the store on a pedal bike with no brakes and face planted on the ground and I lost like 6 teeth. And I remember waking up in the hospital and they're like, here's your like 8th shot of morphine and we're about to pull a catheter out. It's probably the second highest pain I've ever felt.
I think that anything that has to do with that area of your body, regardless of gender, probably isn't comfortable.
Certainly not.
Because when I had my IU,
Yeah, everyone reacts differently.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.